Hello and welcome to the new episode of Straight Outta Stanton, where Masso drinks beer and I am talking to the microphone.
Yep, that about sums it up.
Before we start, we wanted to do this last week, and that's like it was a soft promise, kind of, not really a promise, but like a plan. And the reason we decided not to do it is there's actually like combination of a couple of reasons. One is it was in the middle of IAE, and most of the ships were not revealed yet.
Yeah.
And as you can imagine, because we just got today best in show, right? So it was literally until now, so it felt like a better date. And I will talk about what happened to me, which is I am a little bit overwhelmed, barely even streaming and whatnot. So yeah, there were a couple of reasons we decided to postpone it for this week, but now
No, for last week. Postpone it to this week.
to this week.
Yeah.
But now there's a lot to talk about.
A ton.
Uh, you want to start with what you did this week or last 3 weeks, however long it was?
Yeah, I guess it has been a while. Yeah, I don't know. I've played some 315. Got really frustrated initially because I ran into a bunch of the
Patch, not
bugs that
ship.
I expected to run into, which was dying due to bugs and losing inventory and stuff like that. Got
You
a
were
little
really
frustrated.
frustrated. Yeah.
Really frustrated. I messaged some angry messages to Chegg. But I don't know, cooled down a little bit, gave it another try when they put some hot fixes out. Yeah, I've been, I don't know, it's been kind of, I think Chegg summed it up best before we went live. It's been a bit of a jumbled experience because it's still just Star Citizen. It's still the same old game that I've been playing for, since I don't know, whenever 3.0 came out, pretty much. But at the same time, it's kind of comforting to have like cargo back and working, and like I find,
Semi.
sort of mostly working. I'd say mostly working.
Well, yeah, but
You know,
there are traps, right?
totally. Yeah, like the
Like what
scrap thing,
scrap?
which
Yeah, scrap
yeah,
doesn't work at
yeah.
all.
That was another reason that I Alt F4'd. Because if anybody hadn't heard, don't touch scrap because
Yeah,
nowhere buys it.
it's so
And
nice
they
that
literally they hot fixed it overnight and didn't tell anybody. So like I logged in with 315 and was hauling scrap in a Herc, no problems, flying to Porto and selling it. And then logged in the next day, decided to do a scrap run, and lo and behold, Porto wasn't buying it and none of the scrap yards are buying it. So I had basically 80K worth of cargo that I had to claim essentially because
yeah.
nowhere sells it. There was no notes that I'm aware of, no hot fix notes or anything.
You know
So
where there
basically,
are notes?
everybody who was trading scrap just got screwed
Yeah.
by
If you
that,
go
which
to
sucks.
those
But
websites that are helping you with trading, they have it in like red text. Most of them have it like on
mm,
top, like, "Hey, don't
now they
trade."
probably do.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
But like, this
But that's
literally
not
changed
official. It's like
overnight.
third party people just
I know,
helping
right?
fellow
And
citizens. That's what it is.
that's just shitty, man. Like, frankly,
It's really bad.
at this point, they were able to make it so that Port O doesn't accept scrap anymore without doing a hot fix. So they should just basically remove it as something you can even buy. It shouldn't even be there right now.
It's really
So
strange that we still don't have a word on this, if I'm not wrong.
no, yeah, as far as I'm aware, there hasn't been an official response. Maybe something on Spectrum. I'm not sure. I haven't checked, but
Especially with one of the
yeah.
ships, your new
So
favorite, that is a cargo ship. So yeah, kind of strange.
yeah. So I don't know. I mean, like, this is kind of what I'm saying. It's been a bit of a jumbled experience. It's been kind of nice to just be able to, like, just chill out and haul when I don't feel like doing combat. So that's been kind of fun. Like, I've been enjoying the reset, like actually having kind of something to work towards again has been kind of nice. But at the same time, I don't know,
Go Star
it's
Citizen.
still kind of boring, but also at the same time, I tried to go into 315 with the IAA 315-1. I really tried to like focus on the little things again, like the incredible amount of effort these guys put into their environments and their levels and stuff like that. So that was kind of refreshing. like I said, it's been a jumbled experience, but yeah, I've been playing Star Citizen pretty much exclusively over the last couple weeks, and mostly having a positive experience. Definitely some frustrations, and definitely something where I can tell you right now that like like I'm gonna probably jump back into New World at some point, in the next couple weeks maybe, but in the meantime, I'm enjoying it. I'm gonna try some mining because I've just earned enough to get my prospector back. Um, you know, yeah, yeah, that's pretty much what I've been up to.
It's so silly because I was for me the most exciting thing was a reset finally,
Yeah, yeah.
and I had the whole plan and idea of how to like get to Carrick and everything, and I've had really nasty experiences with Star
Yeah.
Citizen. It really did not work for me, and there's one thing that we're gonna mention later. Like amongst the other things, like 315 was the smoothest experience that I've ever had in the game, ever.
Oh,
Everything was
performance
work.
wise, hey?
Yeah, everything was
Yeah.
working so smooth. And then 315 lands,
315.1.
351 lands, which I don't know if it was clouds or microtech, which absolutely destroyed my rig. Plus, I know a lot of people will disagree with me, but they just don't look good to me. I'm sorry. I've
No.
seen better clouds in games already. I go and play. I play a lot of Microsoft Flight Sim, and it just I
Yeah,
expect
well,
more from CAG. It's
there's definitely no comparison to Microsoft Flight Sim because the clouds that are in that game are
I know, but this is CAG,
unreal.
right?
But
We expect
yeah,
the best of the best with something
I
that
would
they are
say
like,
yeah, I would say like obviously this is kind of like first rendition, but I agree with you. Like I don't know what it is
sure,
about my setup or whatever, but the clouds for me, even when I have them cranked to maximum,
yeah,
don't look good. They're all
uh,
artifacted and
same,
tessellating. And
same.
like how I don't know if it's just like a setting that I don't have set correctly or something like that, but like the shots that people were taking over Microtech when 315.1 was in PTU
I think it's like
look better than
sharpening
what.
or smoothening of the image, or a lot of
Yeah,
people are
maybe.
taking pictures with. Now I know
Oh,
uh,
reskin or
whatever reshade, right?
reshade.
So
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
that changes everything. It's like post
Yeah.
processed pictures. So I don't even
Yeah, because
trust
it
screenshots
definitely
anymore.
doesn't
Like
look.
it's not what the game looks like, which is a shame
No,
because
it is a
there
beautiful
was
game
yeah,
still, but
yeah.
like, yeah,
But like now you even up the expectations with using reshade, which is not a new player experience and what I don't get it, but
yeah.
it is what it is. I mean, it should be like I don't know. It's okay.
So
It creates great screenshots, but it's not
when
realistic.
you're
That's all.
seeing when you're seeing the clouds, do you see that kind of like artifacting and
Absolutely,
tessellating around the edges?
everywhere.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. No, that does
even on the
not look
highest,
good.
like, and
So
same
like,
Crusader or the clouds in Microtech. I have the same experience.
mm,
Now, I would
also
think
they
it's
don't
maybe
move apparently.
GPU.
Hey,
They do move
maybe.
for me.
Yeah.
They do move for me.
What? Did you? I was listening to
Maybe
Board
I'm
Gamer
wrong, but I
and
did not
Zinnia,
have a feeling that they don't.
and Zinnia was trying to do a time lapse of the
Oh,
clouds above
okay.
Microtech, and she came back like 3 hours later and nothing had moved.
Maybe because I was moving around, then I had the because I flew
Yeah,
straight from uh what's the name? It's not Bajini. What's Tressler? Port Tressler.
Tressler, yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
flew straight down just to enjoy the clouds, which was the worst idea ever because I was streaming. It was like, oh my god, my
Oh, especially if you're
I started
streaming.
like
Yeah,
smoke was coming out almost. Not really, but like it was just like, you know, 7 seconds per frame.
yeah.
And but it also there's a lot of entities in the game, I guess, with new ships and everything. God knows what it is, but it was a really sad moment for me because in 315 I was the smoothness of the game made me
Yeah,
just want to play it. And
I agree.
I never
I
experienced
actually
this in because whenever like we play other games, right? Like, and I remember like playing Destiny 2 and then going to Star Citizen. I'm like, oh,
yeah, the frames.
this, oh,
Yeah,
it's like the input latency, like everything is like a little bit
yeah.
delayed. And then 315 was like, woo,
Yeah, I
what is
know.
this
I
game?
actually I actually, like, specifically had to turn on frames counters again because, like, the first time I
Oh
jumped
yeah,
into Star Citizen, I was like, "Whoa." Like, "Whoa. Am I getting over 60
crazy.
FPS all of a sudden?" And it turned out, yeah, like, it's like, wow, I can't remember the last time I've got over over like 80 f or over 60 FPS in Star
It was just
Citizen.
so good.
Yeah,
And then to go
definitely takes
back
a
from that
dive.
to
Yeah,
this is it was really a bummer. Uh, Mind it, there can be so many reasons. We had free flight, so a lot of new
yeah,
people on the servers. We had a bunch of
and you
ships
got
in
the
Microtech, got the
all the new
clouds.
entities of all the like stuff
Yeah,
down in the IAE and
so
stuff like that.
that's
Yeah,
what. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I don't know what it is. I hope it goes back to the smoothness now that we felt it. It's not impossible. We talked about this offline, where reset removed so much, right, from the persistence, kind of, that maybe that's also something that, 315 had a fresh like start.
that's interesting. They did mention something about that, how like how much the servers would struggle when somebody would log in,
With
with like
100
however
ships,
many
whatever. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Like all this stuff in their inventory that had to be basically loaded into their
Yeah,
persistence
and
database or whatever, and
counted
you get
for and
these
whatnot,
big
right? Yeah.
you get these big server hitches, and now all of a sudden, now that everybody has like you know, uh, had been
Just a,
reset. You don't have
yeah.
all those entities or stuff that has to be counted. Interesting. I never thought of that.
um so the other problem that I had was just I wanted to do a kind of pacifistic-ish run. So just like you, I just had, first of all, I'm not the combat pilot in Star Citizen. I'm not interested in it. But over the last year and a half or so, that's all we did. And I'm not gonna say, like, I enjoyed it, okay, but I've had enough. And I was like, okay, I don't want to go and do bounty hunting anymore. I wanna do stuff
Yeah.
that I enjoy more. And my plan was to start with Pisces and do delivery missions. But man, it takes like 40 minutes, like half an hour to 40 minutes to do one mission again. And now they're even like there's a lot of them that go to the actual planet, not only the moons, because there's four, you need to make 4 stops. So 4 jumps,
Right.
4 stops, and you
Yeah.
make 8,000 without the expenses. And after a couple of days of playing, you feel so discouraged. You feel so
Yeah.
discouraged. It's insane. So definitely zero to hero experience now is interesting. Everyone has to start somewhere, and but you need to have either FPS combat or bounty hunting to make it work, or mining.
Yeah.
But I even tried mining and I've lost it there, man. I had enough money to rent the prospector with the basic mining head, and I rented prospector. At the end of my stream, I went for one run to Iron Halo, and I found Laranite, and I broke one or like couple of rocks, and I got enough Laranite, and I went, and then selling did not work. But then tomorrow, I couldn't deal with it anymore, because it was like I
Yeah.
was heartbroken. No more money again, because nothing I do makes money. Um, and then tomorrow I managed to sell it. But other people reported this, but then it worked.
Yeah. I
And
heard mining was really rough
dude,
off
I
of the
went back
315
to Iron
launch.
Halo, and it took me 2 hours to find nothing.
Yeah.
Like nothing worth it.
I
And I
think
was
it's
like,
better
okay, I'm done.
now. I've heard people are making money now,
Now,
but
what is not? This was all 315.1 though.
really.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just going off of like what I'm hearing in chat. Like people are out there mining and apparently they're finding decent rocks. So I figured maybe they
You
changed something.
can. You definitely can. But I guess I was unlucky, and it's so much hit or miss. The problem is I don't like
Yeah.
mining on the planets. So
Oh, okay, yeah.
that's
Well, no,
probably one of the issues.
I think I'm one of the only people who still mines on planets. Seems like
No, no.
everybody's going to the air in Halo these
Oh, really?
days.
Well, I don't know. Maybe something
I don't
changed.
know. I mean, I don't know. Well, I
But
mean, you're right. It
anyways,
could
it
have
was
changed
really
because
bad experience again, and I did not
yeah,
even get my money back, and it was crazy. And then some of you who remember my old podcast, Star Citizenship, Orchid showed out of nowhere. He was like, "Oh, I want to try playing a little bit again," and we tried a couple of things. Ended up in prison. I ended up with like 5 hour sentence because I mean, a really ridiculous turn of events, as only Star Citizen can give you.
yeah,
Like, it was so dumb. So what happened is, was like we shot an NPC in a bunker that is friendly, and then the whole chaos starts, and maybe I shot another one that is like at that point I was like, okay, let's just finish this, loot what we can because we didn't have anything, no weapons, nothing. It was a good idea because we went in like with nothing and like let me
Yeah.
show you looting so that you can get like
Yeah.
he can get that
Yeah.
feel of find armor, find weapons.
Yeah.
We ended up with Crimestad. Okay, let's go to Korea and actually do it. So we respawned in Grimhacks, bought the chips, barely had money. Like we had to like give money to each other to buy 2 chips.
Yeah.
Go to Korea, and NPCs kill me there with missiles. Like NPC ships who I don't even know where, because we were in the Pisces, So
Oh yeah.
and then
So
we
you get hit
spawn
with
in
one
prison.
missile and you're done.
Yeah, but I did
Yeah.
not expect ship NPCs there. So there was probably someone's mission left over or whatever, man. Like I don't even know. And prison 5 hours, and I was like, okay, I can't.
I have to say, that's one of the things that I find is really hit or miss. I think we've talked about this before with like group gameplay in Star Citizen. It's like it either works and it's amazing, or you spend hours trying to get something to happen, and it seems like the bugs are worse when you're trying to do something with
Yeah,
another
because it's
player.
it's double the frustration. We almost started fighting, man. Like after we didn't play together for such a long time, and he was very excited. And I was ready to play, and but I mean, I know what Star Citizen is, but there's a point where you just break. You can't anymore.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's it. I think I blame myself for like making it because I'm one of those stubborn people. Like I said, no weapons, so this is how I'm gonna do it. But
Oh,
then
right.
it's a shame because I really like the reset and that like progression and getting to other ships. So then I tried my 400i, which I love, by the way. I really love. There's one thing I want to change on that ship, and you're gonna laugh when I tell you, but it's no change in like numbers or balancing or anything like that. But before I go into that, I was like, okay, whatever. I'm gonna go and do a couple of those surveillance missions with 400 die. You just kill for 3 monitors, get like 100k, then try trading with 400 die. I don't care, like just to like have some loop going, right? Something.
Right.
And I go to the first surveillance mission, and the freaking thing
Missile turrets.
fires
Yeah.
2 missiles and kills my 400 die that is supposed to be shielded properly and whatnot. And I've lost it, man. Like I was like, come on, man. Like what does a guy have to do to like, because that's a bug, that's like server latency or
Well, yeah.
something,
Well,
it's
I don't
not.
know if it is. I don't think it is. Like, I think it's just an oversight. I think because you're doing the illegal surveillance missions, and technically, if you get too close to one of the comm arrays, you're trespassing, and the missiles open fire on you. But
No,
like,
no, no, these are legal.
obviously,
You
yeah,
are
I know.
destroying, right?
That's what I mean. But you've got the mission to go in there and clear out illegal satellites. But anytime you get close to that station, the turrets
No, no,
see
no.
you as trespassing and
See,
fire at you.
well, yeah, but who is seeing you as a trespasser? Good side or bad side?
The good side.
But why? I have a
I
warrant to go there and protect
that
them.
That's what I'm saying.
But
I
that's
did the
well,
same thing,
it's
and it was like
so
I was
what
constantly
happens.
getting locked on
Yeah,
by the missile turrets, even though I'm working for Crusader Security.
yeah, you get locked on. But if you get like, so it's like a tip for those who are having the same issues. If you go in super fast, because now they've changed it to a really good. Like I like how they changed this mission, because you remember before I usually made a video on YouTube to explain to people to not fire at the first monitor they find because
Oh
you're gonna
yeah,
run out
yeah,
of
yeah.
time. But now they tell you find 3 monitors, and then once you find them, they say kill 3 monitors. It's like updates the text like that, which is great. It makes sense. But
Oh, okay, interesting. I didn't notice that.
yeah, so but it triggers when you get really close to the station. But me doing these missions before, I warped in and I started scanning. So I was going slowly there because I'm gonna find them probably on the way, at
Right.
least one, right? And then missile locked, and I'm like, what the hell? And I get hit by this missile, and I start looking. Where's the pirates? I don't know. Missile
It's not the
locked.
pirates. It's the missile turrets.
Yeah, I did not expect them there, and I
Yeah.
evade the second one. Missile locked. That's it. You're gone. Like what
Yeah.
the hell? But if you fly in fast, then it triggers the mission. So you're not unfriendly anymore. You find them, you kill them. The moment you killed the last one, you're, unauthorized property, whatever, trespassing, whatever the fuck, and you gotta run out immediately or it's gonna happen
Interesting.
again. It's
Huh.
so crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Apart
The
from
other
that, sorry, go for it, go for it.
Oh, I was just gonna say there's an interesting bug that I experienced with those illegal surveillance missions too that I've never seen before. The missions will sometimes generate around a security post on
Oh
a
yeah,
planet. The problem is that those satellites don't have any thrusters. So as soon as they load in, they just basically drop to the planet and you can't find them. Like they're gone.
crazy. I've never seen that.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. Apart from that, I actually played quite a little bit more when they announced Raft, which we're going to talk about later. I got that, and I'm having fun with that ship. But also, Forza 5 came out. I'm playing a lot of that. I play ships all the time. I made did we talk about this in the last show? I think we maybe did. I made a scheme for my sticks so that I don't have to use twist anymore, and I got used to it now, and it's actually working for me. So I'm using my 16,000s, and I'm not using twists on them at all. So
Mm.
it's working, and I'm enjoying flying with the sticks. Not combat though. No, I
You know
still
what's
do
really
combat with
weird?
with keyboard and mouse. Hmm?
Um, the twist on my left stick was broken, and now it's working again, and I don't know, I don't know why, but
I
I
don't know
guess I'll
if mine
take
is
it.
working, maybe, but it's not bound to anything. So, um,
Yeah.
and yeah, another thing, just quickly before we keep going, it's gonna be a longer intro because I have some questions for Maso that he doesn't even know, or
Oh yeah,
suggestions,
that's right.
like
We're gonna
kind
do
of.
those here.
But I am in the middle of interviews for a job in wargaming, which came out of nowhere, and so that's taking a lot of my time. And well, not only time, but like my head is in that because it was like a
Yeah.
kind of like several interviews and whatnot, and it's very interesting experience. I'm just super grateful that I'm going through that, even like regardless of if I get the job or not. Not going to talk about it, but like that's one of the things that's happening to me in the last week.
Which is
Um,
awesome.
Before we go on with the intro, I'm gonna tell you my thoughts. And I see some people are there who are in my streams and they heard me when I was talking about this. I'm really curious about your take. So
Okay.
there's two things. One, okay, let's start with this is a simple one. Do you think because the Caterpillar price bump happened, so now it's like $330, so $35 more. Okay. Do you think, and how much would you like for Caterpillar detachable little ship to become a starter ship for $35 or something like that? Because I thought about it, and my thing was you can do it has a bed, you can do delivery missions in it, and then you can work towards buying the other
The
part in
Caterpillar
game, right?
modules.
Wouldn't that be like super cool progression
That would be
for a
really
player?
fun. But I'm trying to think, do they have the components and stuff like that in the they'd have to they'd probably have to redo that command module a little bit.
I mean, it's gonna be a standalone ship anyways.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
it has
exactly. Yeah.
4 sides, 1 guns, I think, or something like that.
No, it's got bigger than that now. I think it's
Maybe, yeah.
it was four
It has
size
4. It has
twos.
4 things. I
Now I
know
think
how
they're
it
four
looks when you
size
shoot.
I think they're four size three.
It's definitely a viable ship. It might fly like
Yeah,
shit or whatever, but like
in Atmo it would, but
it just crossed my mind that what if they're planning on because that's kind of coming. Why would
I
they
don't
bump a price now? It just made no sense to me.
I don't think it's gonna be. I don't think it'd be a starter ship price. Basically, when I
Okay,
think about it, like four size three hard points, like the living quarters, the beds. I think that would probably be more like nomad territory.
yeah, but it has no. What is it? A combat ship? It flies like a brick. That's actually a
Yeah,
good
but I mean,
point. Does it
I
have a
mean,
module? Does it have
it's
a quantum drive module?
yeah, I think it does actually.
That's where the
According to the
module
lore,
is, right?
according to the lore, it's that's how the biggest heist in the
Ah,
universe was
okay.
pulled off or something like
As long
that
as it says
because
like
they
size one everything, to me
y-
it's almost like Pisces, man. Well, it has bigger guns, but it should
it's
fly
got
like
bigger
a bird.
guns. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm not saying like it'll fly like a Nomad or it'll be like a Nomad. I'm thinking like
Do
price
you think
point
that's gonna be
wise.
like $80
Yeah,
with
dude,
that
look at
thing?
go. Yeah, it's big. Like go walk around inside there. You know.
Yeah, it's double decker and all that.
Yeah,
It has a kitchen. It has a shower.
four size three hard points on it. You know, like quantum drive, all that kind of stuff. I could see that being 80
Okay.
bucks.
How do you like the idea though of
I
buying
like
that?
the idea of,
Yeah,
like,
right?
buying the modules one at a
Yeah.
time because that's one of the things, like, if you go way back and look at
Yeah.
the original Caterpillar
We did look
brochure,
at this. Yeah, together.
yeah,
Yeah.
each one of the little, like, cargo bays on that Caterpillar are technically modular,
Yeah.
so you wouldn't, um
It it has tractor beam as well. Yeah, yeah.
no, it doesn't, that's on the other side.
Is it?
Yeah.
No, the controls for it are on the other side. But
Yeah,
where
but
is the tractor beam exactly? Like, is it on
well,
on?
it would have to be on the other side if the controls are on the other side. It's
It
like,
makes no sense. Why would you not have it on the detachable part?
I don't know.
I don't know either. I don't know either.
Unless there's one on both sides, it could have 2.
It could
I
just
don't know.
have
I mean,
double controls, because
but what I was
range.
getting at is like each one of those little modules is, like there's no set length for a caterpillar. That's kind of one of the things, right? Like you could have a caterpillar that's 1 module long, you could have a caterpillar that's like 6
Oh, I
modules
did not
long. Like
know that. I thought it
that
needs
was
to
kind of
be
the whole
certain
thing. But
length because of the thrust and everything, especially in the Atmo, right? But
I
something
don't know.
has to lift that thing up.
Like I said, this was a
Very old.
long
Yeah,
time
yeah.
ago. So who knows, right? But
But even if you had to buy like a whole thing, it's like working towards something, and then you don't have, you
yeah.
just buy the attachment or whatever.
I think it's fun, honestly, and like caterpillars, I think in game, especially if they do follow through with the modularity on them.
That'd be
Well, like
crazy, man.
like we talked about a couple episodes ago, I think
Yeah,
they're going to
yeah.
be
You can
one of the
pursue
most
any
useful
kind
ships.
of,
Yeah,
yeah, right. So, and you start with your little
yeah,
chip
I
and you
like that.
build.
I
It's
like that.
like Lego
Yeah,
almost. Okay, you
yeah.
ready for me to blow your mind now?
Okay.
So, you know how a lot of ships, and I think about this as someone who does not want ships to fight. As a matter of fact, I was really happy when they showed Raft comes without like weapons except for the turret. I know you're going to disagree. We're going to talk about it later,
Yeah.
but like just things like this are something I look forward to. And I was always a fan of something that a lot of people hate, which is backside turret on like freelancer, for example. In 400i, I wish 400i turret could like go under, like hide itself when you don't need it, like
Oh,
on
yeah,
on
yeah,
Hercules, for
yeah.
example, where they have that tech, but I have my windshield where I can see beautiful views, and instead I see like 60% of that is like fucking turret. Like, it's huge.
Hmm. Yeah.
Anyways, I like that idea because I want a ship with like big shields and only defensive turret, kind of, so that I can like run away and maybe have guns that are disabling rather than killing, right? So like
Yeah.
maybe
Yeah.
EMP guns or something like that, whatever. Um, why don't we have missiles that are pointing backwards? Because we have missile operator mode,
Hmm.
and some of these turrets are
You
slaved. So imagine
you
you have,
will because there's supposed to be missile turrets eventually. If I'm not
yeah, but let's
mistaken,
say
the
you're
890
flying
jump is supposed to have
max.
missile turrets.
You're trying like you're flying max, and you have those missiles on
Right.
the wings. If you have an option to turn them around, and your missile operator, can actually, it can be like EMP missile or whatever. Because what you're running away. What the fuck am I going to do with a missile that goes in front of like?
Technically, do you remember the original Freelancer commercial?
Oh, yeah, that thing was like everything was like shifting, whatever. Like it was like
Yeah,
almost
sure,
like a
but
transformer.
the point I'm trying to make at is like when he fires those missiles, he's not facing at either. Like he fires the missiles out and the missiles just basically curve
Yeah, but I
around and go
think the
back.
missiles were coming from one of those rotatable parts, which is like VTOL or whatever, because it had
Oh,
like movable VTOL, for sure.
maybe. But like basically my point with that is that like you shouldn't have to have missiles that face backwards. Like if you're able to
It made
use
more
missile
sense.
operator mode and like get a lock behind you using one of like your rear
So
facing
you just
cameras
like
or something
kind
like that.
of drop
They
them.
should just be able to, yeah, like clunk out and then spin around and then fire backwards.
I don't know. I kind of like the idea of having backwards missiles because we don't
Yeah.
use that. I think like when you look at the fighter jets or helicopters or anything or ships, everything is like unless it's a turret, right?
Yeah.
It's pointing forward. I mean, it makes sense, but they don't have missile operator or anything like that. So you could have it pointing backwards if you want to, and because I know if I'm in 400i,
Yeah.
I'm
You're
not
gonna
going
be
to engage
running. You're
into a
not gonna
fight.
be
I'm like, see you,
exactly.
brother. Like, good job, gone, man. I don't know, you know.
Yeah.
So I yeah. Anyways, that was my thought while I was playing. I was like, man, it was so cool if I could just like screw them behind me and just run away. Slow them down. Like
Yeah.
something can slow them, snare them, whatever, and then just like, bye.
Well, yeah.
That's
I mean, like, I ideally, like, I think especially one hopes, anyways, as things kind of expand out and stuff like that, that that the runaway tactics start to be developed as well, right?
yeah.
If you
Especially like
are,
one on one, right? Now, if there's like
yeah,
organized gang trying to jump you, and they have mantis or blue or
yeah,
like
yeah,
they or
and your
that
only real
then
option is to try to outrun them or whatever, then
yeah,
yeah,
and,
like
and then maybe
you want your
negotiate or
like
whatever. you know
You want your what are those? The distortion. Yeah, you want your distortion guns on your
yeah.
turrets and stuff like that. And honestly, that's another thing that I think you'll probably end up seeing a lot more.
Oh, I think so as
As
well.
the
Yeah,
as the game expands and as like the population of just random NPC encounters and random player encounters increases. I think a lot of industrial ships
exactly.
um
Yeah,
will start running distortion
I
weapons
mean,
and
if you
EMP
look at it,
weapons instead.
Prospector has them by default, I think. Because
It used to, it doesn't anymore.
what does it
I
have
think
now?
they're I think it's just got regular laser repeaters now,
Maybe, but I mean,
but it
what
used to
else
be
can you
for
have
sure.
on a like? What you're gonna fight in a prospector? It flies like a frying pan. It's insane. Like,
Yeah, so
although
bad.
they do attack you in the verse all the time, the NPC ones,
Yeah.
not with much success, but okay. So before we start with the regular like news and there's something happened and we decided to have it in the intro. This is the longest intro ever. Um,
I actually don't know. Is it the longest intro
I don't
ever?
know, maybe, but it's still not done. So,
Yeah.
Atmo Esports, who are the organizers and the creators of the MR Rally, for those who don't know, which is something that is very dear to my heart to this day, who went through a lot of experimentational stuff last 2 years or so with like Stanton 8 and a bunch of like events that I was really not super happy about because it just felt like trying too hard, and I was very vocal about
Yeah.
it because
Oh, yeah,
I am
we did a an episode with this.
yeah, we did
Um,
recently actually,
Stanton
right?
Gossip, I think.
Yeah,
I think it was Stanton Gossip we talked about it. Yeah.
and here's the thing now, like so I'll draw like a parallel line. Formula One used to have like 18 races or something. Now they have 22. Next year they're supposed to have 24, 25. And now experienced drivers who are even leaving the sport, like Kimi Raikkonen, they're like, guys, it's gonna be too much for people to get hyped for that event that happens every
Yeah.
so often.
You
And
get
you're like,
diminishing
oh
returns.
yeah, exactly. So this weekend is a Formula One race, but now it's gonna be like all the time. And this is the same thing that I had with Atmo. Like I had high respect for them, and then I felt like, except for one thing, I never agreed with esports part. But
Yeah.
whatever. However, for those who didn't see it, and I am going to link Salty Mike's video under, I'm sure others will follow with some kind of, if they didn't already. But Mike got an editor, and actually was really really nice edit to watch all together. Atmo Esports created an event that was called Flight or Fight, or
Fight or
Fight
flight.
or Fight or Flight, and it was also backed by Toby, I think. But it was kind of cool because if you see like the brackets, you see who's using Toby and who is not. It was like not like everyone was using it. Um, it was like pair of streamers, not only streamers though. Like some other people had to fill in. but it's almost like celebrity celebrity what's the name? There was this
Deathmatch?
like
Celebrity
deathmatch. Yeah,
deathmatch?
that's the one. That's the one. And Mike was paired with Noodle. And there's Captain Burks is there, Dark Claw,
Zero State.
Zero, yeah, and bunch of
Buster, I
other,
think.
yeah, they
Yeah.
were like Buster and Paul, right?
Yeah.
Or was it? It doesn't
I
matter.
think
Like,
it was Buster and Paul.
yeah,
Yeah, there's a bunch of people.
a bunch of people, but it doesn't even matter because nothing like this was ever created on this level in Star Citizen. And the best part of it is I'm sure Mas will agree with this, is they had a person who is very good at PvP, and they purposefully created setups and ship combinations
Yeah.
to fight.
Yeah.
So every round
Yeah.
was dictated. You couldn't choose your best ship or whatever.
Yeah. Or even best loadout. It's like,
Loadout, nothing.
yeah.
So you get Aurora with scatter guns. That's it.
Yeah.
So let's say you get the first round was 2 EMP ships. It was Hawk with scatters
Hawk and Sentinel.
and Sentinel,
Yeah.
right? So you have to figure out who's gonna fly which ship because one of you is probably better in something and whatnot, man. And then you're fighting a mirror match.
Yeah.
It was so intense. It
And
was
then the
high
next
energy.
match is like the next match
Completely
is
different,
totally
like,
different,
yeah,
totally
yeah.
different ships, totally different loadouts.
And if
It
I'm
was
not wrong, no one knows until the beginning of the
No,
match or something like that.
you
It was
don't know.
like
Exactly.
it's so good.
So good.
Regardless of what you think about any of these streamers or Atmo Esports, I warmly recommend watching this because it does show you a glimpse. I am surprised that I have such feelings for this. This reminded me of like Quake 3 tournaments that I used to play in, StarCraft tournaments, 2 versus 2, 3 versus 3.
WoW 2v2s.
Man, WoW arenas. Yeah. It's like you can, and these guys who are playing it, they're not, very much used to like tournament, like adrenaline rush and whatnot.
Yeah.
So you can see their reaction. It's so nice to see because they don't know what's happening to them, basically. Even those who play PvP in the worst, but it's so different now that you're at the spotlight and you actually have to outmatch. It's not like Daymar where you're just like, it's chaotic. There's so many people, whatever. No, you gotta be better. And it's double elimination. And so even if you lose, you get to fight again and whatnot. Like, But I would like to link. I'll check if Atmo Esports did their video. I don't know if they have plans on doing it.
A bunch of content creators put out different takes. Like Nubifier did like a summary of it too.
Nice.
So if you're not really sure that you want to like watch the whole thing, like you can watch a Nubifier summary where he goes through each match and kind of like does like a quick rundown as the B-roll's playing. And it's fun. It's really fun.
Yeah.
And then from there you can look up some kind of like longer.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There are for those on YouTube, there are a couple of links under that you can check, and then for sure they will lead you to others as the time goes and people are making them.
Yeah,
it's still kind of fresh. What a great experience to watch, man.
Super fun. It was super fun. Yeah, super intense too. Like there was a couple times like when I was watching the actual like I watched from Mike and Noodle's perspective. And like there were a couple times where I was on the edge of my seat, like watching the fights. Like it was good. It was really good.
And some surprises, man. Some surprises for sure. Although I have to say, and everyone's gonna have their own opinion. It's like sports almost. I can't believe I'm saying this, but yeah. But I do have to say, you never know with Star Citizen because there's so many factors that something might not work properly or there was some mishap and the reason why someone died. Mind it, most of these were streamers. They were not really, there was no crying about it or whatever. And sure, it can evolve and become a better event in the future. But we all know who are playing Star Citizen, there can be these little mishaps that can happen all the time. We were talking about it before. Like literally, when I log into Star Citizen, it's fucking random if my sticks are swapped or not. Like little things. Like is one shield not working or whatever? Like
Yeah, so, like, obviously, like, it's, like, this isn't necessarily a true representation of who's the more
Yeah,
skilled pilot because you never know if there was, like,
exactly.
some bug or something. Like, you were talking about, like, Mike had targeting issues a bunch of times during, like, some of the matches,
It
which,
was
I
it
don't know,
was it him
it
issue or
it
was it a
could have
game issue?
been, yeah,
Exactly. You don't
could have been a
know, right?
game issue, it could have
Yeah.
been that he was just mashing buttons because he's all high on adrenaline,
For everyone though, like, right?
yeah, yeah.
It's really good
Really
to
cool, though.
watch.
It was
Yeah.
really cool to
I
watch.
love it. I can't believe I'm so hyped about their event again, but hey, credit where credit's due. They they hit the nail on the
They
head,
knocked it out of
and
the park with that one, yeah.
man, I
I
want to see
you know
more
what?
of this.
I wanna watch it from Atmo Esports' channel because, like,
Same, yeah.
honestly, like, with the announcing and stuff like this,
Yeah.
kind of, like, detailing the fight, I bet you it would've been really cool to
There
listen
was
to, but
Detox
yeah.
and Crucian as
Yeah,
usual.
and they're pretty good as far as
They're
announcers
getting
go,
better
so
and better. I mean, they know the game, so
yeah,
not surprised.
yeah.
Okay. Uh as you know, there's IAE going or is about to end, and we had a different approach with video stuff this week, which is Whitley's Guide, which is kind of homage to
Top Gear, yeah.
Top Gear, Grand Tour, whatever,
Yeah.
with Clarkson and whatnot. And um, apart from uh, absolutely stunning music by Mr. Pedro Camacho, which he's just you you know you can just recognize it, like, oh, it's him, like it's so good. I know you loved it, really. I was kind
I
of
wouldn't say I
disappointed.
loved it.
After the
I
first one,
liked
you said you liked
I
it.
loved the first one. I
Yeah, I
loved the
didn't.
first one
I
because
thought it's a little bit over
because
the top.
I just thought it was perfect Jeremy Clarkson. Like, he would do something, like, utterly dickish like that, where he just, like, hammers a bunch of the people into a back of an APC without telling them what's going on and then goes and, like, goes off-roading. I don't know, like,
Maybe. I
that
feel
one
like
that one really got me,
here's the
but
thing.
yeah.
I feel like for those who watched Grand Tour and Top Gear, this felt to me more like Grand Tour than Top Gear, because
Ah, okay, yeah.
because last year, you remember, like two of them get two nomads, and then they just crash and sleep somewhere in the nature, and he gets scared. That's so Top Gear. And
That
then
is
in the
very Top Gear,
morning,
you're right,
it was
yeah.
like those two bullets going through the glass through this like electric vehicle hovering, whatever. Which, if you remember, Elon Musk, there was something with Tesla
Oh,
at
yeah,
the same
yeah,
time.
yeah.
Remember, like,
That
yeah,
was the Cybertruck. It was this
Cybertruck,
they did a
yeah, yeah.
Cybertruck meme.
Which,
How the yeah.
yeah, I really loved it last year, until the moment where they were like driving through the Hercules that was not out yet, and
Yeah, yeah,
I
that
really
was a bit
hated
of
it.
a that was in poor
They did it
taste.
again, man. They did it again this year. Did you watch all of them? So the last one,
Yes.
he sits
Oh,
into
yeah, he's in
Odyssey
the
and
Odyssey,
goes
yeah, yeah.
goes into jump
Well,
points towards
that's
the.
kind of it, and this is where I was gonna kind of, like, amend like, I was really stoked about the first one, I thought it was funny. I was like
It
I
was
thought it
funny,
was
yeah.
I actually would have said it, like, it's one of the better ones I've seen because it was just a little bit more Clarkson, I guess,
What about the
but,
painting one? I just
oh, that's what I was
it
gonna
just
say,
that
like, the
one just didn't
second and
work.
third ones, I get that they were trying to tell more of a story with,
Yeah,
like, like, Space Clarkson feels like he's losing his edge and, like, but, so I respected that they were kind of, like, trying to tell a little bit more of a story with this one, but they
mm,
kinda lost me on the second and third
mm.
ones, I was like, "Okay, that was a story," and the Jimmy bit was, I don't know, it was kinda funny, kinda
I don't know
cute,
why Jimmy
but,
can't
like,
speak in some way that, like, Kenny maybe or something.
well, it's kind of the joke though, right? Because the Stig never says
I
anything,
know,
right?
but
Like, he's always mute, and, like, that was
I know.
it's a Stig meme,
I know it's Stig, like,
but
it's obvious it's a
yeah,
Stig, but here's the thing though. Throughout the whole, what is it, like 5 total? Which,
something
like,
like that,
it's
yeah.
nice to see
No,
some
4. Wasn't there
interesting
4?
ideas like macro recording and then those like drone cameras and like these funny ideas, right? Which we don't have in game, but maybe
Did I
someday.
miss one? Shit, I maybe missed one.
Maybe it's 4. I don't know. It could be 4. But throughout the whole thing, we get, without like too many spoilers. We get well, we kind of spoiled a lot, but we get Whitley kind of figuring out that it's been long enough and it's time for him abandon this project. And you know, man, it's been 8 years of Star Citizen, and some people are probably feeling the same about Star Citizen project. And I just
Yep.
kind of found it out of place to
Interesting. I never thought about that.
yeah, I think a lot of people didn't. But it just came to me where, like, I actually made a comment in someone's stream where, like, even he realized this is going too long, which, like, as a joke, right? But at the same time, he's like, okay, oh, your camera, oh, everything froze. Oh no, not again. I don't remember
Huh?
how I fixed it last time.
Okay, we're back. We're
We
back.
are back. I don't remember how I fixed it last time, but
Oh,
yeah,
you had something running or something that you closed, wasn't it?
I don't think so.
Uh, well, could be a one-off. We'll see.
Well, yeah. Oh man, please don't do it again. Maybe it's my rig. I don't know. Um, but yeah. It's just like kind of, I don't know, because a lot of people and just like people from the outside are also like you know, like it's been long enough and whatnot. And to be fair,
Is it like in poor taste, or is it just kind of an homage to a lot of people who are feeling that burnout? You know what I mean? Like,
maybe, but I don't think they did it good enough to like send the right message if it has anything to do with it. Because in the end, he
yeah,
comes back and he's like, yeah, this is why I want to do it, right? He goes back and saves him, you know, and then you know they talk about if I come back from this, you know, for the next year we got to figure out what we're gonna do and whatnot. So he's like back into it after he was feeling like leaving. Maybe it was. I really don't know, but it was really weird. I don't know.
hmm.
It,
It
it,
was. I appreciated them taking it a different direction.
sure.
Just to play with it. But yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Like it did. For me anyways, I felt like it kind of lost some of that Top Gear charm as they were trying to tell more of that story. But as far as what you were talking about with the like um like the like potential like references to feelings of burnout, I don't know. Like that was over my head. I
Yeah,
didn't
yeah,
I
yeah.
didn't get anything like that. So
No, that's okay. I just wanted to
I don't
bring
know
it
if
up.
many
I
people
wonder if
did,
any
but it's
people saw it in that or not. Maybe
yeah.
I'm just crazy. I mean, you know,
Well, I don't know. Like, I think it's legit, to talk about. If you have, throw it in the comments in the YouTube video or whatever. But like, I definitely
there was a
didn't catch
sound
it.
stream,
But
but yeah. And it like my comment also went over their head, which maybe is better because I was trying, like, it's different when I can say it like this, but I don't really feel like bashing Star Citizen at this moment or anything like that, you know. But I'm just finding a little bit like maybe not as tasty as it could be if you explain it properly, because a lot of people are kind of in that slump or whatever, you know, like
yeah, totally. Yeah,
the time is passing. There's no doubt about that.
it is. Yeah.
Anyways, sorry, you have to add something?
No, just gonna say that like time is passing, and I think that is. I mean, we've done an episode on this, right? Like it's
Yeah.
like at some point the game is gonna have to start to materialize quicker, or it's possible that there'll be kind of a loss of interest. So
And other
so far, it
things as
doesn't seem to
well.
be slowing down as far as
No,
funding
no.
goes. That's one of the things we could talk about with IAE.
We
Jesus,
will. We'll talk
the
about
money.
that when we come to Odyssey. Um okay, so this is something that we did not add because it's been a long time and a lot of things happened and some things we forgot to add to this episode. But they added clouds to Microtech.
Yep,
And
like we already talked about,
yeah,
don't look very good in my opinion, but
they don't look that good. Yeah. And
they'll get better. They'll get better. They've flat out said, like, they've come right out and basically said we're
yeah.
not happy with where they are right now. Like, we know there's a lot of artifacting and stuff. It's something we're working on. So
You can turn them off though. And if you turn them off in the options, I don't know if have you seen it, you can actually like disable
yeah,
them
yeah,
completely, which is
yeah.
good.
It
If you
does
turn
make
them
a
off,
big performance difference for me.
you get the same like dome, like, you know, like until now, like 2D image of whatever. Yeah. Okay. Ooh. So news from IAE. Oh my god, we actually got so many ships. I'm just gonna briefly go over ships and vehicles that we got this year.
Mhm.
So Ares, Ion, and Inferno straight to fly. Well, flyable. They're finally in
Yeah.
the verse.
Yeah.
Redeemer finally made it to the verse. Spartan
Yes.
straight to drivable, or if you want to fly it in maybe Hercules, then flyable, which we'll talk
Or
about
if
in a
you
little
turn
bit.
it into if you turn it into a ship, which a lot of people are doing,
Oh,
it's
really?
flyable.
Oh, you'll
Yeah.
tell me about
There's been
that.
a lot of people just basically saying it's like it's this year's LTI token.
Ah, okay, okay, I see what you. I thought maybe there's a bug. Raft, which is Argo, kind of trading ship, with a cargo ship, straight to flyable.
I have strong opinions.
Oh, so do I. We'll get to that. And Odyssey, which um very very big ship. It's a concept. Very very big ship. I was surprised with the size, and it's an exploration
Yeah.
from Misk, which we are definitely going to talk about because I
Yeah.
don't know how much we agree on both Raft and Odyssey, which is okay. And
No, I
then
think we probably have
yeah,
I think we're probably reversed in that like
we'll
yeah,
see
like
because I've took some time to like let this go through me. For Raft, we probably disagree a lot, but Odyssey, we'll see. Um, but yeah, so let's start with the ship. There's more in the news, but like these are the ships, and we're gonna go like all the way. You have you have a few. I have a few. We have all of these ships actually in vehicles together. So tell me. So Aris Iron Inferno from Crusader, $220 war bond, which is fresh cash, or $250 for your credits.
yeah,
The way we talked about them before is a huge gun strapped to a small ship, a single seater, looking sexy.
yep,
It's Crusader, obviously.
yep.
Um, and they told us it's a capital ship destroyer kind of, and we
Stupid.
thought it's not going to be like that. And Maso
Well,
has it.
yeah.
So give me your like. This is all yours. For me, it
Yeah,
looks
okay,
good.
so,
That's it.
like, we've been saying this from as soon as this was out in concept that, like, calling this a capital ship killer is bad marketing if we're being, charitable, an outright lie if we're being uncharitable. And that's not to say, that this, couldn't that it isn't a threat to a capital ship, but it's one size 7 gun.
Which is a
Like
big gun.
it is a big gun, but the Nautilus, which isn't even a combat ship, it's a mine layer, has size 7 guns on it.
Oh, but it's a
Like it's
huge
not
ship.
something. Sure it is, but the point is it's like a single size 7 gun is not necessarily something that is scary to a capital ship. So like yes, you can use these in conjunction with like with
Part of a
other
fleet, right? Or a
yeah,
small
part of a fleet or
squad.
whatever. But the thing that I've been saying from the get-go is like, capital ships aren't going to be shitting their boots when they see this thing. It's going to be, if you are caterpillar size or smaller, is where you should really,
Oof.
really be
I
afraid of this
see.
thing.
Now when you say that, I wouldn't want to see it in a caterpillar.
Oh yeah, no, it'll take a caterpillar apart. Um, and yeah, and like so that is where this ship is really ferocious by itself. And I've been playing around with it. Absolutely, that's the case. I did Arena Commander in like 24 minutes or something like that with 0 deaths in an Inferno, and like just basically laughed at everything. Um, Light fighters are definitely a challenge. If there's a player who even halfway knows what they're doing in a light fighter, they'll take an Inferno apart. But
Well,
like heavy fighters and cutlass-sized ships melt in seconds to this thing.
the thing
Um,
is, how much can smaller ships protect from like at least one hit from it when it comes to the laser repeater one?
that's true. Yeah. I haven't played with the Ion, and I never really was really a fan of the Ion,
Like,
but the
can it one
Inferno
shot
is
Aurora,
a
for example?
monster. It can. Yeah.
That's the problem
Cameron
for me.
Cameron did a test and
Of course it is.
he was shooting at arrows and it was basically one-shotting arrows with the Ion. And just to get this out of the way, yes, okay, everything in Star Citizen
Yeah,
always
it's
comes
not.
out way
Yeah,
overpowered.
It's not only
and
that, but we are missing armor. We are missing, like B, for instance.
yes, yeah,
So
um,
it's questionable how
phys-
this will work when
totally.
the ships are in actual gold standard or
I
platinum.
still think the Inferno with armor and with physicalized damage in is going to be an absolute monster because those size 7 guns or those size 7 rounds are going to have a high enough mass and a high enough velocity that smaller ships it's basically going to poke a hole straight through it and rip everything out on the way through.
See, that's
Um
we talked about this. I'll go uh stubbornly to my World of Warships, where if your round is too big and too fast,
yes. Yeah.
it's
And
not
it's
going to
over
do any
penetrating.
damage. It's going to overpan, not activate. It will not cause an
No,
explosion unless it hits like the specific, like engine or
sure.
something, right? And
Sure. But Chegg, you know how close together the components are in some of these small ships, right?
sure. But
And
I
and the
hope
rate of
that there's a
fire of that
chance.
Gatling gun
Well, that's a problem. Yeah.
means that like, it's not just one slug going through that ship, it's like 60.
Yeah.
And it's probably going to hit something. And when it does, it's going to blow
Or
a hole
you.
through it.
If
Or
it
you,
hits
yeah,
you, you're done.
you know. So like I think basically I guess the push of all this is that the Ares was marketed wrong. It's
Mm.
the ships that should be most scared of an Ares are Caterpillar and below
Do you think they're going to become
because
like new meta for like any pew
for
pew?
PvP
Yeah.
probably not.
Not PP, but like PvE combat in space. Like, for
Oh,
example, you want to be
PvE absolutely.
bounty hunter. Here's a problem.
I've
Like,
done all my bounty hunting in an
is that
Inferno.
overpowered in a way where it's really easily obtainable because they're not insanely expensive, and I don't think they're going to be insanely expensive in game either. And let's say you're face to face. Listen, dude, this is where cockpit and bridge in front of the ship is so silly to me
Yeah,
because
yeah,
that
yeah,
round will just go straight through you and you're dead,
yeah.
regardless of your shields, regardless of your armor,
I have no
right?
idea how they're gonna handle that. I have no idea how they're gonna handle that because yeah, like when you start talking about ballistic penetration and being like just insta killed by a ship weapon, that's not fun, even if it's realistic. Um,
I'm so scared of
so
this.
yeah,
Of
I
this,
I
like
don't know.
particularly. I don't have anything against these ships.
Well,
I
this
would
is
think
kind
they
of
need to
why.
be like extremely expensive so that they can be like given to like, your fleet commander or whatever, your company gives you this ship because you're a really good pilot for this role, but you can't really afford this ship. It's like Carrack expensive, right? So that you
Well,
can't afford to lose this thing, right? So you're not gonna go and like fight Aurora or whatever in it.
or it's heavily reputation gated. Like it's like you can't just go
What
down
do
to
you
the
mean, dude? Like,
to the
so
airport
many
and
people
buy an
can buy it
A10.
now. Well,
It's
yeah,
true, yeah,
but no, you can't. I mean
yeah.
that thing that's never gonna happen.
This is kind of tangenting, but we had an ISC with the combat team a few weeks back, and there was no mention of physicalized damage.
Mm.
And I am starting to
It's a
kind of
bummer.
wonder. I'm starting to kind of wonder if they're thinking of backtracking on that for exactly like, well, I mean, probably for a lot of reasons, but not most above, not most of them, or sorry, not the least of them being that, like what we were just talking about, like how do you how do you balance for that kind of a damage system in a
It's
game
actually
with
easy to
permadeath?
balance.
In a game with permadeath, when you can just be insta-gibbed by a stray round.
You know that bombs from Hercules cannot explode in space.
Okay.
Ballistics don't work in space. Yeah, I mean gamified the same way.
What?
You can only use them in Atma.
So that's okay. So you're saying is like a potential
You
balance.
balanced it already. Because all the space games, like Eve, I mean, I think One Race kinda has like it does
With
have
the
cannons.
railguns.
No, railguns are energy. Like
No, they're
they
not.
have
They're projectiles.
missiles. No, they're not.
Yeah, they are. A railgun fires a slug of metal at hyper velocity
They
speeds.
use energy though. They're
Yeah, but
not.
it uses basically a electromagnetic rail to
Yeah, yeah,
fire
yeah,
a
yeah. But
slug.
also, ballistic weapons can work in space as well. I'm talking about like
Oh,
gamifying
okay.
things, right? Because you have this idea of like shield, versus energy weapon. Then one depletes, then damage, and then maybe like once it hits the armor, there's, I don't know, like heat damage or whatever the fuck it is, Because
Yeah.
if ballistic goes through, then the whole game is kind of broken. It's
That's
just broken.
yeah, I know, man, and that's kind of why I'm thinking like we haven't heard anything about physicalized components in a while, and I wonder if like the idea of penetration is starting to cause them more headaches than they initially anticipated when they kind of like
So
thought about that.
let's say hypothetically, would you rather lose ballistics or physicalized damage? If you had to lose, if you, hypothetically, if you had to lose one of these two.
I guess ballistics. I don't
Same,
know.
same, yeah.
Yeah,
Because
because like
it's still
there's so
space
much
game, and
gameplay. Yeah, but
yeah, right.
there's so
Like
much
it just
gameplay that you
is.
get out of physicalized
Yeah,
damage.
yeah, yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. But I mean, I
I
guess
would
back to
argue
the
as well, like because it would be silly now to completely lose it. But what if shields are actually immune to ballistics? So then you use ballistics for other things, structures,
yeah.
unshielded targets,
The
ground
problem is that
vehicles.
like you still end up with the same problem, man. Like if somebody's able to basically lower your shields and then open up with a ballistic gun and just kill
Yeah,
you,
but you have
like
time while your shield is working, and
yeah.
you have that calculation. There's no random chance of something hitting you in the head with 100% shields in the first contact.
But
What gameplay is that?
it does basically mean that if your shields are down, you're pretty much dead. Just
Sure,
assume you're dead.
but that you can balance, because here's the thing. Let's say you can set it up like this is so crazy. This is so imagined, but let's
Mhm.
say no matter how much damage a, a laser weapon does, first hit, if it depletes the shield absorbs it. There's no bleed over to your ship. So
Yeah.
first
Yeah.
hit, you're always now. Some shields can tank much more, right? Obviously, but
Yeah.
the worst shield in the game can withstand size 7 gun. The next hit, you're dead. Okay, so I see what's hitting me. Eject. you
Yeah.
know, I have a chance to survive. Now, if they kill
Yeah.
me still, sure, that's another story. But like, it's not like the first hit will kill me, or has
Yeah.
a chance to, like, because what gameplay is that? Imagine yourself flying a fucking whatever caterpillar, and you have a hole, whatever. It's not even a lot, but for you it is. And someone flies Buccaneer, and like first bullet goes through your head, and you're like,
Yeah. Yeah.
okay, it's over. Like,
Well, I mean, like, I could see like here. I guess I think they could balance things appropriately with smaller caliber ballistic weapons. So, like a Buccaneer, for example, has what max size 4,
five,
um, which like they
five
have flat out. Is it
on
5?
top,
No,
five,
it's
five
not
on,
5 on top. It's a
because it's
4 on top.
gimbaled. It's
It's a
gimbaled
gimbaled size
four.
3.
No, it's not.
What? You can't
100%.
mount a size 5 to a
Yes, you
Buccaneer.
can, and I have it.
Wow,
That's
is
why
that
it's so
new?
strong. No, since I'm playing the game, it comes in. It's like 1, 2, 5, or something like that. Maybe it's one
Okay.
to
Well, at any
four.
rate,
Wait, maybe it's 1 to 4. Okay, keep talking. I'm checking this out. I
at,
know
at
it's
any
something
rate,
insane.
basically, like the smaller sizes, they have said, like like the chances of penetration for smaller rounds are like much smaller. It's much reduced over, for example, something like a size 7. But that's where the size 7 throws a wrench in all of these calculations when it's mounted on a fighter craft because like because that's where you are talking about like instant shell penetration if you're a smaller ship. Like if you're in a Cutlass, those rounds are going through you,
Yeah, but
like
listen, you can't choose what you're going to encounter,
yeah, I know, but like
right?
that's kind of why I'm saying I think maybe the Ares was I think the Ares basically exacerbated this, is basically what I'm saying. You know? Like if anything larger than a size 5 was never something you saw on a ship that would had a realistic chance of actually putting rounds on a small target, that's one thing. But now you have a ship that is okay, it's not maneuverable, but it's maneuverable enough that you could actually, you can get rounds on small targets. And that,
Okay, but hear me out.
makes
Like,
things a lot
if you like,
worse.
it's because you can have EMPs. You can have like, if multiple people are trying to kill you, then you can set up situations where like first hit follows second hit, and you're fucked and stuff like that, right? But like in a random encounter, you can't just drop dead. That's a
Yeah.
problem,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Yeah, yeah, I know, and that's where I'm saying, like, I think that's where the Ares kind of like makes it a whole lot worse than it was up until this point. As far
I
as like potentially having to
I
balance
I
for
think
ballistic penetration.
yeah, I think Ares just Inferno just like blows it out of proportion and like tells you, oh, you've had this problem forever, but now you see how big of a problem it is in my
Yeah,
eyes.
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
So
yeah,
apparently it's size 4,
yeah.
but
Size
I
four
don't know
fixed.
because it says Revenant Ballistic Gatling that is size 4. But I
Yeah,
think it's a gimbaled mount though.
I
Not
don't
sure.
think it is. I think it's fixed. I'm pretty sure it's fixed size 4. But anyways, the point I'm trying to get at is
Anyways, yeah.
like if it's like size 4 or below, like for all we know, like the chances for penetration there are much lower unless you're putting a lot of rounds in the same area or
If
something
there's
like
if
that.
there's any
But
chance for you as human pilot to die without understanding what happened, it's bad gameplay. End of
mhm,
discussion.
I agree. Yeah,
In an MMO, I'm not talking about Counter Strike or whatever. Like that's different. You die, you respawn, whatever. Like that.
yeah,
That's different
yeah.
thing.
But
But
we're talking about an MMO full loot,
full loot, yeah, the
permadeath.
lot to lose, yeah. So if you
Like
can just drop dead without any warning, then
yeah,
there's an issue. People are going to play the
yeah.
game. That's how simple it is.
Well, and that's again, like that's where we didn't hear anything about physicalized damage and where that is, and I think that's maybe something that they're having a hard
Yeah.
time thinking about.
I think we are all
Honestly,
going to have to adjust. Like they're going to change a lot of things.
if we're gonna gamify anything, I would just rather they made it so that as a pilot, you just can't you can't kill the pilot. Like I
Mm.
would rather that personally. Like if we had to choose between like ballistics, physicalized damage, or ballistics in space or physicalized damage, I would choose neither of those, and I would just say pilots are immune when they're in the pilot seat. I don't even care whose
You
immersion that
you could
breaks.
you could gamify it. Like in Eve, if your ship explodes, you are still in the capsule, and then someone purposefully has to kill your capsule. Has
Yeah,
its own propulsion,
yeah,
so then they purposefully have to target and kill the capsule, which they can, but that's unless you're in nullsec, that's against the law, right? So that's another like crime stat additional
yeah,
and
yeah,
whatnot. So you can definitely do it, but then we lose the whole. Well, maybe just for the pilot because you have multi right, but like, because you have escape pods, but the whole idea of escape pods is kind of silly if you can just die, right? I mean, you can have mishaps on ship without like combat or whatever, and then they can be useful, but like something is hollow there. Like they need to work on this, I would say,
yeah,
and that's as far as
yeah.
I would go. I don't want to like tell them what to do or anything. No, I mean I
Totally.
have
I don't
ideas,
know that.
but
Yeah,
I believe they're gonna come up with something. I hope and believe they're gonna come up with something that is enjoyable. So
yeah.
I don't mind losing, dying. That's all fine. But there's a point where it's just not fun.
Totally.
Okay.
Well, and they've flat out said that like if you take a ship weapon, you're just dead, probably, right? So like, yeah. I mean,
Well, yeah, which makes
it may even
sense if you're on the ground, right? Like you just
yeah, but
which
yeah,
people are using. Like we talked last time about. I was explaining to you how Zero State was doing like this bounty and all that, and then one guy like gets out of Carrick and he's like, and with his Buccaneer just like pew pew, and kills him
yeah.
down there and gets the bounty because he's like a human versus fucking beast. You know what I
I
mean?
think that's fine.
Yeah,
Honestly,
no,
there's been a
that's
couple
fine.
times.
Like,
Yeah,
there's no issue with that.
yeah.
There's no issue with that. I'm okay with that.
I got
As a
pirated one time way back in the day, and they managed to like ram my ship out of the armistice zone, and I'm like frantically trying to get into my ship while this cutlass is like opening up with Gatling guns, and I'm like dodging these big like fountains
Yeah,
of dirt out of the, and that was intense, man. That was
that's
amazing,
great.
right? Like,
Yeah, yeah. And if you
but
expose yourself to, like, you could decide to lose your ship, right? And stay there and be like, fuck, you
totally,
know. Or
yeah,
you can try and
like,
save it and expose yourself and die. That's fine. Right? I'm
yeah.
I'm all up for all that stuff. That's all good.
But like, if you're just running back to the engine room in the middle of combat and a stray round flies through the ship and
And you
takes your
just
head
drop
off,
that.
that's
It's
boring
just
and that's
stupid,
bad.
like, right? Like,
Yeah,
because we are playing a game after all.
yeah.
Okay.
But other than that, I mean, I think that the Inferno will probably get a nerf, but personally, I find I still find it really fun right now. Like I'm flying it around and like, yeah, okay, it melts things really fast, but like it's a lot more work to get that gun on target than than in a lot of other ships. So
Yeah,
like
and
I
I
still feel
like
like I'm
that.
having to work for it, right?
It's like
Like
a
which
cannon instead of a Gatling, for example, where you're not like just chaotically shooting until you hit something.
yeah.
You have to like
Yeah,
hit. And with the desync and
exactly.
everything, it's not very easy.
Yeah.
Here's where I
And I
think
will say,
like this will probably damage your whatever, battery, whatever the fuck is charging that cannon, or
yeah.
you might need a lot of maintenance if you use these weapons as well. Like, we don't know that, right?
Yeah. That's
Because these
true.
are
Yep.
huge guns, man. You don't fire guns on a warship for no reason, because every time you fire a shot, there's a lot of work after it. It's not like, you don't just fire things for no reason.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so we'll see how that
So
goes here.
it could be balanced by that. But the other thing that they've done to kind of balance the Inferno right now is the spread on the bullets is pretty intense. Like if you're outside of 1,000 meters, you're not really
Yeah.
going to be landing a lot of hits, which
And they're not
actually like
gimbal. There's no assist, so you gotta
no,
hit
yeah,
the
like
shot.
it's
Actually,
you do got to
kind of
hit,
skill.
and then like and when the closer you get with the Inferno, the harder it is to keep your nose on fast
Mm,
moving targets. So
yeah.
I do
How
feel like
how agile are they?
not very. I would say uh between the Freelancer and the Vanguard.
Oh, okay.
So
I
it is a
like that.
boat.
Okay,
Like it is work to keep
it's
your nose
kind of
on
sluggish.
something.
Okay, okay, okay. That's
Yeah,
good. That's
and
good.
when you're up close, like, like, yeah, like I said, I mean, in order to hit, let's say, like Gladius, you pretty much have to be like 700, 500, 700 meters. And with how fast those things move, it is
Yeah,
quite hard
I
keeping
see.
your nose on target, which is why I was saying like any halfway decent player in a light fighter will probably wipe the floor with you.
Mm.
AI is a little different because you can still kind of catch them out.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, but yeah, if you're in a heavy fight, if you're in a Vanguard, lol, you're so dead. You're
I am
so dead.
I'm so not interested in playing these ships, but I think they're a valuable asset to the gameplay if things like, click into their proper spots. And I
We'll
think
see.
they're going
Yeah.
to be very good strategic ships for fleet combats and whatnot. Because,
Yes. Yeah.
man,
Yeah.
because imagine
In the
seeing like
meantime,
five of these motherfuckers come out of stealth.
yeah.
Whatever you're in, you're
Depending
like, oh
on
god.
if they end up nerfing these, I don't know. But in the meantime, I'm actually having a ton of fun with it. And I was telling Chegg after I did an arena commander in my Inferno that like I'd kind of just picked one up like a CCU up for the lols. I was kind of expecting to end up like getting rid of the Inferno, but I'm having so much fun with it. I'm probably gonna keep it for a while,
That's amazing.
if
That's
not
like the best.
permanently, just because it's been quite fun.
Okay. The other ship that you have but don't have,
Yeah,
finally, the long awaited Redeemer.
yeah. And I
It's in
will
the game.
say I'm not an original Redeemer owner. Um, I picked mine up a couple years ago, I think.
Mm.
Um, I'm not. It's basically when they started kind of like teasing the reworks. I picked up a CCU to one, but it's not showing up in my hangar right now. The only way I can get it is if I do an account reset, and
But there are countries.
I don't want it that badly. I
I
rented
feel like
one and
there's a
flew it
lot of
around.
stuff. Well, there you go. Okay, but there's also a lot of stuff to do right now that maybe at some point you're gonna be bored and reset and just like try it.
Totally. You know, like if my brother plays, one of the things that that we wanted to do with the Redeemer was basically get a size 5, or sorry, a a level 5 crime stat and
Mm.
just see how long we can survive against the waves of UEE and bounty hunters and stuff like that. Because I think
Yeah,
that
you're
could
gonna
be
survive
pretty
until the
serious.
first Ion shows up or Inferno.
I think probably the thing I'm more scared of is the torpedo bombers.
Yeah, I
Because
don't
I
know how
think
good
I like
torpedoes are right now, like player torpedoes.
all I know is the Redeemer is sluggish to the point that it's not dodging anything.
Yeah, but countermeasures.
Yeah, until you're out, I guess. But
I
yeah.
really don't know. Well, you're gonna run out of countermeasures not faster than I run out of torpedoes wherever I'm flying.
Oh yeah, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Um.
Yeah.
Okay. I was never interested in this ship. To me personally, it feels like it doesn't belong to the game, which is no surprise because it was technically designed by the community rather than CIG designers, which of course they work together on it later on, but like
Do you
it
mean
did
like
keep a lot of that, like what do you mean? What?
yeah, like I'm just saying like so you mean like it doesn't fit in the game like from like an aesthetic
Yeah,
perspective
yeah,
or okay.
for a lot of reasons. It just doesn't look like anything that I would expect to come out from like Star Citizen. Plus,
Hmm.
it looks to me more like, and we talked about this. It looks to me more like an anvil ship from the outside than Aegis.
See, I disagree with that. I
That's
think the
fair.
front end of it looks very ageist to me. But
Really, the front end
yeah,
is what
it,
where
it
it's so pointy and it just doesn't.
looks like a Vanguard. Like I
No.
see a lot of the Vanguard in the
So
Aegis front end.
inside, you see it because inside is literally Vanguard, and that's another gripe that I have with this. I am okay with like using the same assets, but
Yeah.
man, it's like literally Vanguard inside.
Good. I'm fine with that. Like save time, save resources. It's the same manufacturer. Like
Sure,
obviously there's going to be like cross
you can change the color
cross
maybe to
utilization.
like feel more like
Yeah.
it's your ship or something. I don't know, man. Like really, I was very disappointed when I saw the interior because I didn't know how the interior looks like, and when I got in, I was like, "What should I go out and check if I entered the wrong ship or what is this?" Um,
Yeah.
the other funny thing is that same Vanguard is your every apartment on Orison. It's the
Yeah.
same. It's the same set. So I am obviously just like you. I am completely okay with them like reusing a lot of stuff. Thank you. Please do. But give it a little bit of character. It's like you don't have to like literally copy paste. Maybe they're
Yeah.
going to change in the future. We don't know or not. Whatever.
Or maybe
Um,
it'll come down to being able to customize the interiors, you know?
maybe.
Like when
Yeah.
you start
Or
like putting
painting or
your own
something.
shit
Yeah.
in
Yeah. Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
True.
changing colors, stuff like that. It's possible that, I don't know. We'll
Um.
see.
So I was surprised how the tail looks like from third person perspective when you're flying it. There's something appealing about it because it actually has a tail, which is another thing that you don't see in Star Citizen because it doesn't really
Yeah.
make sense. And then on top of that's a plane tail, which the whole Redeemer to me feels like a helicopter in a way.
Yeah.
I've seen someone else flying it, and the engine's opening and closing all the time as they go back and forth. I don't know if that's a bug or
No,
intended.
it's supposed to do that. They said that in the ISC. They wanted to like try to make it look more mobile, kind of.
Big
Yeah,
dislike for me. Like it
yeah.
makes no sense. That would mean that the thrusters inside are like moving all the time to keep the whatever, or they're gonna end up like pointing at each other and like
In
whatever. Like
in lore, it's supposed to be some new experimental type of thruster or something,
it
and they
can be
did
as
that because,
experimental as you want. Like it's pointing at each other. Like how
yeah.
does that make sense, man? Like it
Well,
just like
it's that remnant of the community design thing. I agree with you. Like I'm
then
not super
wheels.
crazy about
Like
uh, the
get the
shopping cart
fuck out
wheels.
with these shopping cart wheels on such a huge ship. Um,
Whatever.
And then
Yeah,
there's one
they
thing
aren't.
that I hated so much because it has a functional kitchen, which for those who are following us for a while, one of my favorite ships is 315P because 300 series has a kitchen. It has a kitchen. It has a coffee maker. you
Yeah.
know, and I love that. And 400i came out, which is a beautiful interior ship,
Yacht. Yeah.
made for exploration, yacht basically, yeah. And that doesn't have a functional fucking kitchen, but a gunboat
Yeah.
slash dropship that has like a fridge full of like water and food and everything. I'm like, why? Hello, fuckers! Like, I got
Yeah.
so pissed off with this.
Well, like, I mean, as far as that goes, eventually all the kitchens that are in
Of
there are
course, I know, and it's not a big deal, but
but it is kind of funny
I
that they
want
put
that.
the effort to put it in on a
Yeah,
gunship,
it just, you can
which, like,
see that
yeah.
they knew that Redeemer is the next character, and like, whatever. But which is why
I don't think it is. It's the Redeemer was never
expectations.
anywhere close to it. No, totally
Okay,
not, man.
I feel
There's a
like
lot of
that.
people there's a lot of people who liked the Redeemer, but it never had the same appeal as the
It's
character.
not even
Not
about
even close.
people who love it, or like, it's people who love it and hate it, because there's a lot
Yeah.
of feelings about the Redeemer in general. Like Raft, some people are going to pick it up and have fun. Some people will not even give a shit about this ship, right? It's just like not
Yeah.
an important ship. Redeemer, it's like a pillar of ships, because it has this very important, like,
It's a
historically.
meme. I would say
It's
it's more of a
fine.
meme.
It's a meme, but that gives it, like, disliking
Yes.
a video, giving a bad comment on YouTube helps your video. So it doesn't matter. Like, it has an
Yeah.
iconic presence, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
However,
it's the only ship that was designed by the community
I think
instead
it's a
of
great mistake, but which is
Yeah.
obvious because they
Yes.
never did it again. And
Yeah.
this is nothing again. Like, people who designed this ship, fucking amazing. I just want to
Yeah.
say, like, it's an absolute. It's just like so good. It's insane how talented they are, and then on top of that, I think they were also like helping CAG like design the rest of it and what look. I think they were invited to the
Well, I
studio,
think
and I've heard
if
that in
I'm
some
not
video.
if I'm not mistaken, I think at least one or two of the people who worked on the Redeemer ended up getting hired by CIG, if I'm not
Which
mistaken.
is amazing. So this
Yeah.
is nothing against the ship itself. I think it looks stunning
Yeah.
as like an entity of its own.
From an art perspective,
But you
yeah.
can see that this is not done by people who understand. You know how they're literally, CIG has different studios working on different ships to keep that language of certain manufacturer. And when Odyssey comes out, you're like, oh, this is a misc. Like,
Yeah.
there's no
Yeah.
thinking about it,
You're
right?
right.
If
You're right.
Inferno
You're right.
comes out, you're like, oh, that's a Crusader. Like,
Crusader ship,
So
obviously, yeah. Yeah.
so I think that was a great mistake, but
It was. And to be fair, like, the rumor is that CR hated the Redeemer. Didn't want it in the game because of all the reasons that you just said. Doesn't really follow their style guides, didn't follow really any of their metrics and something like that. Like, just wasn't crazy. But at the end of the day, like you said,
it's revolutionary. It's something new. They tried something, and I give them credit for
they
that.
said
So
they were going to
whatever.
do it, so they stuck to it.
Fair
I'm
enough.
kind of, honestly, with respect to the Redeemer, I'm not like a crazy Redeemer fan
I know.
necessarily. I never really liked the hair curler engines.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like that's kind of like more of an anime kind of a look to it.
Oh, no way.
Oh, totally. The hair, the curler engines.
I agree.
Yeah, but
Oh,
but
I
like
forgot to talk about that in intro. Did you watch Cowboy Bebop?
oh yeah, I did. Yeah,
It's good.
I loved it.
I
loved it.
did not even watch the anime. Like, I did after. I'm not an anime person, but dude, the ships and everything, it gave me almost like the Expanse vibe in a way.
I'm not an anime person, but Cowboy Bebop, my wife was big into anime when we
Okay.
first started dating,
No,
and she was the one who introduced me to Cowboy Bebop.
It's a fucked up
And
story.
even the anime, I like it.
No, I watched it after.
And I was really worried that
they
this was
did
gonna
it,
suck.
man. They I see it. Like, it's
Yeah.
totally. I am surprised
They
how they
nailed
pulled it, man. The
They nailed
actor's
it. They
really good,
definitely
acting
made-
really good. Almost cheap to a point where it's anime. It's like, whenever I'm like,
Yes.
and then I'm like,
Yeah, they kept
oh,
that.
I
they
can totally
kept
see
that
a
anime
cartoon.
style.
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. But man, the ships, exterior, interior, landing, taking off, flying, jumping, it's really good.
Yep.
I did
Yeah.
not expect, like, I expect that level of quality and everything from Expanse, for example. Not even Star Trek or anything like that. For me is like no matter, like, I've watched all of them now, and some of
Yeah.
them are really good. But that's sitcom for me. But I was so surprised that the ship feels
Yeah.
heavy, and then like it's good. Sorry.
Yeah. I love the mixed. I love the mixed, like kind of eras in there too. Like a lot of the stuff looked like it was out of like the 1930s, 1940s,
Yeah.
and like there's one scene. I think it's in one of the. Might be the first episode where they're in like a like
Oh,
a
I
like a
binge
like a
watched the whole thing. I watched it.
airplane wreck and there's like a spaceship over there that looks like a Cessna, and I was just
Mm.
like, that's
Yep.
so cool.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like,
I like they
oh,
made a
I
lot of
wish I worked on
changes
that one,
from
man. Holy shit.
they made a lot of changes from the anime, but like I didn't have any problems with any of the changes. Like
You
they felt good.
can feel
They stayed
that
really
that's it.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So good.
Um but yeah,
Sorry
like
about
yeah, so super
that.
good.
But
Yeah.
yeah, you were talking about this engine. So here's a
Oh
funny
yeah,
thing for
just
me.
yeah,
Yeah, finish
just
it.
to finish
Finish it.
off about the
Mhm.
Redeemer, it's like the reason I have one is because I think it's going to be fun gameplay. Like small group,
Especially
heavy
small group.
combat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's no
Like I think that's
secret
going to be fun.
everyone is connecting it to like small hammerhead kind of. It's that kind of. It's
Yeah.
very satisfying to
Yeah.
do something with the boys, so to
Yeah,
say.
cuz like ultimately, like realistically you're probably only going to have two other people in there, and like
Yeah.
a three-person group, that's fun. You can
Yeah.
have fun, you know,
From the
with that. So
gameplay perspective, I don't think it's gonna lack when you're flying. Maybe whoever you're flying against, they're not gonna like it. But
mm.
here's the thing with me.
Oh,
Like, we have.
sorry, one
Sorry.
more thing.
Mhm.
One of the things that I think I would that would make me like the engines better and the moving
If you
engines
were
is
landing, if they turn like that.
like if you went
Yeah.
into VTOL mode, because it's supposed to be a gunship, right? And it's got that
Yeah.
like helicopter tail kind of a thing, and
Yeah.
like seeing the engine nacelles kind of turn down and
Yep.
like moving
Instead
around to
of
like.
these wheels that are so out of place.
Well, I just mean like even when if it's flying and loitering, right? Like if you're
It's a
doing like
hover thing.
if you're
Totally, I can see
playing
it.
if you're playing like a helicopter gunship, like I'd love to
Mm,
see those nacelles turn down and start kind of
mm.
like
In Atmo for
articulating
sure.
and
Yeah.
in Atmo, exactly, yeah. So like if you're
Yeah.
like
I don't know. They just like
playing it like
when
a
I saw that
helicopter,
thing,
right?
like, mm.
That's
Yeah,
why I like
I
it, I
thought
think
that's how it's
actually.
gonna work.
It
But
looks
yeah.
like a helicopter gunship to me. Like, yeah.
So for me, I never had any hatred towards Redeemer. I just didn't care about it that much, but I
Yeah.
was okay with it. And we know, like, openly some content creators like Paul, for example, I don't even know if he hates it anymore, but just like
He does.
CAG
I think he's just
promised,
memeing though.
yeah, just like CAG promised and had to deliver on the ship, he has to deliver on the hate now. You
Yeah,
know what I
yeah,
mean? So
totally. Yeah.
but when I saw it, this was the first time that I saw a ship, and I was like, because you know how I am. Like, okay, I'm never gonna fly Inferno or Ares, right? But I'm
Yeah.
happy to have them in the game. I'm never gonna fly an alien ship, Banu or anything.
Yeah.
Never interested. Do I want to have them in game? Fuck yeah, I want to have them in game. I think they complement the game on such a high level, even though I'm not interested in them.
Yeah.
Um, the first time I was like, I don't really want this in the game.
The Redeemer?
When I saw it, like, actually in game, a couple of times. The first time I had this feeling, and please don't judge me, it's just a personal feeling. I'm not saying they should remove it or anything like that, and who cares about my opinion anyways? I'm just a dude playing the game. But what I'm saying is, first time I had, and not before I saw it in game, I thought I'm gonna be like, whatever, man. Like, it's a ship. It's cool.
Just
Okay.
another ship. Yeah.
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 But no, I actually have this. I just have this feeling of like, I don't want to see it. It's just me. I don't know. But
Interesting.
yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. I've
Oh,
never had it
that's
before. It's
fair.
kind of
I don't know.
interesting. All right.
Yeah.
So the next one, have you tried Spartan?
No, I don't care about ground vehicles.
I do.
Like not even a little bit.
I really care about ground vehicles, and I don't care about Spartan. I think it was so fucking. I don't even know why they did it now. Like, they brought. Now when I look at all the list of the things that came, I guess that's a token. I don't even know, because I don't see the other reason for it. Okay, tell me.
We had this topic too. Like it's not even a very good token.
It's
like,
really not a good token, because
there
right
are
now
better ways right now to get
like, yeah,
An
you
LTI
can,
token.
yeah, you can just use your own code, you know, and get an alt account, and you're gonna get a $35 or like $31
Yeah. So you
LTI
spend
token.
40 bucks,
Yeah,
40 bucks for, for a starter package. You get an LTI token on your account. There you go. It's $25 less than the War Bond Spartan.
yeah.
$40 less than the credit version. So no, I think it's even it's a bad LTI token even, you know.
I think I don't even know what to say, man. Like the interior is meh. Um, you know, the tank. I don't like tank. I don't care about it. But again, I wanted a game, and when I
Yeah.
saw the interior, I was like, "Ooh, look at this interior, man! I did not expect this." You
Yeah.
know, this is just ballista, and totally okay with like them using the same chassis to make different
Yeah.
vehicles.
Well, especially because it's the same manufacturer.
I don't
So
have any. Yeah, exactly. I don't have anything against Spartan. Really, like it's fine. Whatever. It's
yeah.
fast. It's actually fast. I think it's gonna be used unless they ban it. It's probably gonna be used a lot in Dema Rally because it's durable. It's fast. It's huge and heavy, so it's not easy to like tilt it around like
Yep.
Ursa and whatnot.
Pilot controlled guns.
So it will have a use even, but
Well, it's just irrelevant to the game right now.
I think, yeah, that's one thing, and the other thing is like there was a whole ISC about it, or almost a whole
Yeah.
ISC, but they're so
Yeah.
hyped about it, like it's something crazy, and it's just a worst version of Ballista, really, or like different. But you know what I mean? Like it's not
Different
as,
version, yeah.
yeah. But but Ballista fires fucking missiles and whatnot. It's crazy, But this you transport. It's a bus.
Yep.
It's a bus, and it
Like I
has
said,
place.
it will have a place eventually. It
Yeah,
just
yeah,
doesn't have one now,
I don't
except
know. I was
outside
just
of
like,
except for people who are doing those ops and stuff like that, like Detox and
oh,
people like
people will
that, I'm
find
sure will
use for it. I'm sure, but
totally.
yeah,
But it's
it's
just
gonna be
like
a clown truck, like with a
I
lot of
don't care,
clowns.
basically. I'm not I've never been shy about my just complete apathy towards most ground vehicles.
I
And that's where I'm at with the Spartan. It's like, okay, whatever.
I'm gonna tell you
I'm
something. We
definitely
played with
bitter
it.
about it taking up an ISC.
Yeah, and one of the first episode of the
Yeah, well,
Dateless
I
Guide,
thought that
which
one
you
was
like, but
funny.
I
I
kind
thought
of,
that
I don't
was
know. Maybe
funny.
they made it just for that. I don't even know, or pushed it for now. Just it was like, yeah, whatever.
I think it's probably
We
just one of those make work things. It's like obviously it's not going to take a lot of developer time to build it, right? So
let
it's like
let me tell
we
you,
had a
here's the.
spare guy,
It
you
has a
know.
problem though. So
What's that?
and it's not a bug or anything. So now it's like a dropship. Like so you go in and there's like seats, right? For
Yeah.
whoever you're transporting. It's a transport vehicle on the ground. And it's well armored and it's fast and all that. However, it doesn't have any windows. So when you're sitting inside, you are completely clueless about what's happening. You can't if you use F4, you see it's like you're sitting in TISA spaceport, right? So you see your character from the inside.
Ah,
It's very it's it's not a good gaming experience again, because if someone is transporting you, because it's not real life, it's a game, and
yeah,
you're in
right,
this,
right.
oh man, you're in this closed area with like probably a few other people, and someone's driving you, and it's just like jumping up at it. You have no clue what's happening. um Orchid's youngest daughter
Which
was driving me and
which is
Rev.
realistic, but
It's
it's
realistic,
like
but
you
it's
said,
too
it's a
realistic.
game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like I love living areas in the ships, but I feel like when they design it, they think of people coming down and sitting, in 400 die and then talking there about what they're gonna do next. When in reality, only our peers are like, but true our peers are going to maybe do these things. No one's going, and this is one of those things where, oh, it's so realistic. But people who are actually, going to do something with this vehicle, they don't like. They want to see what's happening outside rather than like, like whatever.
Yeah,
It's more of
staring
a
at a
game,
wall
right? It's
for
one of those
however long
things.
it takes you to drive
Yeah,
to
I
wherever
think
you're supposed to be doing your
sometimes
mission.
our dear devs imagine a little bit too much, or Chris maybe,
Yep.
because that sounds
Yep.
like him. but I don't think people will actually look for that experience. But who knows? Maybe I'm wrong again. But yeah, that's Spartan. Is what it
I
is.
don't think you're wrong.
So Spartan, $65 fresh cash and $80 credit. And now we come.
Don't buy it. That's Masso's opinion.
Don't
Because
buy
it's
it.
a
Like
land vehicle and it'll be probably a couple $100,000 in game.
you could try during the IAE when and then I mean you can get it for if you're like me and you're like just switch ships around, like get it if you want to try it, but like it's not
Right.
worth fresh money. Like I wouldn't spend it on anything. Buy Argo Cargo best in show, like whatever. I think it's better something. Okay, so now we come to the big one.
Well,
Raft.
not really the big
Oh
one.
come on. How is it not big? Like this is the straight to flyable new ship. Come on, dude. Like
Okay,
regardless of if you like it or not.
No,
I
was being
know,
silly
but
because the big one is the Odyssey.
oh yeah.
It's
But
'cause it's
this was the
huge.
first thing that was actually big news. We got the new ship, and especially if you were not like checking the leaks and everything, right? Like it's something new. So it's called Raft. It's made by Argo. You recognize Argo immediately.
Yeah.
It's like it's a big orange thing, square.
It looks great.
It has legs.
I love the way it looks.
From the top, it looks like Terrapin, which is kind of crazy. And now that I told you that, look at it again when you can, and you'll see the roof is Terrapin. I did not
I can totally
think
see
like
that.
this,
As
but
soon
then
as you said that, I was like,
yeah,
okay. I can see
Subliminal
that.
was doing his like whatever walk around first time video, and he looked at it, was like, oh my god, there's Terrapin on top, and I was like, what? And then I looked at mine, I was like, oh shit, there's Terrapin on top. It's like totally like it doesn't matter, but it's like funny thing. I'm not a huge fan of the legs unless if they can walk.
No,
but it is what it is. I am okay with everything like turning around with the VTOL and everything. Let me just give you the numbers. So price much lower than I expected. It's an okay price. It's not cheap. Nothing is cheap. We're buying JPEGs or whatever, but I would expect it to be more. So $110 Warbond, $125 for credit. It's a new Argo ship. I expected more than that. That's all. When it comes to numbers, it's okay. It's like even then, like it's cheaper than for example Andromeda or whatever. So it has.
Well, this clearly to me was like something they were putting in the like more Cutlass freelancer range.
Yeah, but it's still like from the straight numbers right now in the current gameplay. Max is just a better option if you feel like flying that. Okay, so 96 SEU of cargo that you cannot see because it's in the containers, which we're going to talk about. 3 containers that basically the ship looks like one of those loading Maersk docks, on like whatever cranes on the docks.
Yeah, just loads basically cargo, cargo crates up and
3 containers connected to it. Really feels like it can be 4. Kind of strange. And 6. Then it would make more sense because and it has a lot of power to lift things. Like it's huge. Okay, so it's a 2 crew. It's very fast, actually, like faster than I expected. It's not agile at all. The reason it's fast, I think, is because it has a lot of thrusters that turn from VTOL to, to the actual like thrusters, forward thrusters. It goes fast, and even the first time I was watching someone stream, and the devs showed up in front of them, like back in the days with Argo Mall, and they like landed, took off, landed, and then turned around, changed the VTOL, and just. I was like, what? That's fast. And when you fly it, you can feel this like forward momentum, definitely. Which right now doesn't really matter, but further down the line might.
I could see that. I could see that changing, but we'll see.
2 crew. There's interior, no fridge. Really strange. There's no fridge. I just don't get it. Not usable fridge, like it just doesn't have one. Which is really strange because it has a kitchen and everything, but it doesn't have a fridge. Whatever. And it has size 1 mounts. I think 2. no guns on them. You can if you want to. It has size 3 turret, so dual size 3 guns on it. But can't pack a punch if you have a co-pilot. And it says that it has the best in class fortified armor.
Yeah, Raft is short for reinforced armored
Something.
focused transport or something like that.
Yeah. Okay. There are some things I did fly quite a lot. I thought I'm not gonna care about this, honestly. The first downside for me, we can't change the voice packs inside, so I have to listen to this idiotic voice of Argo, which is like I have to turn off the computer inside. I can't listen to
I
them.
always do. I don't ever have my.
Well, the problem is I use
sounds on.
voice attack, so I get
Oh, right.
feedback because I don't like using the voice packs. But then I don't know, because in general I really like ship computers in Star Citizen. I think they give character to the ship, kind of. So I'm okay
Yeah,
with
we've
Misk,
had the
with Drake,
conversation.
right? Yeah, but
Yeah.
Argo and what's the other
Crusader. It's so bad.
one? And Rock, the Grey Cat. Oh my god, that one is the worst to me. The ROC. I don't know if you've heard that one, but it's like Argo on steroids.
I've driven the Rock like a handful of times before I decided this is boring and I don't like it. So
I
I
went
don't
in.
remember.
I've heard that. I went out. I was like, I can't listen to this. We need the option to change this. I mean, come on, it's time.
I could see it. I could see it down the road, but it's going to be a while.
Oh, for sure, it's going to happen at some point. Okay, so the next thing is it has the slowest elevator in the game. It's insane. It just like takes forever to go to the first deck. It's a trap. The elevator, there's no ramp on it or anything. There's no gate, but you can't walk into it. You can hurt yourself. You have to jump, but then you hit the invisible wall above. It's a whole like magic how to get inside, which is unfortunate. Like that's something you would think they would test. Makes no sense.
We had this conversation off stream, but like that's one of the things I've noticed about this mass ship release that we've got so far. I haven't seen bugs this substantial in
not enough
new ship releases in a long time. Like new ships always have some bugs.
Yeah.
But this is bad. Like,
I mean, let me tell you something. For Argo Cargo, it's a little bit of annoyance. It's not game breaking, any of the things. Okay, so far. But it's something like this, like your ramp doesn't work, which is the way to get into the ship. That's like, come on, man.
Yeah.
You know?
My Inferno has killed me no fewer than 4 times. The first time I started it up, literally the first, I was like, I'm gonna go. This is gonna be so fun. I push power on, boom, explode on the pad.
Well, I have a same story. Like we started the patch. I streamed like it landed late in the evening, like almost midnight Central European time, and I took the new armor that we all got, and to the chat I was like, I know I'm gonna lose this, and I don't care because anyway it's coming back. It looks good, and I want to walk it a little bit. If it's a couple of hours, whatever. I go to my Pisces. I turn on the Pisces. It just goes sideways, hits to the side, explodes. That's it. I go to recover the body because can't find the body anywhere.
Yeah,
probably for like half an hour. I think Crab was there.
Launched you like
whatever happened, and then I figured out that some parts that were on me are still like 3 cola cans and pants from the new set. That's all I have. Everything else is gone. So it's silly. I mean, I laughed about it. It's fine. It is what
Redeemer
it is.
apparently he's got like major bugs too. Like if you lose an engine nacelle, it's just gone. The only opportunity to repair your Redeemer is to do an account reset. Apparently,
if these are huge. Bug, Raft doesn't have
Raft ones, and like yeah. I just think like I said, just to like wrap that up. I think what we're seeing here is just so many ships going in at the same time. They didn't have the QA budget to really
time probably more than budget, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Time.
Uh,
But yeah.
okay, I think I know why. We'll talk about it as well, and you guys will be able to check this. But um, apart from all these like annoyances and relatively small SEU, which mind you is not that small because you can't really buy too much stuff anyways right now. Like you can't fill this with Laranite on a whim. Am I right, Mr. Trader?
You
Will
can't
you
buy what on a whim,
will
sorry?
you will you be able to ever land and buy 96 SU of Laranite anywhere, for example? You can fill it with
96
titanium.
SU? Yes. Yeah.
Maybe.
You could do that. Maybe.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's okay. You can trade with this.
Eh.
Um what is really interesting, it has pilot, co-pilot seat, obviously the whole like living area, kitchen, everything, a window, uh, that you can't see anything through because there's a container outside, but when you don't have a container you can see. On the second floor there's all the engineering, and there is the like a crane operator room. So I don't know if you know about that, but
Yep.
one person will be able to actually play with these containers, which is kind of cool. I'm and here's the thing, you the fact that you don't like it, I don't give a shit. It's fine. It's your choice, right? But I can see reasons for this, and I'll give you one right
Why?
now. Here's
We
why.
have
Because
tractor beams.
what?
Why do we have a fancy crane thing? You have tractor beams. We have tractor beams in this universe. Why is there cranes on the back? That's stupid. Use a tractor beam.
Well, it has a tractor beam, by the way, I think.
Yeah.
But I don't understand. Like, this is how you transport things. The point is, these containers are the ones that you have on Hull C and higher.
They're just that's something that I'm constantly hearing people say, and that's a mistake.
I've checked it. It's
They're
not a mistake.
they're these are going to be standard cargo modules. They're not
There are
specifically
different.
designed for the Hull C.
No, because this is a 32 SEU, and then there's
Yeah.
another one that is like 16 that is a square
And there's
one.
going to be bigger ones too.
Sure. But these are the one you can't have a Hull A and attach 32 ones. You have to attach 16 ones. It's like different slot for
Yeah,
it.
for the Hull A, but for a Hull B, you probably could.
However, hulls are the only ones apart from this ship that are carrying the whole container. And guess what? When you have a container, you can't land on the ground, my friend.
You can if you just load up your two side spindles.
I don't think
instead of
you'll
your
be
bottom
able
one.
to do that. I'm gonna tell you right now, and I'm gonna be fucking disappointed because it would break the ship apart, man. Like the weight. Let's say you have it filled with lead or something, and you land on these like, come on, man. Like there's a reason why they go back to a ship form and then land, and why these are supposed to be docking instead of. So I don't think. I hope. Really,
How many G's are you pulling when you accelerate in a hull? 2, 3 at least?
I don't know.
So you're
Man.
telling me
I'm not an
like
astrophysicist, but
so the spindles basically are strong enough to stand, multiple G's of acceleration and
listen, dude.
deceleration.
If nothing else, for gamifying purposes, I really don't want these things to land on the ground. I'm sorry, but like I want these to be like,
Okay, well the Hull A definitely is going to be able to, because it doesn't even have top spindles. It's only got side ones.
but I'm talking this side, so C and up. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So
I think you're right about the C. I think, yeah.
yeah.
But Hull A and B, I think they
C,
probably
so
will be
I
able
can
to land
see
on the
this
ground.
thing, like you dock your hull there. What's gonna take this cargo to the planet?
Not this thing.
Why?
They already did the math on this. Do you know how many trips you'd have to take to
Who
unload a Hull
cares?
C? 40.
Yeah, but you can
40
store them in
trips
the
up and down.
station. I'm talking about like taking these same containers and then okay, in real life, you have a cargo ship with Mars containers on it, and then it takes a couple of days to unload it to a dock. And then you know what happens? A truck comes and you load this one container on a fucking truck or two.
Yeah,
if
you know what a truck doesn't have?
What?
It doesn't have half of its cargo capacity devoted to a crew compartment with like an RV. You've got a
It's also
sleeper,
not a
but it's
spaceship,
compact.
and it's not in the game.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like this is my problem with this ship is this is a rock DS problem right here.
Absolutely disagree.
It does not make sense to have all this living space taking up room that could be devoted to hauling more of these containers. So if this ship was designed to load and unload cargo and take it down rapidly from station to planet in such a way that it can just basically drop the containers on the
No, I
deck,
don't
take
think
off and
that's
go
what it
get
is.
more, it's poorly designed because it shouldn't have all this living. Like, are you going to be long hauling in
Yes.
something with 96 SCU? Come
Yes.
on. In a focused cargo ship? Why?
Yes.
By
Because
the
it's a
way, they
remote
did the
station,
math
remote
and
place. It because the hull D will not go. It's going to go to one hub in Pyro, leave shit there, and then you think
yes.
that thing is going to fly around and do it?
No,
No.
what I'm saying is that basically, like, if they wanted something to just haul these containers around, they missed the mark with this because only 3 is not enough.
I don't think
And
they did.
frankly, they've done the measurements. You can put those 32 SCU containers in a max.
We'll
And
see
guess
about
what?
that.
You can fit more of them in there.
I don't think you can.
So, like, I just
Let's
think,
see
like,
when it happens. When we get physicalized cargo, I can chop my head off. It's not gonna happen.
I
That
just think that
container
this
is not going inside Max. There's no fucking way. Maybe like from the top, but it's not going in. And how are you going to move it inside? With
with a
what?
tractor beam like
With a
everything
tractor
else.
beam?
Yes, that's
With
what
a
they've said that you're
handheld
gonna.
tractor beam?
Well,
Are
they're
you
not only
kidding me?
having handhelds, but they
So
did
how
say
are
that
you
they're
going to move?
building
Wait. How are you going to move it inside a Max?
with a bigger tractor beam or with a forklift or with anything like that. Like, if
With a
frankly, if they don't have
forklift
some sort of, yeah, they have those in the hangars right now. Look at
in a
them. They're
Max?
not functional.
That
Yeah.
big thing, 32 SC, you're gonna lift with the forklift?
Frankly, if you can't lift one of these with some sort of dock, like, basically, if they don't
Can.
have dock loading equipment to do that, like, what the fuck? What the fuck? You know,
How does it
like,
make sense to you? It's like
not
what? Why? There's a reason why like these containers in real life are on top of the ship, not in a plane, and then one goes on top of the truck because they're very difficult to deal with. Like it's
yeah,
huge,
and we don't have tractor
elongated.
beams in
Dude,
our
you
real
can
life.
have your what's the name of the Argo tractor beam ship? SRV or something like that. You know what I mean? A car,
Yeah.
an Argo.
So if they have on SRV or something like that, you're telling me that in a dock where they load cargo, they're not going to have tractor beams for loading and unloading cargo. Like, frankly, if they don't have
I
that, I
don't
think it's
know, but
ridiculous.
it
How else
wouldn't
are you going
be
to move
handheld.
How else are you going to move cargo around in your hangars, which we know we're going to be able to store cargo in?
You are not
So what?
going
You're
to
just going
move
to
around 32 SCU at once. Are you crazy?
32 SCU isn't that big, man. That's not
It's
even a
so
53-foot
big.
container.
It's what?
It's not. Look at the 32 SCU. That's only 32 square or 32 meters cubed. Hold on, let me do a quick math here.
The one that you see there, like look at that container and tell me that's not big and you think you're going to be able to move it with a handheld device? You're crazy.
A standard 53-foot shipping container is 108 meters cubed. So 108 SCU.
Dude, have you seen that thing?
It's not that big. It's not compared to the standard 53-foot shipping containers they use today. And
So
that's what I'm saying. Like, I just think that this ship is it should have been one crew. They should have chopped out most of the living quarters and thrown on like 2 or 3 more of those containers. Then it actually would have done something useful.
you okay, Inforunner?
This is the thing. Like, I don't usually say this, but the Raft fucking triggered me, man, because like
I think
this
Raft is
just
so
seems
much
like
better than I expected. I love it.
garbage
Actually. I'm
design.
keeping
It
it.
just seems like they didn't think this through. And I think that frankly, if it stays the way it is right now, the only thing flying this ship will be people who like it or NPCs.
Sure. I
And
also think it's
I'm not
very
gonna
useful.
lie. I love the way it looks. And I think the
It's
interior is
very
really cool
practical.
too. I
So
love
interior
it.
is practical,
I
and then
love
it
the
has
Argo
this
aesthetic.
completely new forward facing. What's the name? the connecting thing. Man, it has like an airlock, and then you have the opening. What's the? Come on, my brain just stopped. What you have on a connie on the sides? Uh,
Docking collar?
Docking collar. So
Yeah.
docking collar is like left, like port side, like just next to your cockpit. So what you do is it's really nice because and it's not that high actually. So you actually get out of the cockpit and go open the door, open the docking collar, and jump out. You don't have to like go through the elevator and everything. It's really interesting because then you don't have to worry about like being locked or whatever. I hope that the elevator gets faster. I really think I completely disagree with the whole, but that's okay. I guess we'll see. I really disagree with. I don't think that format of cargo. I agree with you. You'll be able to move it with something around, but I don't think you're going to be able to move that thing inside a ship, especially not something small like Freelancer Max.
If you lined it up properly and you were able to lift it straight straight on and then just basically pick it up on a tractor beam and push it in, you absolutely will be able to. By the way, I'm looking at a 32 cubic meter shipping container. These things, you'll even see them if you look up a picture. They have slots on the front for forklifts, which means that a long prong forklift could pick this up lengthwise and drop it somewhere.
Let's wait and see what happens in the game. I'm telling you, that's going to be a reason for it. Plus, I really think they're going to be very useful for like some, I don't know, like mining. It depends, like, are we going to be able to open this container physically and then fill it up with stuff?
They have teased basically
We
being
don't
able to
know.
do
It's
that, but we'll
something
see.
like we don't
Yeah.
know, right? So in that case, you
Because
can
like,
fill it
how do
up with
you
like
unload it
mining
otherwise?
operations and whatnot. Well, if you unload it, maybe it's like an
Yeah.
automated NPC thing or whatever. Maybe there's like
Because
a
like
machine that opens it, whatever. Like they can do this in many ways.
the whole point of like of these larger shipping containers too specifically was to make it so that you didn't have so many entities, right?
Yeah, yeah,
But if these shipping containers are object containers, then in theory you'd be able to load them up with whatever you wanted, close them, and then the server would just basically
yeah,
stream
yeah,
out
yeah.
everything that's inside, right?
It makes sense. It's
Until
very
it got
practical.
blown up or blown open, right? So I think you'd have to be able to load and unload them
I would
manually.
hope so. Yeah.
I hope you don't have to because that would be tedious as fuck. But
I don't
yeah.
know. Like I think about it, you can make an apartment inside that thing.
Yeah. Well, actually, have you ever seen shipping container houses?
Of course, I did. I have one in
Yeah.
front of my house because they're working on a bridge, and in that case, you can do whatever the fuck you want with this ship.
Yeah. I just think like yeah, frankly, we still need a dock worker basically, a dock worker ship because what we have right now
Oh, I
isn't
don't see this as a
doesn't cut
dock
it.
worker ship at all. Let's just make that clear. If anything, it would probably rather be the one that I was talking about with the track, like designated tractor beam. And I,
SRB.
and I never, yeah, SRV, and I never thought
Well, I
like this
guess
will take. Let me just like explain this better because I don't think like you're gonna, C will leave the containers in Chrysler and then you're gonna use Raft to bring them to New Babbage. No, I think you're gonna use a Raft to take it and bring it to, I don't know, one of the moons, or Clio or whatever,
yeah.
or
I hear
everywhere
that.
around the system where they only need
But
like 2 or 3 containers. You don't need to bring the entire fucking,
but
or
if you're doing short hops like that, why do you need all that living space?
because you live in your ship, man. What's
But
wrong with living in your ship? I don't get it,
well, I just like if I want something to do little short hops
bro.
like that,
I,
then I want something that's gonna basically
you don't
have
know
enough.
how this gameplay will be. You might open a container, like you might have to go to like 10 McDonald's in 2 days and deliver shit or whatever. I don't know, but I wouldn't buy any ship that doesn't have interior unless it's a designated fighter. I'm sorry, but like, why do you have interior in the salvage one, the Drake Vulture? What? Why do you have interior there?
Well, that makes more sense because you're potentially gonna be out scavenging for,
Are
who
you?
knows how long.
Because the Reclaimer arguably is for that. You're gonna have a bigger ship for that.
Well, a reclaimer is going to be hunting ships that are
See, like
bigger.
we can talk about these things whatever way you want. I love the fact that there's a small cargo ship with a really nice interior, very well protected with additional things, and it can use unique cargo. So the difference is you can either load up regular cargo just in like in your max, or you can actually very quickly just
I'm still not convinced that you
Halsey
can't.
dropped it. I just don't want you to hate on it openly without even giving it an option. That's what I'm saying. You don't like
Oh,
it? I don't have a problem with that at all.
that's the thing. And most of the time I'm about that. But this one just seems like a ship that people that they haven't thought through. Like,
I think
because
they
like
really did. I think we miss some gameplay that will explain this more than ever this
the
time.
only
And
gameplay I can see is the physicalized cargo, the advantage of being able to just like fly down, go clunk, 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 drop 3 containers and fly off. But
I mean, you
again, like
literally can have
if you can
96
fit
SU without
those
loading,
larger
dude.
if you can in fact fit those larger containers into something like an Andromeda or
No
a
fucking
Max
way. Dude,
or
think
into
about
a
this from
Taurus,
gameplay perspective. That's why this is a different object. So that you can't load them in any cargo ship that does not support that. And that's why this will be useful.
if I could fit one of those physically
They will not
into,
let you fit it.
well, then that's fucking stupid.
I don't
Because
think
if
it
they're
is.
just not going to let me
Yeah,
put
it
a
makes sense to
container in
me.
there that could fit in there, like I can see it, it will fit, but I can't because some magical force field prevents me from putting a bigger
No,
container
they
in
can
there.
design it
That's
so that
dumb.
it can clip. It can't like Panama Canal. Like fucking. You can't. Not every ship can go through. That's it. It's simple as that.
But even then, like if you're fitting, so they're also been talking about like a medium-sized box between that, right? Like if you're able to just basically rip them out with, I don't,
Sorry, what?
I just
Wait. What are you talking about?
I, if
Medium
there
sized
is
box between them.
between SCU and between this one, yes,
I'm
yeah.
I'm there were like these three containers on a raft, and where the fuck are you putting another box in between?
No,
That's
no,
not
no,
gonna
no,
fit. No,
no, no, no.
I
I'm
know.
just saying
I just did
basically
not.
like
Yeah.
with the capacity that it has, I am not convinced right now that its loading and unloading time will be fast enough compared to another ship to justify it. And the thing that pisses me off about that is there'd be no question if it was a single person ship and could carry 1 or 2 more containers. Like then it obviously has that fast load and unload thing locked down. But if it's 3 containers, 96 SCU, how much longer is it going to take
What is your
somebody to
problem
unload
with
a
this?
Max
Okay, husband
over?
and wife have a small business, have enough money to buy a small cargo ship that can carry shit from point A to point B. It's literally a truck inside. Cockpit feels like a truck. The only ship that feels like that. Literally the size. When you look to the side, you see your co-driver. So what's your problem with these people having their home and doing their job at the same time? What I don't get it, man. Like, why do they have to
That's
buy
great
an
in a
apartment?
story. That's great in a story, but like,
All of our
are
ships
people
are
actually going to use that?
no.
You
It's
know?
gonna be a single seater, but whatever. I can have you hop on when I don't feel like doing it on my own, and I don't have to go back and forth to fucking load and unload or whatever the fuck I want to do. When it comes to time, man, it's a difference between no time or loading time, because they can load these containers while you are not there, right? So you don't
And
have to worry about this.
that's my point, is that I don't think that unloading the 155 SCU from a Freelancer Max is going to be that much slower than the 96
Oh, wait,
SCU
wait.
from
Can
this
you
thing.
explain this to me?
Yeah.
If you're
Dude, you've
physically
moved.
unloading, like you're physically unloading, how many boxes is that?
If you're using the larger size boxes, not that many. And
You,
that's my
you
point.
I don't think you'll be able
There's
to put
multiple size.
anything bigger than one SCU in it.
Obviously, you can't. They have 3 SCU boxes We've seen those. So you load up your 155 SCU with 3 SCU boxes, and then it takes you, I don't know what, 5 minutes to basically go clunk, 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 throw them out with a tractor beam, close up, and away you go. Like,
And
and then you've
5
delivered
minutes
100,
in.
and then you've delivered 155 SCU to this thing's 96.
Sure. What if you really hate doing that? Like, I
That's
probably
fair.
will.
Pay somebody to do it, I guess. I guess that's
But it
something
still
potentially is you could.
takes time. Like, I still
All
have
I'm
to sit
saying
there and
is
do
that
nothing for 5 minutes.
I think that this game, the cargo hauling, absolutely needed more of those like big, like space to planet kind of like cargo container haulers like this.
And it will have it.
And I just think that this is a waste. I think it's a waste. Like I think this one is thought up by
Oh,
people who aren't actually playing this game.
okay. I disagree with you.
Yes. Well, that was very
All
clear.
right.
But
Yeah.
but yeah, I think it's a waste. I think it should have more containers and then it would be actually useful. But yeah, I just think there's too much wasted
I
space
think
on
there
this
could
thing.
be fourth container, or that the containers could be slightly bigger, but that's their standard. And I wouldn't be surprised if they change this standard, and
It's
that's why
possible.
there's a
And if
little
they
bit
did that,
space there.
frankly, if it's freelancer max amount of cargo, then boom, okay, like there you go. Like if they put a fourth container on there for an additional 30 SCU, now you're talking, actually competitive. And
Who
I'm
cares about
not
competitive,
usually.
dude?
Well, that's the thing. Like when it comes down to it, and there's just such a glaring, if there is actually in fact such a glaring difference in performance between somebody with a freelancer max and one of these guys, like for a fact nobody's going to end up flying it, and that's frustrating.
What? I would rather fly Phoenix than Andromeda, and it has less cargo, and I would use it to cargo haul. I don't get it. Since when do you have this idea of numbers only?
Because you're talking about a cargo hauler.
So, would you rather sleep in a? It's not Tetris we are playing. It's an MMO.
No,
Would you rather sleep in a freelancer bed, which is a
but this
can?
is the thing, and this is the point, is that ultimately, like you and the people who are going to RP it, sure, they'll fly the ship. But
It's
outside of
not
that,
even
people
only
aren't going to.
RPing.
And in that case, you're
Everything.
so against people. You're so against wasting development money. Well, this is a waste of development money
In your
because
eyes, which is great
yes,
because you see now, and I see it as well. What's waste for one person is definitely not for the other. For me,
yes.
interiors in these ships are 50% of the gameplay, and I'm not an RPer. Do you care about your armor looks in World of Warcraft?
Well, it depends.
If you have to think about it, it's case closed. You don't understand this. That's it.
No,
It's
because if
okay.
I'm leveling, I don't.
Well,
But then I
I kind
do.
of do
I
it
do
when I'm
when
leveling
I'm.
as well, but
I do
there's
when
no
I'm at
leveling in
top
this
level.
game, so I'm
Yeah.
sorry, And the size of this ship is like perfect for me. I don't want to have a bigger hauler than this. I mean,
Yeah.
thereabouts. I don't want a huge ship anyways. So if this will be my hauler, I want it to have a nice interior. It's very important for me. Keep in mind a little bit of devil's advocate, because I'm probably not going to end up flying this ever for other reasons.
But why
But
is it a crew of two?
because a couple can fly, two friends can fly it.
Yeah.
There's actual
Two
work
can
for the other
fly a
person.
C2.
Yeah, they can if they
That
can afford it.
like
Why would I ever fly a fucking C2? Because it has more
if you're
cargo space?
no, my point is that you can keep your interior, but because it's designed for two people, you're missing out on what that ship is actually designed for, which is cargo.
Bro, you
The
understand?
second person is really what I have the
Wait.
biggest, you
Reliant,
know.
Reliant, what's the name? The basic one which is a cargo hauler. Or Aurora, that is a cargo hauler.
Mhm.
Why are there two beds in Reliant Sen? Because one person can fly and the other can do the science.
Yeah, but the Sen is a science ship. It's not a ship
Yeah,
that's
but you
designed
can
to
do that
carry
all.
cargo.
Yeah, but you can do it on your own, right? You,
Yeah, but
do
then
you
you
need
have
an
all
art
this
person?
but then you have all this space for a second crew member that could have been another container.
The same for Reliant. It's a small ship. Instead of what 6 SU that it now has, remove
Do they have 2 beds in there?
not in that one, but they
Yeah.
have a toilet. So remove the toilet, and that's one more SCU. Like that logic, I just don't get it, dude. Like I
No, because
don't
the
get it.
toilet here's the thing, toilet and stuff like that, your facilities are part of the gameplay. They've said
Okay,
that that's gonna be
Ta-
part of your
Tana has one SCU and 2 beds.
yeah, and it's a mercenary ship. It's got weapon racks and stuff like
Yeah,
that,
but it
so
has cargo.
what are you gonna be
I just
yeah, but it's not a cargo
what
hauler.
this is literally Inforunner's logic. I'm so surprised with this. I think honestly, in like a couple of months, you're gonna chill out and be like, ah, okay, maybe I overreacted because I just feel like you hate this ship and you just are decided to like prove that they wasted time on it. And I don't think so. You have someone next to you who is actually enjoying the ship. So how is that not enough? I don't get it. Why is that? Why does that not make a ship viable? I love the ship. It's very cozy inside. Like
That's cool. I'm glad you like the ship. And that's the thing. Like, mostly I'm okay with stuff like this, but this one, ugh, it just it's frustrating because it could have been it could have been something that I think more people will genuinely find a use out of
but
eventually.
that exists already, right? And there will always be that, right? You have max. This ship does not remove max, or I don't know, another, I don't,
True. And
whatever,
this is the
some other
thing.
ship.
And I said this right out of the bat. Like, the people who are going to fly the ship are the people who like it for what it is or NPCs.
But what's wrong with that?
And I dislike when people try to talk it up like it's going to be somehow competitive or
I don't
you
even
know,
talk
something
about
that people will
competitiveness.
choose, you know? Like,
Then we don't know the price of operating the ship. We don't know how the cargo will be actually until
yes.
we get it. We don't
That's the
know
biggest thing.
the
That
entry
is the biggest
price,
thing.
right? We don't know
Yeah.
if you're gonna have, if you know, like if there's gonna be requirements for certain missions in game. You don't know. Maybe there's gonna, maybe there's gonna be gamified stuff as well, where they're gonna be like, okay, if you're working for this company, you get this ship to fly with it as your like working ship or whatever. There's so many things that can be done with the ship. I don't know. I'm a little bit surprised with how strict you are about they wasted time on this.
I
I'm
just think
sorry
it's
to hear that. That's just like
I just think it's poorly thought out, and it came across to me, like I said, as basically like a to me it felt like a ship that they designed to I don't know, like cater to like a particular I don't know. It's like they were trying hard to make it so it's like, oh, and it's a multi-crew ship, and it's a this, and it's that, and it's like,
bro, but they do that with
anyways,
everything. Look at the Spartan, bro. What is it? It's
yeah,
nothing. And there was a whole IC about it. Come on, man. Like
yeah,
they do that. They overhype everything. I agree with that. It's bullshit. But
yeah.
like if you don't look at that, all right.
Like I said, I love the way it looks. I love Argo aesthetic. Let's just say this: I'll do a parent. I'll be like, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
Okay. I don't know what else to say. Like
You
for
know what?
me,
I
it was
think
completely different. Like I
now
saw
that
the
I
numbers, I was like, eh. And then I went in and flew it a little bit, and I did a couple of things. I was like, man, I love this ship,
yeah, yeah. I
and I
think
think
one of the
that's so important.
frustrations. I think a lot of this stems from. I think the problem too. Now that I think about it, is I was listening to Star Jump's analysis, and they were just going nuts with the theory crafting on this thing, and talking about
Ah,
how like, oh, this is going to be what you're seeing. You know, unloading and unloading on all the like off the all hulls, and
yeah.
they're like, oh yeah, it'll only take 20 trips to unload a hull C, and I was like, what the
That's like
you
Inforunners. Like
guys?
everything's in numbers. And I'm telling you, when I saw this, as a purchasable ship, I looked at it, I was like, the fuck, what is this? And then I started playing it, and we talked about this and agreed that it doesn't have to be only numbers. Sometimes you just create this link with the ship. And really, when you go into Argo, Argo Raft, it just took me. I was like, man, today I logged in just to do one run in that ship. I just felt like flying this ship for 20 minutes before we start the show. And there's not many ships that do that to me. Like, for example, Reliant Sand does, because I go in, it just feels cozy and warm, like my little camper van. I don't know. And I think that's very, very important. And I honestly, I don't think you're gonna get any other Argo ship that is like a livable ship, kind of your everyday ship.
Okay, maybe not every day. I was gonna
Mole
say the
is
mole's pretty
very
livable.
industrial inside. It's
Yeah.
very, very. This is not in that. Like you go, it's like cushions on your where you sit to eat, whatever the sofa. It's like very comfy inside. It's and you would think like, why is this in an Argo ship? But then I don't know. It somehow clicks. It does its magic, and it feels good. And even if I'm probably not gonna be person who flies this ship, I ended up liking it. It's really a nice ship. I don't know. It just feels good to fly.
Okay,
I
that's
don't
fair
know, man.
enough. If you like it, you like it. Like I clearly have my issues with it, which you're
Yeah.
probably right. I need to like analyze it a little bit more and then like calm down a bit, but it just seemed like
You know,
such a waste and such a marketing kind of like a gimmick
sure. And I
and
agree
like
with like marketing stuff and
and
all
I
that.
feel like most of the people who are just like, like going on about like how this is the best thing since sliced bread are going to end up
Oh, come on.
disappointed
Like,
down the road
but that's
when,
bullshit. I mean, of course. Like, but I'm not that. Like, I'm
you
not
know,
saying this is a great ship or anything. No. But I do think it
like,
has
oh,
place in
I
worse. That's
melted
it.
this and this for it and it's like
Pff,
why?
no.
Like 96 SCU guys, this isn't a long hauler. Like,
It's fine.
like
Like, yeah. But I mean, you have to think about a new player as well. Not everyone can afford $400 ship or anything. It's $110.
yeah.
It's like a big
But
difference.
even then, like, okay, so like
People don't want
the
to fly
hull
a
B,
dildo, okay? People don't want to fly a dildo.
that's
It's an option. It's a different option in that range of money. That looks completely it's a fucking what's the name?
if
We
you don't
laughed at
like the misc
Jared's.
aesthetic. But
Yeah.
here's the thing, like the even if you are only able to load the two side spindles and load half the cargo in a hull B, you've
How okay, whatever. How big does not
160
exist.
SCU.
But you don't like dildos. That's
And it
still
only
misc.
costs like I like misc.
I love misc. It's my favorite, but a
Yeah.
lot of people don't.
Yeah. All I can say, we need a goddamn tug ship. That's what I want to see. I want to see something that is
Sure.
designed to
No, I
grab
agree.
onto
And I'm sure we're going to see
10
that,
containers and
Yeah.
haul it down to planet kind of a thing. Because
No,
like
I agree
that's
with
the
you.
big thing we're missing right now in the link between cargo gameplay. Like arguably you have
I,
the Herc, which is,
I'm not
that's
going
kind of
to
what it's
argue
designed
this
for.
at
But
all. I agree with you 100%. And Argo is probably the perfect one that's going to get it. You know what I mean? I
yeah,
I
just like
have no clue. Does
a
that really
sized up
need
raft without the living space, just something that's
well,
like,
yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
just like basically a giant crane that loads up and then rockets down on the planet or something like that.
I
Because
agree
that's a
with that.
missing
I
link.
agree with that.
And I don't agree with everybody else who's going freaking nuts and saying that that's the raft. It's not the raft.
No.
It's not
No.
anywhere close to the raft.
I don't think Raft is that good in anything really, but I think it has its space in Star Citizen. I'm happy to have it. I don't know. Will you feel like eh, here's the thing: if you go back now and think about some ships, okay, freelancer, why 4 people? You could have 2 beds and more space, for example, or a kitchen, or I don't know. Like if you look back, you're gonna find like some ships that you don't even mind about, but if you like think about it this way, you're gonna start hating them and find reasons why
Yeah.
they're waste.
Well,
So
I think the primary reason with like in direct address to that is like the freelancers aren't dedicated cargo ships. They're supposed to be more of a
Max is
multi-role, right?
Max is
Yeah. And
it has four
I guess
beds. What do you need 4 beds on that thing?
that is 4 beds, really?
4 beds, man.
Hmm.
Huge cockpit for 4 people. Who? What the fuck are they going to do in
Well,
that cockpit?
I was thinking passengers at that point, like bush planes kind of thing.
Okay. Sure, a passenger in Argo Mall, in Argo Raft. At least nice commendation. There
Yeah.
you go. I'm delivering from Tressler to actually Lorville, and I can pick up someone.
Pick up hitchhikers.
At least
Yeah.
they have a window, you know.
I guess we should probably
Yeah,
move on.
yeah, we should. Okay, so the next big thing that happened is in our JPEG, woohoo, and a little bit of MPEG because Clarkson was flying it to Pyro. So we got Odyssey by Misk. I'll say this: Misk ship, I'm excited. Before I know anything about it, because I love Misk.
Yeah.
They're my favorite manufacturer in the game. Then let's go through the numbers, right? Like it's an Explorer, big ass ship, $625 fresh money, $700 for credit. It's JPEG, not flight ready. 262 SEU shared with the ground vehicle, so you can. So this space, which I have an asterisk here because it's really strange. That's what it says on the brochure. However, it's like there's this cargo space and then there's a hangar, the ship hangar, where you can land another ship.
Yeah.
And right there it says you can either land a ship or you can have a ground vehicle there as well. Does not have a ramp. I have no clue. And the space between these two, if you like after show, go and check the whole it's a great brochure. Like it's so
I
good.
did look at that. I looked at it. I didn't see the bit about the ground vehicle.
So the bottom, the last part of it, it has like 10 points, and you see in like parentheses, like basically you can land a ship or a ground vehicle. Whatever. So but the thing is, you can have ship or vehicle or probably fit bought into a hangar bay because it's fairly big. I'm sure if there's a way to get in and out, you can have like at least a golf cart, you know, to avoid walking, or a bike when they come out from what's the tumbler, and like a small ship like Pisces or something, whatever, it doesn't matter. And then you have like 262 SU of cargo, 6 crew members. It has large and small docking collar, which I've never seen before in the game. It's like starboard, I don't know exactly, but like starboard is a large docking collar and port is like on the opposite side of the ship is small docking collar, which is an interesting design.
I think that's good. That's a good
it's great.
choice.
I love it. Yeah, the ship looks fucking amazing. Like from the splash art, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. 3 times size 5 remote turrets, which is quite a lot of firepower. 2 are on top, 1 is on the bottom. For a ship like it's not a combat ship. It's enough to like fend off. And you have you might have a fighter as well, right? So
I kind of had a problem with that initially because I was like, size 5s. Are we getting into this thing where every ship that comes out has got bigger guns than the last? Because I was thinking like the
Starfare has 6.
Starfare has size 4s on the turrets, unless it's a Gemini, and the Gemini I think has size 5s. And then, but what I was thinking of was the Carrack, which is all size 4s, and I was like, oh, and now this one has size 5s. But I guess I don't know. I guess you're right. It's like the Carrack has more size 4s. And like the Reclaimer has size 5s on it, so I guess it's not completely out of.
Yeah. No, I think it's fine, character. And that's like it's 2 on top, 1 on the bottom. It's like split fire. It's not a combat ship, but it's there to intimidate, kind of. So you have to think twice before you attack, I guess. I think
you'd need it.
You need it for sure, yeah.
Because you're going to be out in the middle of nowhere, right?
So. We'll get to that. Yeah, I agree. We'll go through like every one of these. It's a big thing. So medical bay tier 3. So it means that you will be able to at least. By the way, just to say this, because by the time I upload this video, the Q&A about Odyssey will be done. There's a lot of questions and a lot of question marks. Keep in mind, we are talking about this ship now, right, only from what we know from the brochure, before we know. So a lot of things that we say today will be wrong or answered already, but just enjoy it as an experience that we had before we know the facts, okay? Or these are not even facts because these are their ideas. By the time this ship comes out, God knows what's going to change, and that's okay. I think that's fine. So now here's where the problem is. Oh, so far, I love it. But then it has tractor beam, which is useful. That's fine. It can mine and it can refine. And so it has onboard refinery and it's a mining ship. Now, at first, when I read all this and I figured out what this ship is, when you see this list, I'm sorry, but it's too much. It's too much.
I disagree. Do
Okay,
you do you want to continue your point though, and then we'll get into it, or what?
let's just close like the whole thing. So that's what you get. It's a hefty price. It's a huge ship. I'm not interested in flying something like this, but I love the visuals. My problem with one ship being almost like a Swiss Army knife, is that Star Citizen doesn't have classes. Um, so basically, it's a
Yeah,
classless game where the class is basically your ship. Your ship comes with a purpose. So
yeah.
you
Your
can,
ship is the tool.
yeah. So you can play multi-class, right, with your one character, depending on what tools you have, right, what ships you have. I think it's a dangerous place if you go. And by the way, I just want to preface this. I've kind of changed my mind of this ship, depending on the QA, and I'll explain this. But right now, as of when I'm seeing this for the first time, I think it's very scary of how much this one ship can do. And I cannot skip but saying that the funding was significantly lower than last year. And after this ship, we got almost to the same level because you're buying everything. This will cater to a lot of people. Not to mention, we got so many new ships because you got to match the number, kind of, because you don't want to go down. I had to say this. I'm not saying this is the reason, because if this was straight to flyable, I would rather eat my own, you know what, than say something like this, because that's a long process. But it is a JPEG, so it could be a safe card. It's a JPEG for a ship that was never announced before, right? So it's a brand new stuff.
Sure. Okay,
Okay,
but also
all
at
right,
the same time, like art like this, for example, you
100%.
know,
It's
takes time
funny
too.
because we
So like
had,
they probably have been working on this ship at least from like the very beginning of this year.
it takes time.
Um to kind of like narrow down, like they did all the 3D mock-ups of the interior and the layout and stuff like that. So I definitely don't feel like this is something where we're just like, funding's down, better whip
No,
this
but they
out,
knew the
like
funding is going to be down because
after
because
last year
yeah, because
comparatively.
last year you got a lot of people who got money from the
Yeah.
governments, whatnot. We are spending money on this game. No one could go out at all. Now we're still fighting the pandemic, but people are doing other things. We're, like NBA is back to normal. You can if Formula One is happening. Sports are happening,
Yeah.
parties are happening, people are traveling again. Kind of, it's different, but it's not as you're not as closed in as last year. So I don't even know why they expected the funding to go the same or up. But I guess that's like that corporate mindset where you need to go up, right? Like you should aim to go up no matter what, right?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not
that
saying
doesn't
this is the
really
reason.
apply
I'm
in
just
this
saying
case because
might
it's
be.
yeah, I mean, because they don't really have shareholders like a publicly traded company, right? So it's not like they're constantly trying to increase for that. But
You,
I'm just actually trying to
well,
see
yeah,
like, okay, so 2020
I'm sure they're trying to
by
get more money though. That every year it would make sense if they don't want to, and I want them to make more money every year for sure.
yeah, so I'm just trying to see compared to this year, is the funding that down?
It was. I
Um,
was looking at the charts, and now
okay.
it's close. It's not higher, but it's close.
But as far as the ship doing everything, I don't know. Like I definitely got the impression that this was just basically supposed to be the next top tier explorer, but with more of an industrial focus than the Carrack, for example.
Okay.
Um so like when I see this, I just see it as like, okay, this is the industrial explorer as opposed to the Carrack, which is like more of scientific scanning, cartography, kind of
Mm,
jump point charting, kind of like
mm.
kind of explorer, right? And the reason that I'm not super worried about it being the do everything is like it definitely falls short of the Reclaimer, or sorry, not the Reclaimer. It definitely falls short of the Carrot. I guess just to rewind entirely, everybody's saying that this is the Carrot Killer. It isn't. Just to get that out of the way.
I just like
Um,
both of us are the same on this. No ship is another ship killer.
yeah,
I just don't.
but like,
You know which ship could be a ship killer? Like Inferno and Ion. If they nerfed like ballistics, then Ion is like a ship killer of its sister ship or something like that. That's the
right?
only way I can fathom this.
Yeah,
Otherwise, we just talked about Raft. Like we don't really have this idea of whatever. I want more ships of the Sims. And on your point, the first time I toned down a little bit when I did cool down a bit was Carrack is a civilian super ship coming from
the
uh,
military.
from one manufacturer, right? From
Yeah,
Anvil, right? It's Anvil's super ship. It's your end game if you're not a combat pilot, right? And then I was like, wait, but it's okay for multiple manufacturers to have their end game super ship, or even multiple if they're for different roles. So like Endeavor, for example, probably.
but again, like, is it? Can you consider the Carrack an endgame super ship?
Yeah, for a lot of
I
people, yeah.
mean, yeah, but like, again, like it's not like because you own a Carrack, now you're better than the guy with the Dur. It's like they're kind of in completely different classes. Like you're not flying a
it's
Carrack by
it's so
yourself.
hard to talk about this because we don't know how the game will be played, kind of.
Yeah,
But
especially with
I you
exploration. But
remember, like I really think these big ships will open up instance rate gameplay where you will need a ship like this. So on the weekend we have a
oh
Carrack
yeah,
now and we're gonna
yeah,
go do it.
100%. But
So in that
that's the
case, I
kicker,
see that
right?
it's like kind of an end game ship
Right.
for
Your end
a
game,
group of
yes.
people, right?
I would agree that it's an end game ship for sure.
Yeah,
Like, because like
for
this is obviously
exploration,
going to be
right?
something that's on the like upper tier of the costs, right? So
Mm.
like the chances of like, yeah, yeah. Anyways, yeah, like I agree with you in that like this is a ship that will allow you to do stuff that smaller ships of its class can't do. Um
There is a slight argument, possibly once we have a QA, that this might be a Carrack killer from the numbers perspective. Do you want
I
me
don't think it
to
is.
break it down if you want to hear it?
Okay,
Or you
sure,
want to say
sure, and then
something
I'll
first and
counter.
then I can. Okay, okay, sure.
Well,
So,
just because like, from the numbers, like, I have a counter argument to that, but
well, apart from cargo and cargo being on Carrack, it should be what's the name? Just like on you can change it.
it's
Um,
modular. Yeah.
Modular. So that's a huge. But you said it yourself. Carrack is supposed to be a charting ship, kind of, right?
It's an expedition ship.
Yeah, but it's fine. Like it goes to God knows when, where, and back,
Yes,
right?
yeah, yeah.
So the range is its one of its powers, right? Now the the way I would be okay with Odyssey is if it is not a mining ship. So you can't mine and then go and sell. And you can't refine and then go sell. But if you can only mine certain things, like you have very finicky mining tool and a very finicky specialized refinery that only mines quantanium, refines it into fuel so that it makes your range indefinite. That's literally on the brochure. We know we can do that,
Yeah.
but I would like it to be able to do only that. And then I'm
Well,
100% okay with this ship. I don't think it's.
but why though? See, my argument, my counter
Let me just
argument to
finish. I
that
have
is
just
that
a little bit
okay,
more.
sure.
I wanted to be able to mine stuff, but very inefficiently. So that if you find a brand new material somewhere in the open, you can get some of it. And then once you venture back with your full cargo of new materials, whatever, you can it can get to like science portion of it where you're like, oh, this is a new material, like how, whatnot. Because it is
Yeah.
an explorer, right? It's an industrial explorer. The problem that I have with this is compared to Carrack, is that would allow this ship to travel forever. Unlike Carrack, unless Carrack modularity allows Carrack to have a refinery as well for Quantanium, which I don't see
Eh.
happening.
No, I see. Here's the thing. I
Okay.
just and obviously this is kind of imagined because we don't know what the
Absolutely.
fuck.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But I just see them basically being sent out for different sorts of missions. Like with 262 SCU, you're not going to be bringing home, millions of dollars worth of mining materials.
I
You
I
know, like
don't know.
even
It's
if they're
very
refined.
questionable because that's only
That's like
SCU. Wait,
that's
but
like what? Is that like mole size basically? A little bit bigger,
well, it really
you know?
depends. Like if it's, rare materials that you can like or artifact like in that video or whatever. But then
Yeah.
don't forget another thing. If you can refine this, what prevents you to fill that landing bay that is bigger than your cargo bay with more stuff when we have
Well,
physicalized the cargo, right? I
the
mean, we do
thing
that
they've
in real
said with
life.
that is like you can, but it won't be magged down. So basically every time you accelerate, it's getting slammed around inside your cargo bay.
I mean,
Um,
okay.
that's
Yeah,
what they've
maybe.
said.
I don't know. Sure, that's gamifying and I'm okay
But
with
but
that.
even still, like you're not compare this to, for example, the Orion, which is the end game miner.
I
And
hope
like,
Orion has no range. Like it's fucked up to move it from point A to point
well,
B.
it'll have some range, but it's not going to be
Sure.
going to like the far reaches of a solar system.
Even
So
if
I
it
agree.
does, like
Like,
super fucking slow or something, and then it's fucking beast when it gets there. It
well,
needs
this
to be
is like,
protected.
here's the thing, right? Like, we have our Stanton solar system right now, and you can't go out past Microtech.
Yeah.
Like, it could, because there's nothing to
Yeah.
go to,
Yeah.
right? So like, but that doesn't
Or
mean that
is
there's
there?
not going to be a ton of explorable space beyond those outer planets, right? And
Sure.
especially when you start talking about like high inclination orbits and stuff like that, like going vertical above the area,
It's
like
endless.
that's where I see the Odyssey going, kind of a thing.
Oh,
It's
well,
to
why
those
not?
like,
Why not Carrick?
Carrot can go there too, but you're going there for different reasons, right? Like the Odyssey's
Okay.
going out there to find, like you said, rare minerals, stuff like that. And that's why I don't have a problem with it being able to mine, and refine on board. Because
Okay.
if the minerals it's going for are special ones that are like way out in the black that only it can get, then that's fine. That's what it's designed for. That's what it's designed to do, you know?
Mm,
Whereas the Carrack is more like, we're going to go, or we've got a sensor return of some maybe alien derelict ship way out there. You know what I mean? Like
okay.
that's what the Carrack's potentially going to do, or using its big scanner suite to find those sorts of anomalies in the first place, or find jump points and chart them.
What do you
Stuff
think?
like that.
You think Odyssey will not be able to do this?
What to
To charge stuff?
like I don't know. We don't really know how
We don't know.
that's
Yeah.
how that's supposed to happen,
It
but
would
like
kind of
but
suck
like
if it couldn't because it is an
it,
exploration ship.
it might be able to, but I would expect the Carrack to be able to do it better because
Maybe
it
more
has
efficiently. I don't know. Like what is better?
potentially longer scanner range, potentially able to detect things that a
Okay.
on
So
Odyssey
here's the
couldn't,
problem
because an
though.
Odyssey is like focused on minerals
Where does
potentially
it
over.
say? Where does it say so? This is just
All we're going
you
off of is,
guessing is because it's sold as
no,
an
because
exploration ship.
yeah, but we've had like some references in spectrums and Q&As and stuff about like what they're thinking about for scanning, for like long range scanning and stuff like that, using probes and then other like
Yeah, but
specialized
like
scanners. So
we
we're
are
going off of
kind of
that.
talking about like end game exploration vehicle
Yeah.
again. So
And we're fully imagining here, right?
yeah,
So like ultimately it depends on like on how these different professions work, and then you basically will have to try to choose the tool that does the best for that profession. But I mean, with any
I
sort
would
of
be okay if
modularity.
it's like not that big of a difference between them as well. You know?
Well, and then there's also the like using them together. Like there's nothing saying you
Sure.
couldn't put an expedition together with a,
I
you know,
I
a
had a
a
really cool
Carrack
question
and an
today.
Odyssey. That would be ideal actually, because then technically you'd be able to refuel your Carrack from
Well,
your
we don't know that.
Odyssey.
So that was the question. Would you be able to refuel? Because refueling is not the thing. So on this ship, it's not a Starfarer. It doesn't have the refueling tool. But I got the question that is really fucking cool, and I hope they think about this. And that's are you going to be able to refuel your snub fight or whatever your snub ship inside? Because what the fuck are you going to do with the
Yeah,
ship if you're forever in space if you can't refuel it,
yeah.
right?
If you read, it does say in the hangar that it has the ability to, or maybe it's not this ship, but one of
I
the ships,
I
it
did not
says
see
that
that.
it's got the ability to rearm and refuel like a small ship.
Isn't that the repair ship from Anvil or whatever?
The Vulcan, different scenario, right? Like I think it makes sense. Like if you have a
It
hangar,
doesn't. It doesn't
obviously you're
have
gonna
this
have.
in a brochure. I'll tell you right now. Obviously, do you think? Do you think the character is going to be able to refuel Pisces?
Yeah, it should.
Do we know that? Like maybe we do, and I don't know.
It's
I,
been mentioned. It might be the Polaris hangar where it says that it's. But like, why wouldn't you be able to have? And this is the thing. Like when people are talking about like, are you going to be able to refuel Like if you're refining Quantanium, something's got to be coming out of that refinery. Like fuel is going to be a commodity. It's not just going to be this imaginary thing. So like,
yeah, but
like,
you can drill oil, but you can't fuel your car with it.
well, yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about. Like, it's got the refinery. Basically, what I'm saying is like, what's
It,
coming out of the refinery?
but it doesn't mean that it can. It has the apparatus to fuel the other ship because you have specialized ship for this. Now here's why I'm asking because if these ships, especially Odysseus, and this is not like plus or minus, I'm just saying like an interesting thing. If this ship can refuel a snub fighter, then if you're a small ship flying in Pyro and you run out of fuel, you potentially can maybe get to Odysseus and pay them to land inside and
Yeah.
refuel. It's kind of cool
I
thing.
just
I don't
think
know.
like any hangar in my mind would have the ability to refuel its snubcraft. That just
It would
to
make
me that
sense
makes
really.
sense. Yeah.
Because the amount of fuel that the Snapcraft is wasting compared to the one that you dock into must be
Yeah.
like ridiculously low. And then on top of that,
Totally.
if you
Well,
can create your
you
own
can have
fuel, then
or if you had like, like yeah, if you can create your own fuel, but like in the hangar, I would expect there to be fuel tanks for refueling the snub
maybe yeah.
specifically, right? Like that to me that makes sense. But
It
yeah, we
makes
don't
sense,
really know
but
for
we don't
sure.
know. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, a lot of things make sense, but might not happen in the game, as
I
you
definitely
pointed out.
I'll be really curious to see if you can refuel another ship
I
potentially
would be
just by like
fucking
creating the
pissed
fuel.
if you can uh externally also fuel ships with this thing.
Yeah, now that you mention it, it does like really step on like Starfarer toes and stuff like that.
This
But
thing
I guess
steps on
that's really what
everyone's
it comes.
toes.
Well, that's I don't know. I'm still not 100% about that either because like you know how hard like even as a miner, right? Like you're talking about it being less efficient. Of course, it's going to be less efficient. This thing's a monster.
Yeah, you
Lining
can't
it
really
up on a
move it. You're
rock
right.
like it's not going to be something that you're doing,
And then on top of that, did
just
you
for any
see the
rock
setup? Like you have a dedicated mining station at the bottom
and a
under the
dedicated.
yeah,
Yeah,
so you can't mine from the cockpit. And with that
yeah,
cockpit that doesn't really see under, you will need
yeah.
proper communication to set it up so
That's
that you
why
can
like
mine, right?
that's why I
Unless it
really
can
don't
mine the
think this ship.
gas. What it
I
can mine
really
the
don't.
gas?
I don't know.
Gas
Actually,
cloud.
I don't know if they said that. I don't think they did. Did they?
There's
I
some
don't know.
mentioning of that, but I
The
don't know.
Q&A will
Yeah.
clear a lot of stuff up. But yeah, like I just really don't think that this is going to be a miner that really you can compare to like say a mole because they'll be doing completely different things, Like you're not going to be flying this ship to the air in Halo to be mining. You're going to be flying it way the fuck out
Oh,
there
you might
to get
might
the
you
stuff
might
that the
be in
moles can't get.
it might be in Aaron Halo because you are from God knows where. We don't know how, Stanton should be fairly popularized, right? But we
Yeah.
don't know, But some Halo or whatever the fuck, where you
Yeah,
find
yeah. Well, that's
something,
what I
right?
mean,
So
right?
yeah,
If you're using this to do something that a mole could get, why aren't you just using a mole? It's like a third of the
this
size of
is
the ship,
why
you know?
I stopped and I did calm down a little bit because we look everything through a prism of today's gameplay.
Yeah, yeah,
And
100%.
it's very difficult sometimes to jump out of it. And then on top of that, to think about how many ships, because right now, I thought about this today, we have so many ships. We have actually don't have enough ships. Well, it's kind of crazy to say
No,
this,
no, yeah, no, there's
but
definitely areas of the
yeah,
game
in
that are just
reality, we
not
need
filled.
so many more ships for this game to feel believable in a way.
Like the dock worker ship that needs to basically pull,
Yeah, 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 yeah.
cargo containers around, you know, stuff like
It's
that.
getting so hot in here. I don't know how, but yeah, because it's very cold outside, and I have no heating on. But you can see my I'm getting red because it's
Hmm.
warm. I don't get it. Whatever. I just figured it out.
I preempted that because my office always gets hot when I'm in here with the door closed, trying to keep the
Yeah, but I
animals
don't have
out
like
like
any
crack.
heating. Nothing is. It's usually I usually at this time of the day I have my blanket around me when I'm gaming because it's very and I don't like
Hmm.
heating.
Somebody underneath you got their heat on?
I don't know. It's
Yeah.
fine. I don't smell any uh fire, so we're fine.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Like yeah, at any I guess to close it off, unless you got other stuff to say, I don't think that it'll really step on as many toes. I think it'll just be kind of like the Carrack, but just built for kind of different end game missions. But yeah,
When is it coming out?
God knows. We're not going to see this ship next year. I'll put it that way. That
Yeah.
would be my guess. Oh wait, actually, hold on. Let me see if it's actually on the progress tracker yet. I don't know if it is. Nope. Oh no, wait, sorry. Deliverables. Odyssey. No, I don't see it on the progress tracker. So like, I mean, at that point,
God knows.
yeah, yeah, like
Okay.
it's gonna be like those huge ships take forever to build. So like, I really don't think it'll be
BMM.
next year. I think it'll be
Eric.
earliest the year after.
There's so many ships that should come out before it as well because but they don't follow that anymore. Like
What,
Kraken,
the
for
progress
example.
tracker?
No, but like just in general, because people bought some ships so long ago, and they not, you know, there's so much lag in the ship pipeline, kind, which doesn't. It's not really connected, but it kind of feels bad if you have one of these expensive ships and they're not out yet for many years, and
Yeah,
now we're flexing these new ones. But yeah,
yeah,
okay. And one more thing, like they did announce a small refinery ship, and
yes, and we
what
still haven't
happened with
seen
that?
it yet.
Yeah.
I don't know. Everybody thought it was going to be the Raft. I thought it was going to be the Raft, but yeah,
And then we had a sneak peek of Hull AB. I wonder if they're gonna like push
yeah,
one
something.
more like sneaky flyable ship for the end of the year to like get a little bit more funding, which would be smart, kind of.
I
It
mean, maybe
although
like
it's
totally
kind of strange, like
unannounced.
this is like the
We'd
best.
be
Well, it's not totally unannounced. You had the sneak peek for Hull. We don't know what it is. I think it's B, but maybe A. I don't know. And
yeah.
then we are they said that this is going to happen. So wait. So they said if I'm not correct me if I'm wrong, and we're already like scratching December. Uh, Drake, Vulture was supposed to be until the end of the year.
Yeah, and then they pushed it because salvage got pushed.
Oh, they pushed it.
Yeah.
Oh, we talked about this. Yeah. And then they said the small refinery ship is going to be this year as well.
I don't know if they
I
said
think they
that.
did.
What they said was that, in fact, all I can think of from the refinery ship was that it was announced as they did a concept for it at 2019 CitizenCon, and then they said something about, God damn, I don't know. But then we got the latest thing where they basically were saying that the Starfarer was going to be doing the refining. Um,
You remember I said that maybe that's the reveal. Like that's maybe they're going to use that as
oh,
like, oh, that's the
well, if they
small
do actually
refinery
roll
ship by.
refueling out next patch, then yes,
Hmm,
that'll be
we'll see.
I bet you that'll be the thing.
All right.
Or no, wait, didn't they say that the first iteration of refueling, Starfarers would just be buying fuel from
Yeah,
stations?
yeah, that's how the first refueling will be,
Hmm.
which is okay. I think it's because they need to test the system of refueling.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. You're right. But it'll be enough if they put it out like they've done everything up until this point, it won't get
I just don't know
a
who's gonna
bunch of
fucking use
testing.
this exactly. Like, who's gonna,
Exactly.
yeah, whatever.
Because,
Unless
like,
they
how
make a
often
mission. Like, but the problem is with desync. How are you going to fuel an NPC? That's the problem.
same way as they do docking.
Okay, and then
Basically, you'll pull up and then the NPC will have to oh my god, that'll
miss
be
your
a
ship
nightmare.
and explode. So there's another thing they announced, like in the next patch or something, we're gonna get these missions where did you see that the personal transport missions or something
Yeah.
like that?
Yeah, I did see that, yeah.
And I bet you it's gonna be like loading SCU into your ship. Like you go to a terminal, one person is in your ship. I don't see NPCs walking around our ships, man. Like there's
I
no fucking
I
way
th
that's
I
happening yet.
think they're gonna try it because they've been in a lot of their monthly reports up until this point, they've been talking about how they're working on the nav mesh,
I
and they're
know,
working
I
on
know.
having NPCs being able to use, like, elevators and
Give me
doors
that
and,
patch, man. Like we're
right?
gonna
Yeah.
see NPCs like you're in the jump and they walk out of the ship or
Yeah.
something. Like they don't want to
Or
get
you
out of the
or you
bed and you're there. Like get the fuck out of my ship.
or you
Like
accept the mission and it just takes them, like, an hour to
yeah,
get
yeah,
onto
yeah.
your ship,
It's gonna be a
and
lot
then
of
fall
those
through
like
the
funny
ramp and then
moments. Yeah.
fall through the planet and you fail your mission because they die.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's move on. So the next thing we have best in show. They landed today. It's Sunday on the day on recording. Argo cargo with so every ship comes with a blue skin, unique blue skin, whatever, and jacket that represents that ship. So it's like a leather jacket, and on the back you have a patch with a picture of that ship. So Argo cargo is $35, MSR is $260, which is the original price. Hercules C2 is 400, sorry, and 600 I Explorer is 475. They all come with the jacket. If you have ship already, Maso tested it before we started the
Yeah, I
recording.
actually also have my Hercules skin and jacket now too.
There you go. So you already
I just
should
checked.
have everything in your hangar, and they all come with 10 years of insurance. Um, so there's that. This is a something that I know everyone wants LTI for some reason, which is lifetime
Yep.
insurance. Uh, However, if you are considering long term investment into insurance, you can buy Gray Cat buggy, whatever, golf cart. I don't even know what's it called actually, for $15, non war bond, so credit money with 10 years LTI with your credit. You can buy 10 of them if you have credit and turn them into any ship with 10 years since the game starts.
Yep.
You're playing the game for 10 years since the start. I promise you'll be
Yeah.
fine insuring whatever the
Well,
fuck you want to insure at that
honestly, you're
time.
gonna be fine. Like they've told us time and time and time again that the hull insurance that comes with your ship when you buy it will be so minuscule in cost that nobody will, or it'll be very rare to find yourself without insurance. So
Yeah.
so the whole insurance argument is stupid. I'm
Yeah,
just gonna go out and say it that way.
I agree.
But if you are a collector and the LTI is like a collector thing to you, I get that. I get that. But for all practical purposes, 10 years may as well be like lifetime insurance, like you said.
Okay.
Like
We usually don't react to chat, but this is important. And someone just said that they tried this and it doesn't work. And I thought I'm a smart ass. So you can't upgrade golf cart into a ship.
okay, well
Bummer.
you can still get like the discounted starter right now
Yeah,
for
every ship
$40 and it
right
has
now
10-year
that
insurance.
has next to its name IAE
Yeah.
is 10 years insurance.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought I'm
And
smart,
10
but
years 10 years, if you're worried about insurance, 10 years is basically LTI. If you're not a collector who's after everything specifically LTI, it's do it this way. It's good enough. It's basically LTI, you
thank
know.
you, Jad, for pointing this out. I appreciate it. Okay, so now something that I don't know how I feel, man. Like I did not even know this is a thing. We got really cool new armors, and you remember they teased this as Hurston security armor. You know, they look fucking awesome,
Yeah.
and they
Yeah.
said you'll be able to kill them and loot them, and or stun them and loot them, whatever the fuck, and you
Yeah.
can. But then,
Mhm.
of course, you can also buy them in a different color.
Ah, but it's blue.
Yeah,
There's a
arguably to me it
difference.
looks better than, well, you like orange, but like that blue, actually neon blue, looks kind of cool. And it's not the only armor, there's one more, and then there's bunch of new weapons. And what I did not know is there's like a package of all this on the website where you can buy it for 80, like, well,
That's ridiculous.
this is a big keck W discount though, because you can only buy it now, I think. And you can only buy it now, it's 84, but only now it's also on discount for $59.15, which is uh, some percentage probably, I don't know, from 84. But and then you can buy each weapon. Like I checked some like machine guns and whatnot, they're like $5, and then you can buy an armor set. And I
Is this
guess
for subscribers only or is this for
no, I can
anybody?
buy it. I can buy it.
Huh.
It's
Okay.
like I don't know. I mean, sure, if people are buying, they're making money like this, whatever. But there is a slight issue with selling weapons and armor, you know,
Especially right now when you
with
can lose
looting
them
and
with no way of
yeah,
getting them back
yeah.
besides an account reset.
I honestly, I didn't. I saw this like when I was prepping, our little spreadsheet before the show, and I did not even know this. I was just going through like everything that is on sale and whatnot. I was like, wait, what is this? And I don't know. I have a really strange feeling about this. Like, I'm not very impressed by this thing, but it is what.
I but okay, so just to clarify, was this for subscribers only or like anybody could buy this?
Well, I saw it. I'm not a subscriber.
Okay. Yeah, man. I don't know. I mean, microtransactions do make a lot of money in other games, but
I'm
to
okay with
me it
with visual
seems
microtransactions. If you're selling, I mean, you're already selling ships with weapons. I don't know. It's a touchy subject.
if you can eventually just buy these back from a like a vendor, which I assume you'll have to because you spent real money on it, then I definitely don't know how I feel about that because yeah, I don't know. And then if you're losing them, if it's like you spend 5 real dollars and if you lose it, you lose it, that's like also pretty problematic.
I think it's going to end up being a legal issue in some countries as well, as we found out,
Yeah,
like Australia,
I
for
don't know.
example, right?
Like, is this them trying to push more into the microtransactions kind of thing? How do I feel about that? I
Okay?
don't
Have you
know.
seen this before? I'm going to try and find it and show you.
Because like I don't care if it's skins, and that's basically all armor is right now.
Okay, so I'll post a link in your chat, and you go to that page and you just scroll down until you see special offers, and then under you have weapons and armor. And then if you scroll a little bit down, there's weapons and armor kits. And then under that, you have standalone pieces
Oh,
where you can buy bearing P6 LR Rhyme sniper rifle for $5. It says add to cart. I'm gonna
huh.
try. Item is in the cart.
Yeah,
I can definitely buy it. I'm not a subscriber. So did we ever have this before?
not to my knowledge. Yeah, that's
I don't know how I feel about it. I haven't heard anyone talk about this. kind
I
of strange.
It is, and I don't know how to feel about it yet,
Yeah, I'm
but
the same. I'm the
like
same.
I said, like on one side, I'm kind of like, well, armor is basically just skins at this point, right? Like you're not really buying any sort of in-game advantage, especially now where you can,
What about guns?
where you, I've never seen guns, but even
It's
then,
there.
like,
It's there.
is
You can
this a
buy it for
special gun
$5.
that you can't get? Is it better than normal, or is it just a regular
Well, here's the thing. For
gun?
the
It's
one
a
in game,
P6LR.
you have to
Okay,
get
so
it.
it's a fancy looking P6LR. So it's basically a weapon skin,
Is it a
a
skin that you can
weapon with a
apply
skin.
to every weapon?
No, it's a specific weapon. But if it's just a regular P6LR, then it's just a regular P6LR. It's just got a fancy skin on it.
Yeah, but you know, I don't know.
To me, it seems
I don't know.
like colossally bad value. It's only a couple grand to get a, a rifle in
Yeah,
game.
but so is Buggy or whatever, Aurora or whatever. But
Well,
yeah.
I
I
mean,
don't know. I
Aurora's a
don't know.
couple hundred
I
grand.
don't have an opinion. I don't know. I need to form an opinion on this.
I think
However,
I think I would only have an issue if they were selling weapons that were like special and better. You know, if it's just basically you're buying a weapon that has a fancy skin on it, then I don't really care. I
I
mean,
guess
like if it's
I would
something
rather
I can go
I
into
would
any gun
rather them
store and buy a
selling a skin,
P6LR.
man. Like sell a skin that you can apply to your weapon. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, if you can buy everything that you can buy in game, then I think I would have a problem with that actually. If you can buy, technically, this is this is my problem with Star Citizen in the first place, where you can buy SCU for money. So then, like, you can buy anything, which is not something I like, but I don't know. It is what it is.
Yeah, I don't know. I definitely feel like this is a bad deal and people shouldn't be shouldn't be doing this,
For sure,
but
yeah.
like I can't tell you how to spend your
Especially
money.
since you're gonna spend $5, you're gonna go to a first bunker mission. You might get a random bullet, and
Yeah. Somebody's
either
gonna an NPC's gonna Terminator you through a wall.
or someone's gonna come and loot your fucking gun instead of rezzing you or whatever. So I don't know. Yeah, I wouldn't buy it, but yeah.
Does seem to be like definitely a poor choice at this point when they haven't really even told anybody what their plans are for specifically for getting like sub items and purchased items back.
Maybe you can use it in theaters of war. Okay, let's go on. Uh, we're gonna skip
That
this
was
one
good.
for now.
That was a good jab. That was a good
Um,
jab.
okay,
You showed
so
them.
we had 2 ISCs since the last time we were with you guys, and there's not much to talk about because we
There's
already
ships.
mentioned it. There's
Yeah.
nothing. So in the first one, the first half was Spartan Warrior, the second half was Redeemer, and the next thing you heard was, what did we learn this week? So there was literally no extra info. And we talked about both of these ships, or ship and a vehicle, no need to go over that. And then the second one, which I did not find as funny as a lot of people on Twitter did, because they can't roll R's. And I don't know what's funny about that, but whatever. It was about Raft first half, and then Ares Iron Inferno. What's funny?
It's funny because it was John Crew.
It was John Crew who thinks that rolling R is.
No.
What is that?
Well, that's not it, man. That like it's definitely. Oh, okay.
Okay, did it not get it?
Yeah, no, because that's the thing. Like the rate of fire on the A10 cannon is so fast that there's no rolled R's. It literally
Okay.
just sounds like
Well, I
going.
haven't played that. Okay, so he can maybe
Yeah,
roll.
no. So it's just like it's
'Cause they
kind of a
call it
meme. The A10 is
but
a meme.
he does whatever.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's yeah. I don't know. You'll have to
Okay. So
look it
maybe I
up on
missed it.
YouTube afterwards, and you'll hear it. Like it sounds more like somebody farting than actually shooting a gun.
Okay, that kind of sucks.
Like that's how fast the RPM is. So when people are doing that A10 Burt, that's the sound that they're trying to make.
Okay,
And
so I didn't
that's
get
why
it.
it was funny because they were doing it bad. Really bad.
But there's nothing to talk about this. I mean, we talked about it already in the news, so that's what it is.
We talked about all these ships and we argued over the Raft.
Yeah.
And I'll
SCL,
admit that okay, maybe I overreacted a little
we'll
bit.
see. It's fine. I'm okay with you not liking it.
No, that's the thing.
you just
Usually I'm
slammed it
fine to
big
just
time.
I'm fine to just not like something and move on. you know, this one got my back up. Yeah, SELs though. You didn't really yeah. I liked this one though. Wait, which one was first? Was Gavin
I
Rothery the first one?
the first one, no, this thing is a leftover from last time. I don't know if you edited or not. I don't remember what the fuck
I
this
just
is.
added it because I was listening to that the FPS one and they talked about hacking and I was like, that sounds fucking cool. I love it.
Okay, you want to talk about
So I
it?
had to
Because I
write
don't
it
even
down.
remember it anymore.
Okay, so there was the SCL where they sat down with the FPS guys and like
Hmm.
talked about kind of like their future plans for a lot of the different FPS aspects of the gameplay. And like I'm not a huge FPS person, but we were talking about this off air. Like this is the kind of ISCs or sorry SCLs that I like because it's just basically them kind of like spitballing like here's kind of what we're thinking, and like you get an idea about like some of the ideas they're batting around for the future and kind of like how they see certain things playing out. I like that. These are the kind of SCLs that I listen to, because they're not just somebody drawing something or talking about, I don't know, working
Yeah,
in the industry or something like that. It's like
you're getting
it's
more of an
actual
insight into their
gameplay.
idea, kind of. Well,
Yeah,
not the
it's
gameplay,
actual.
their idea
Well,
of a
no, okay.
gameplay.
Yeah, for sure. And the thing that jumped out at me specifically that I want to mention was hacking because I really like how they're going to try to actually work like command prompt stuff into it so that the people who are like really focused on learning hacking will be able to do basically like shortcuts and macros in in a command console. Like you're still going to have like the graphical user interface if you just are like, you know, you just need to hack this door or whatever, but like for the people who want to go full ham and be like hacker man, like you can actually do that and like punch things in on the console and stuff like that, and I think that's so cool. I really hope
It's
they
a
follow through with that.
I think it's a double-edged sword because you're gonna give a lot of first of all, people are going to like probably either script it or just watch how someone does it on YouTube and do the
Sure.
same and whatnot in today's day and age. And then you will be able with some of these tools to maybe unlock someone's ship, and then if someone doesn't want to deal with hacking and they just have like a basic protection because that's not their gameplay, then someone who does will go and take their ship or something. I just
Yeah.
think like this is one of those on paper awesome, but in game it's gonna create more problems than actual. And then
It depends on
how do
how
you
it depends on how easy it is to be Mr. Hackerman. You know,
it
like
depends on
like
so many
that's the
things.
thing.
I agree, but this
Like
scares me a little bit.
if the gameplay is deep enough and the difficulty curve is high enough that even if you go on, okay, so sure, people might go and watch a YouTube video, but like you're gonna have to want to do that enough to go and
Let,
actually watch
let me put
YouTube
it this way:
tutorials.
PvE side of it sounds amazing. Like any kind of hacking games, PvE side, so, like even something dumb like Fallout hacking
Yeah,
terminals, it's
yeah,
still fun because you
I
feel
like
like,
that.
oh, you know how it works. So, and then I streamed couple like Fallout 4 76, and people are like, wait, what the fuck? How? And then you explain to them so the letters, and or the
Yeah,
stars and
yeah.
whatnot. It's fine. It's a cool thing, and you feel tiny amount of accomplishment for
I forgot
unlocking
about
it and whatnot.
Fallout hacking. I
Yeah,
really liked Fallout
it's
hacking.
simple, but it's fun, right?
It's fun.
But
Yeah,
then you have Eve Online hacking, where it's a very simple mathematical like and proximity kind of like node finding where you are
yeah.
allowed to click like probability click of like chances are I'm gonna step on a virus and then I'm gonna lose my energy to
Right. So
remove
it's
the virus.
Minesweeper.
Simpler version of Minesweeper, but like, in more graphic, right?
Right.
And then your ship power to combat these viruses and cores affects it. So if you're in a stereo that is like you know discovery ship, whatever, like hacking ship kind of, then you're gonna have higher chance to like screw up and still do it or do it faster or whatnot. And it's always fun, but in any of these games you can't use hacking to steal someone's property in game,
Yeah. Yeah.
that they lose. So again, sounds great. PV 10 out of 10, and I believe they're gonna make it very, very fun and engaging. PvP though, I don't know, man.
Yeah, but
Because
okay, so
you know,
let's say you're hacking into somebody's ship. Well, I mean, couldn't technically somebody just bring a cutting tool out and cut your door open too?
I don't know. It's one of those things that I don't know if I'm okay with that because I don't know which
Yeah.
ships are going to stay in the verse when you log out. Is that okay? You come
Oh,
in,
they've said that
they're gonna jump to a
basically
safe point, right? And then
well,
you're
they
gonna
basically
jump
just
back
said
in.
if there's nobody around where you log off, it basically just stows your ship.
It
So I don't
didn't
know if
say that.
it's
No.
yeah, they did. Yeah, they said it
Wait,
in
they
the
explained it. I picked it up completely differently, like recently.
server mesh and Q&A.
If there's no one who can see your ship,
Yeah.
it it's still there, but it's gonna be like on another, let's say, like plate, so no one can really see it in real time, right?
They
But
said it was stowed basically, which
then
means
they
it's
said
not there.
that if people are there, if it's like highly populated area, that did I dream this? Like that they
You
will
might be
like
talking
jump
about the
out, kind of, and then when you log back in,
oh,
you're gonna like jump back in
that might have
to the
been
same
like
place.
you might be right, but that was a while ago. I'm just basic so I don't know if I don't know, but I'm
Maybe
just
I'm
going
wrong.
off of basically what McKinney Chad McKinney was saying in the server meshing Q&A because they kind of asked like, what happens if if I log out in my ship or whatever, and they said basically if there's nobody around, your ship will just stow and it'll be
Yeah, it's
gone.
like SSOCS, kind of like it's gonna stream out basically,
Yeah, exactly.
but
Yeah.
it will stay
So
there when you log back. I don't know.
So, I don't
It's
know. You're
tricky, you
right.
know,
There's a lot of questions, and it's a good point about bringing out up
because
the PvP versus PvE with the hacking.
yeah,
It's
let me give you an example. I have an MSR, right? And I landed somewhere. Hopefully, we'll be able to log off on land as well, because right now, when you log back in, your gear goes. But and please change this for the love of God. You know, it's so silly that you log back in and your ship just falls down to
yeah,
the ground
this
without
lands
landing
on the
gear. You know,
belly. Yeah,
or make it unable to log out when you're on the planet or whatever. But let's say like we're in the game and I'm in my MSR and I want to log out on Yella in, I don't know, some outpost, which you are there and you see it. So now you are seeing my MSR. I logged off. And for as long as you're staring at that MSR, it cannot just disappear, right? So does that mean that you can just come there and unlock it? I mean, we don't know, obviously, but these are the things that kind of scare me, you know?
yeah, yeah. I hear you. Yeah, like if because like I think even Mike pointed it out in like an ATC once. He said that like the whole base rating thing that happens in like Rust and stuff like that is basically the worst. Like
It's really
you know,
bad. It's really bad.
yeah,
I played Rust.
like yeah,
You
like
don't
and
want to
it
you don't want to leave the game, which sounds good, but it's because of the fear, because whenever you log in, you don't know if you're going to wake up in a fucking sleeping bag or in your house,
yeah,
because they can raid it while it's there. But then it's a
yeah,
smaller size organized server, usually private
yeah.
server. There are rules that whatnot, you know. So yeah, this whole thing is just like fucking crazy. Not hacking, but like the whole base thing, and we'll see how that
Yeah.
goes.
Well, the base thing they addressed too in the server mesh and Q&A, and they basically said that initially anyways, um, like it'll appear for somebody who's in a different shard, but if you are like basically they won't be able to access it and they won't be able to kill it, at least at
Yeah,
first.
yeah.
Um,
I mean,
which they pretty much have to do. Like I don't even care if it's cheesy and gamified, but like that's kind of, you know, kind of necessary, I think, in a game like this.
a lot of things will not be the way they promised. That's for sure. You just because they promise things that I think were not very well thought out. So I think they're gonna try and match as much as you can with these touchy subjects, but not all of it will be able to happen the way they said or imagined. I don't think they lied.
Yeah.
I think they imagined a little bit too
Maybe,
much
I don't know. I
for
guess
some
I'm
things.
kinda tangenting here, but,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
as far as the base thing goes, there's gonna have to be a way to take territory from another person or organization, you know?
They
'Cause,
can do it
like, the
like in in New World,
New
where
World, where
you
it's
have
basically
to announce
yeah,
war, and then they should do it because then it would. Well, I don't know, because then it can like instance you on another like shard that is your shard between these two orgs,
yeah, yeah.
and they
Also,
have their like
if
war.
you were like a little, like tiny little outpost or whatever, and like some monster org decided to come in and like declare war on you, it would at least give you time to like evacuate. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like it would
yeah.
suck, but at least you could like try to get, the
Get
stuff,
your shit and
whatever
go,
stuff
whatever
you
you
could
can.
out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. Or
exactly.
hire
You
someone
know,
to like move it
because
somewhere
like
else or whatever.
welcome to real life, man. Like if a fucking army is bearing down on you, like you know,
I know that.
your
Yeah.
options are basically get out of the way or
And
die
and
and lose all your shit.
yeah, but then that's where we come back to like, Joe Schmo comes from work and wants to play the game, not run away from military all the time.
Yeah, well,
Or
that's the
some
other thing.
org,
Is it
like me.
depends on how. Yeah, it depends on a lot of stuff. It depends on
Yeah.
one, like how the amount of play space on all these moons and
Yeah, it's
stuff like that
huge.
is really big, right? So it's like how often are you actually going to be found by somebody who's like basically I want your shit, you know? But
Well, the Odyssey
yeah.
comes and finds you. What are you going to fucking do if you're a small like Aurora owner with a small bungalow? You gonna say no? Get the fuck away from my property. I have a shotgun,
Well, I don't know.
and
I
they
mean,
mine you and turn you into Quantanium.
that's what I was gonna say. I was like, I don't know, it's an Odyssey. Like,
Oh
I mean, it's
come
got
on!
some guns on it,
And
but
then three tanks in the back of it, or whatever the fuck.
yeah. Well, that's the
We
other
don't
thing
know. We
too.
don't know, right?
Like, do you have to get to like a certain size before somebody can declare war? This would be a good
Maybe
imagine,
that's not a
actually,
bad. That's not a bad idea. I think we had like imagine like this already,
for
similar
territory. Did we?
somewhat. Yeah,
No,
yeah. But
might have to
yeah, I don't know.
revisit it.
Okay.
But okay, sorry, I need to
Y-
pull up my document. Yeah, no hacking. Right, that's
Yeah.
we'll see. I liked that they were going to try to take it to a point where people who were good at it and were dedicating time to it would be able to do it really well. I like that as a concept in games,
I
right?
like it as
Where it's
well. It's
like
PV
where it's like
for sure. PvP, we'll see.
you got the accessibility potentially of like anybody being able to like boop 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 some numbers together or play
Mm.
Pac-Man or whatever, you know, but then like it's got the skill ceiling that's high enough for the people who want to like take it to the next level, you know what I mean? I
Yeah.
like it in concept, but you're right in that, like, I have no idea how they'll balance that
I
for
don't think they
PvP.
know either. So
Yeah. At one point, they were talking about just making it so, like, you can't really hack a ship, you know? Like,
mm.
which may be gamified, but maybe that's the solution.
But I would like to be able to hack NPC ships, and
Yeah.
it would make sense. I don't know. It's really,
Yeah.
it's kind of a polarizing thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't have anything to add to this one. I don't know if you have more.
There probably was more. It was an enjoyable episode, but, my mind is a sieve,
I
so
think that's a highlight that you actually enjoyed
I
this
think
SCL, which is not very often for you.
no, it isn't. Yeah,
I
yeah.
remember I
So, like
alt F4'd this one. I got pissed off when
yeah.
I alt F4'd.
Yeah, yeah, the
I don't even
patronizing kinda
remember.
tone of, like, "That's not the question for these people." Yeah, like,
Yeah.
that's something that just needs to change. It doesn't come it's not professional. It's, like, and if you're feeling really burnt out by people asking the same questions, it's time to delegate to somebody else who can take over for a little bit, but, yeah.
I agree.
That's basically all I had for that one. The next SCL was just basically Gavin Rothery, and who's like one of the
Ah,
primary designers of like
a
a
lot of
lot of
stuff.
ships, a
Yeah, not
lot
only
of
Star
ships.
Citizen, but
Yeah,
also
and he
yeah,
apparently did his own movie and stuff like that.
yeah.
And this episode was so chaotic, and I loved it.
Man, I
Like
played
it,
something on, and I had them on the other screen, and I was
yeah,
like,
yeah, exactly.
"What a waste of like, slot for SCL." But at the same time,
I don't know.
very
I
chill
mean,
experience. No, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it.
yeah,
It was super fun. Jared is a little bit like too much of a fanboy, I guess, but it's okay. It was kind of cool.
I
It
just like I felt I
it was
connected
like
with
they had
Gavin
nothing
because
else to do, and they were like, "Can you come here and
yeah,
talk about random shit?"
to me, this was like a throwback to the old Around the Verse, which was like
Ah,
very
okay.
much like a common or like a very casual, like they basically just set up a camera in the break room and like any developers who walked by could just like come and sit down and say
Well,
hi
yeah,
and
the
you know,
difference is his ship is coming out or multiple ships in IAE and he can't talk about it. It was kind of he had to be
oh,
careful not
okay.
to
So
step into any mines and then he was like, "Can I talk
right.
about this? Can I talk about that? I can't talk about
Okay.
this." So that was
So
kind of
basically,
but apart from
okay, I
that,
see what
it
you
was
mean as far as, like, it
yeah.
being a waste then, hey? Because it's like, this would have been a better one to have after IAE so we could actually talk about some of the
Yeah,
stuff he
yeah, yeah,
built.
yeah, for sure. About Odyssey, for example, and his ideas and whatnot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I don't know, like, I
it was
liked it.
fun. It was
It was
fun.
you're right in that it was like, you didn't get anything out of it with respect to
Mm.
Star Citizen really, but, like, instead of feeling angry about that, I was just like,
No,
"Ah,
no,
that
no.
was fun. Gavin
Yeah,
seems like a cool guy," you know? Like,
and it was
so
more fun than this week's SCL as well.
I actually didn't see this week's SEL. What
There
was
was
it?
no. We talked about this. You forgot already. Thanksgiving.
Oh, yeah, that's right. 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 Oh, where did I see one? Maybe it was for next week.
It was IC. I don't
Right.
know about SCL. Yeah, there was no SCL unless there was, and you told me that there wasn't one. I looked at their page and I couldn't find it, so I was like, did I miss it? And then I was like, no, there was.
No, you're right, actually. There was a social media post by John Crew basically saying that like they're gonna be off,
That's okay.
because of Thanksgiving.
I
And
mean, they had a busy
CIG
week for sure.
CIG even gave all their like European devs the day off too, which is kind of cool.
It's
Because like
nice.
I guess most of Europe doesn't really celebrate
No,
Thanksgiving or whatever.
what
So
I mean, why would Europe celebrate Thanksgiving?
yeah, no, it's just kind of one of those weird North American things that I never considered before.
Yeah, but I mean, it's okay. They work together. It's and some other small things when we were on this topic, like just seeing today before the stream, we saw Xylo's tweet of him getting back to the office and kind of being, it's a nice experience and whatnot. So yeah, I guess like they're trying to get things back to normal, and of course, guys and girls, all of them deserve some time off. And I mean, it's
Totally.
been regardless of how you like the ship sales and everything, that's the fuel that fuels this project, and they for sure are under a lot of stress, and yeah, they deserve some time off. I'm
Yeah.
glad they could like switch off for Thanksgiving and
But you're
just
right.
enjoy.
Okay, so you're right. There was none this wow, man, I'm really confused now because all of
It's
a
so
sudden I'm
funny
remembering
because
reading a
before the show I asked you what
yeah.
happened and you told me, well, and then you told
Oh
me
yeah,
literally
everybody
like
had the day off.
Thanksgiving, that's why. And I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. I just didn't see it anywhere.
Yeah.
And now you were
And
like,
I
what the
phew. I don't know.
oh
I
man.
swear I read something about like it was like meet the developer something, but that might have been for like upcoming week. I don't even know.
Maybe.
Where did I read
Wasn't
that?
that with Gavin?
Maybe it was. Maybe I was
I
just
think
looking at
that's Gavin. Yeah.
old content. Yeah.
Okay. Uh I did not switch our thing here. Oh no, it's fine. Now we get to the topic. That's the next one anyways. Well, it's 3 hours and 22 minutes. We're done with news. Very good.
Well, and ISC and SCL, you know.
That's part of the news actually. That's
Is it?
our
Oh, it
news.
is,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
now the news was so much, which it's fine. It's okay. I mean,
Oh my
at least
god.
we don't
It's
have
been
to think
3
about it.
weeks and I'm just like
Yeah,
totally
yeah, yeah. Uh,
totally off of our flow here.
well, yeah. Depending on what happens with me, you might have to hold the reins with me being all over the place if I have to move and all that. So we'll see. Um.
Oh yeah, right.
Okay.
God, no,
So
I don't want to think about that. I can't run
yeah,
a podcast. I told you. I told you before we started
it's
that
okay. We'll figure
can't
it
do
out.
it.
So yeah, like we did not talk about this, but if I have to, like, I don't even know if I'm gonna have a rig and everything. That's gonna be a little bit of a chaos. Might be a little bit
Wait,
of
what do you mean? Wouldn't they'd have to provide you with
in
some
the
form
office,
of
yeah, but not for my personal use.
hmm.
And I can't bring this cow with me. It's huge. So probably just gonna like wait for some paycheck and buy a laptop on which I can do podcasts,
And
I guess,
well, but if you're like, if part of your job there would be like streaming, wouldn't you kind of need some sort of
from the
streaming
office.
rig? Maybe they'll just
Everything
give you a
from the
laptop.
office. I don't know.
Seriously, man. Like
Maybe,
they
I
just
don't know. We did not talk about these things, and I did not get a job yet, so
right. Okay, I suppose we are a bit premature.
yeah. But we'll see. Yeah, yeah. We'll figure something out, I'm sure. Okay. So the topic. The topic is inspired again by mix of player experience, new player experience as well. How some things went from perfectly enjoyable experience to a really not enjoyable experience. And
Yeah.
of course, we're going to start with like cargo delivery missions rather, and how they used to supplement kind of cargo hauling as well.
As well as
And what's
being,
happening with all that, like why? So the actual topic is not us crying about, we did that a lot, crying about how bad these missions are, which we'll have to touch on for those who did not follow before. But it's rather, why did it become so much worse than it was? And it's like rolling down the hill. It's getting worse and worse and worse. When at some point it was a very enjoyable experience. Okay, so to explain this, currently in the game, you have to, if you're doing like entry level cargo mission, delivery box missions, you have to make 4 stops and carry 3 packages around to make 8,000 alpha UC, which takes between half an hour and 40 minutes if you're lucky to finish them. Because 30k protection will not help you, you will keep the boxes, but you will not keep the mission. If you have an Aurora, you can't really fit 3 boxes, and even if you do, they might fall off the ship while you're in Quantum or flying towards location and whatnot. And not to mention, then, even if you do everything, 8,000 alpha UC is ridiculously low amount of money. So low that it makes you feel like you're just wasting your time. And it's very repetitive, as it always was. But, now if it's bad, like everything just adds up, kind of. So, to explain why I'm not asking for any groundbreaking, stuff. Oh, and on top of that, it's now added to the reputation system where, and we're going to break this down as well, because I have a really big problem with this. Now, this little like van, FedEx driver is supposed to go to, if they rank up, they're supposed to go to a bunker, kill people to get the package and deliver it, because it makes a lot of sense that FedEx people go and kill others because whatever.
Once you reach a certain level of reputation with FedEx, you're actually a mercenary.
You become a paratrooper.
Gun for hire, special forces.
Okay, so now here's the problem. A year or so ago, a little bit more, when Microtech was announced. So when I joined the game, you had a variety of box missions where you could, depending on the planet where you are, you could pick up single box and deliver it for 3, 5, 8, and I think like something much more, like 14,000 alpha UC. It depended of which company you're doing it for. So if it's Kovalex, FTL, that Chinese sounding one, I don't know, Asian sounding one, from, it doesn't matter, Arcorp or whatever, it doesn't matter. So, and then
and there's Red Wings.
Red Wing, yeah. And so I think I connected that to Asian because they were doing the Asian New Year event, like those were under them. So
Oh,
probably not
okay.
Asian, but I'm just like, my brain was long ago. And that was an okay experience, really. Like you're not making a lot of money, but you could, because it's 1 box per mission. So you could take like 5 missions
Yeah.
and then, like figure it out and then deliver them. And while you're delivering, maybe take something else. And you could do a loop
Yeah.
on your own, which was very
Working
satisfying.
cargo trading on top of that.
Yeah.
And
So
like
yeah,
obviously all the payouts were like, the higher payout ones were typically had to be delivered
from
faster and
planet
they
to
were also
planet.
further different. Yeah, further distance apart.
Yeah, exactly. So you would have to jump from one planet to the other. So if you don't have like size to jump drive, you probably don't want to
Yeah.
do these. So there was a lot of like tactical stuff there. So it made this like simple
Yep.
gameplay loop engaging, interesting. You had some power over it. And then new Babbage came out. And we got a brand new way of delivering missions. So you could go
Right.
to Crusader, go like to all the moons, pick up all the missions that need to be delivered to New Babbage rooftops, pick it all up, then go to, maybe when you have them on, if you have a cargo ship, you go to Treb Myers, buy
Yeah.
Laranite and Titanium, fly to New Babbage, go roof to roof, drop your packages. Very satisfying because you can take like 10 of them if you're patient and you're lucky with 30K. And then you're not making any money. But then when you get there, like in huge fast succession, you can make like 100K because they were 10,000 each, if I remember correctly, or 11,
Yeah.
something like that.
It's like bang, 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 bang.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and all of a sudden you're like 100K. You invested a lot of time, but then you were rewarded. It was so nice to land on each like little pad, and
Little
then you go and
rooftop.
like
Yeah.
it's right there and whatnot. And then you go and land your ship, go to the trade district, make additional money selling whatever Laranite titanium. It was such a great game loop. Um, Now they wanted to try something different, and I am always happy, even if it's worse. I'm always happy with that. So they made multi-stop missions that we talked about. They are very low paid and very tedious and undoable with small ships. And they are most of the missions. So you can't even do anything with the Aurora, not to mention Mustang, right? That's literally impossible. With three, like with one you can, but 3 packages you can't. It's like even with the tractor beam, which by the way doesn't work if there's armistice on anyway. So whatever. Um, then you have uh, quantum sensitive ones, which total failure for me because you take them and you go all the way up and then you fly with full speed and then you fly down. These locations are super far because we only
Yeah.
have several outposts per moon or planet. Um, and and then now you have timed like some like very very different, but it's daunting experience. It's like it doesn't make you want to do it. It doesn't make you want to come back to it. And I'm so confused. Like, so if they had it for like a patch, 3 months, whatever, and then
Yeah.
they were like, okay, this doesn't really work. We have to work on this, and then either keep these missions as an option, okay, but give us back the missions that
Yeah.
were there in the game. We're not asking for game breaking craziness.
Yeah, and I think what I think this probably came down to is like the USPU team or whichever team is like responsible for kind of like putting in these missions, put in the multi-objective missions because it's something that they needed to test. But this has been kind of the issue with the way they've implemented stuff like this for a long time now. They'll throw a feature in to test it and then
Forget
abandon
about
it.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, and then abandon it and not come back to it for years sometimes. I mean, like when we had prisons put into the game, they were super broken. And like like they went on they I think this is my main problem with a lot of these sorts of changes. This happens with the box missions as well. Is they hype them up. Like prisons and law system is going to
Mm,
add so much to the game. It's going
mm.
to, it's going to, really change the way people play the game and whatever. And they get everybody hyped up for it. They implement it in a tier 1 or tier 0 state that oftentimes is very broken or incomplete. It doesn't have the game loops
Or,
that
or
they
just boring.
said it was going to
Like
have.
makes
Well,
no
yeah,
sense.
Well, in this case, like in the case of prisons, you couldn't
It was
complete the game
literally
loops that were in
broken.
there because
Yeah.
it was literally broken, and they left it broken for. I mean, hell, it's still sort of broken.
Man, every like
Uh,
people are just avoiding it,
um,
and if you get in prison, unless you
you're
have a
basically all
group of
tough for.
people to give you, things. If you're a big streamer, and then people who
Yeah,
just like literally give
give
you
you
the
merits.
merits, then
Yeah,
you alt F4. I did that with Orchid. It was the end
yeah.
of our session because 4 hours,
I
and then
have
you
heard
know
I have heard that like the mining game loop thing works sometimes now at least, which is something.
it works,
But
but it's
but
very long.
it's a similar situation with the box mission, the delivery mission changes. They hyped it up and talked it up like, like this is going to be, the next iteration of delivery missions, and it's going to make things more interesting and more complex. And in reality what happened is it basically broke them. It made them frustrating, tedious, and especially if you're dealing with stability issues, almost impossible to complete. You get paid almost nothing for them. So it is actually actively a change that was made to test something, but that made the game worse. And then they left it there for, well, ever. And then they tried to tack
Yeah,
more on there to test, like for example, like you were talking about with your timed missions, your quantum sensitive missions and stuff like that. But again, it didn't improve the situation. It arguably made it worse or irrelevant. And
you look
then they
like an
haven't kind of.
alien. I'm sorry. You
Am I
have like
turning green?
green stuff. Yeah, you have green
Oh,
beard and green like eye shadow.
weird. What's
Red
happening? Is
head.
this
I
my
don't know.
lighting or is this?
Yeah,
Oh
it's
no. No, now I'm red. Oh, this is
corruption.
yeah, this happens with OBS Ninja sometimes.
I guess. Can I do something about it?
I don't know. But I
I
don't know
mean,
if
it
you've
doesn't matter.
seen
Your beard is fine now. You're just red hair.
weird.
Oh,
I've had this happen a couple times on Paul's show where like I'll just
it's fine now.
go
It's good.
drug trippy. Like OBS starts
Why
losing
it's
packets or
losing
something like
some
that, but
packages. Yeah, it's fine.
yeah. But anyways, like I guess that I'm honestly not really sure where to drive this conversation besides that it's very frustrating, and I'm hoping that they kind of like can change tactic. Like they seem to be talking about how they want to change uh and focus more
Approach
on having like
something now,
game
right?
things come in and actually, yeah, like game features come in and they actually interact. They're not just kind of a feature that's thrown in there and left. They want it to actually kind of like add to the game. But man, we haven't seen it so far, and I'm really hoping that they follow through with that because
I
ultimately a lot of these sorts of changes, yeah,
I had
they're
hope,
thrown in there
man.
and abandoned.
Like for example, when they added a 30k protection and clearly stated this is not the solution, this is just a patch.
Yeah, yeah,
Um, okay, thank you, because now we can test your game and actually enjoy it more, and be less stressed. And the same goes for this. You can just tell us, okay, we're gonna keep these missions because we want them to function, but since they're not very enjoyable and they have data for this, like who's doing these missions? It's so tedious.
yeah.
Then okay, they can't even put it as a progression. Like I'm okay with doing like 20 of these missions, and when I get like next level with FTL, I can do the old delivery missions, right? Or something like that. And then there's some other things like the delivery missions are very tedious because like you start in one hub and you need 3 boxes to bring from spitting machine or beds or whatever through the airlock into your ship, through the door, back to airlock, take the box into the airlock, into the ship, back to the airlock. You know what the problem is? It's not even that crazy if I can use what's the name? The gun, the tractor
Tractor
beam
beam.
gun. Why
Yeah,
am I not able to use tractor beam in Armistice? Like, what
I
the
don't know.
hell is wrong with that? Like, I don't, because
Yeah,
what the multi tool you have mining laser, which you're not gonna kill anyone with that. You have healing attachment, which is bad, but you're not gonna kill anyone with that. You have the breaking one, which barely even works, right? That you can like break into shit, whatever, cutting tool. And then you have tractor beam. Like, what the hell, man? Let me use multi. It's crazy. It's like not being able to use a screwdriver in your house, for example, because it's dangerous.
Yeah.
Or a butter knife or whatever. It's really crazy. And it would make it so much easier.
There are changes that have like actively made the experience worse, but the other thing, and we've talked about this a lot, is just the effect it has on new players as well. Because like things that were basic missions like deliveries and stuff like that were a perfect way to
Oh,
get
so
people
good.
accustomed to flying their ship,
At their own
navigating the
pace, right?
universe at their own pace, not having to worry about like trying to figure out combat while they're also trying to figure out how to move their ship around. Um,
Man, I didn't get into
and
combat for like 3 months when I started playing. I was
yeah,
doing delivery missions, and I
and
loved
and
it.
and you were being rewarded
Yes,
enough that it felt like you weren't just utterly wasting your time or being
absolutely.
frustrated when you get 30K'd and then you lose the mission entirely, you know? So, yeah, I mean, it's it's this is something that's like I'm just like frustrated because I'm kind of like, what is the USPU team doing? Like, I get when you look at the progress tracker, you see that they're working on bigger features,
On a lot
but
of stuff,
it's
yeah.
like at some point they're going to have to kind of like look at the game experience that's now and start actively working as the PU team to kind of like improve the experience in the PU. Um, and I'm hoping that we
Especially
really
new
see that
player experience,
over the
man. Like
course of
it's
next year. Yeah.
so aside. Look at, like, we talk about this all the time. I can't stress this enough. It's like your starter ships, and I mean real starter ships, right? So
Yeah.
only two, Aurora and Mustang.
Can't
Disgusting
do.
experience.
Yeah.
So bad. Your starter missions, delivery missions, awful experience. Like, I can't stomach doing it. It's like, it's such a way, and you can't even do it with the starter ships. And the solutions are so simple.
Yeah.
And we are not like armchair developing. You had missions that work, so roll them back and
Yeah.
give loner ships, give everyone with Aurora or Mustang 100 die, or Titan,
Pisces.
or Pisces. Pisces is perfect. It's perfect. It fucking works. There's no, like, there's no ramp. There's not, like, you open the back, you go in, hit, it flies. You have 4 SU of cargo that you can see. You can put many boxes in there. They're not dropping through because it's a very simple brick,
Yeah.
hollow brick. And you give play and make a message. Okay, these are starter ships. Unfortunately, they're not up to our standard or whatever for new player experience. Please use the ship that is given to you on your account as a loaner for better experience. Now, if you want to go over there and play Aurora, power to you. As a matter of fact, I love Aurora when it
Yeah.
works.
Well, frankly, if I decided that I was going to start trying to do some combat, I would definitely be doing that in an Aurora over a Pisces.
uh, why? Same amount of guns.
Pisces, yeah, but the Pisces
Actually,
dies
no.
very quick.
Aurora has 4 size ones, and Pisces has 2 ones and twos.
The expedition maybe, but the base
Okay,
Pisces only has two mounts.
okay. The one that I have has 4 guns,
Yeah.
which is the
Um,
only one I could get, I think, on the website.
but
I'm not sure.
it's also just because like the Pisces is so small that like one hull piece is basically it. And when that gets damaged, that's it. Like you're dead, right? Where the Aurora has more pieces that can take damage.
No, okay,
Which
maybe.
mean yeah. Like
Sure. I mean,
I
but
really
that's what I'm saying.
tried. I
It's so
really tried
simple.
doing combat in a Pisces, but
My
yeah.
first kill ever was in the Pisces, actually,
Oh
and I
yeah.
didn't want to fight, and I remember, I think Rev was still there, and he was telling me to press G, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?" Because I didn't understand the gimbals or anything. I'm telling you, 3 months I played this game, streaming every day, like 8 fucking hours, not doing combat,
Yeah.
and had shitloads of fun. Here I am to this day, doing podcast and content about Star Citizen. That's how it started. If I started with missions that we have today, oh my god, I don't have hair to like pull out, but I wouldn't have any beard anymore because the boxes are falling through. I have to pack
Yeah.
3 in the in the Aurora. I fall through the floor. I can't get into a ship if I manage to put boxes in because I'm gonna like fly straight through it and enter one door, exit the other door. What a fucking shit show for a new player.
Yeah.
Or if you
Yeah.
really want to make money by making people buy, upgrading the ship, remove these ships. Okay? Make Titan the starter.
Yeah, just charge 65 over 45.
It is what it is, Because people are
I don't know.
rather going to pay immediately 65 than buy 45, go have a
Get
really shit
frustrated.
experience,
Yeah.
and then be like, yeah,
Oh, but it'd be
shit,
better if you
but
spent
maybe
20
if I
bucks more.
spend more. Yeah. What the fuck is that logic? Someone who comes to
Yeah.
Twitch and you tell them and show them, yeah, maybe they will understand. But those who are not watching live streams or whatever,
You know what's weird is like we've talked about this a lot, and we've talked to a lot of people who have had really, really poor new player experiences. Why is the number still growing then? Like that's the crazy thing to me is there's new players and new money flooding into Star Citizen,
I'll
and
tell you why.
obviously some of it's whales, but like man, there are people who come
No,
here and stick around.
well, we don't know that. Content creators do, but I don't think people are playing it on, as much. And I think they would play more. ED players, exactly. The Odysseys destroyed ED. So many people came and bought new package.
Yeah, but if they had such a shit experience,
What? Their
like
money's still there.
yeah,
Yeah, I think Star Citizen has insane amount of new. But and then listen, they're smart. How many people? Shit, if I had like money enough that I don't have to worry, about everyday life, I would buy this. I would refer myself again with
right,
Argo
yeah,
Cargo. Like you're not losing any money technically if you care about this project. You pay
yeah.
35, you get 2 times 35 LTI token. For a new player, this is nonsense, whatever. But if you're invested into this game, I'm telling you, so many people are doing this. 100. That was
Yeah.
such a smart business decision because you sell 2 JPEGs, someone pays money, and for us, it has value, right? But they're not really selling you any goods. It's digital,
Yeah.
and then they show their numbers are growing. It's very smart. It's very smart. How many people
Yeah.
will buy a package to their friend to try because they get
Oh,
an
I've done it.
LTI? Well, I know.
I've done it 3 times actually. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So that's where
Well,
the
not for
numbers are
LTI
coming.
tokens, just
Doesn't
because
matter.
like,
Yeah, because you wanted someone
when
to
I
try it.
was
Yeah,
when I was super excited about Star Citizen and
yeah,
stuff like
yeah,
that, I
yeah.
was like, here, try this. I bought it for you.
And a lot
But
of people come, try, and leave because the game, the
isn't
first
really
experience is
in a
really bad, which it doesn't have to be.
yeah.
We had much better experience.
I guess unless people get lucky and it's I don't know,
Yeah, some get lucky, some don't.
and have fun.
But you can avoid this. That's what I'm saying without getting any additional development.
Yeah, by just like going back and like re-implementing these missions that
And
work.
giving everyone Pisces if they start with 2 starter ships that are shit. There you
Yeah.
go. Like, oh, it's a very enjoyable game. It's crazy. Like you and me, we know, and probably everyone who's listening or watching to this podcast, what the difference is between flying an Aurora or Mustang to like getting into Titan or Pisces or 100
Yeah.
die or something. It's just
Yeah.
like, oh my god, this works.
All of a sudden you can play the game.
I can, yeah, you don't have to worry about so many things. Like, oh, I can actually put this inside. Oh, it was that easy. It's crazy. And as you mentioned before, they gave everyone freelancer for such a long time because of another bug. Give everyone Pisces to be able to play the fucking game. I
Yeah.
just don't see how are you losing money doing this. Like literally.
Well, you're not because
That's
you know
like as a company, if you give everyone Pisces, no one's like, what's the problem? It's like,
well, here's the other thing too, and this is something that I've seen personally happen with like people who've like stopped by my stream when I was streaming said, "Oh, this game is cool, sweet," like I'm gonna pick it up or whatever, and and they pick it up, and like this was during the time when persistence was a thing, so like you could definitely go and earn your ships, you know, but they were excited and they wanted to spend more money.
Mm,
So they did. You know what I mean? Like that's the difference between somebody who has a good experience in game
mm.
and has a bad one, right? Is like this guy came in, bought the starter ship, decided, this is cool, but I want a Titan. So he upgraded to a Titan. And
Yeah.
then, like he wanted to because he was having that a better experience. In this case, partly because I was helping him.
Well, that's another
But
thing.
this is what
Like
I'm
as a
saying. Like you
streamer,
don't lose money by providing somebody a better
yeah, for
experience.
sure.
In this
It's
case,
all that matters. You make money.
anecdotally anyways, um, I would say that you you get more money when people have a good
I
experience. And
think
it's like,
whoever has
yeah,
good
I could
experience gets to like 100 probably.
oh yeah, totally. Because it's like I could grind for that cutlass,
But then I want
1.4
to
million
want more.
credits
Yeah.
in a Pisces when I'm new and it feels like that's gonna take
Uh,
forever. Or, like
yeah. But here's another thing. Like that's people who stay. I think people who stay in the project and play the game are those who follow some kind of content because like you said, like if someone comes to my stream, they're like, "Should I buy this?" I tell them, "Okay, it's good if you know what to do and what to expect. And then here's how to get to another ship." Or, okay, I have 10 million. Let me buy you Cutlass, right? It's fine. Or, hey, come and hold on my Caterpillar and I'll pay you, right? And then they are like, oh, this game can be fun if played
right,
in a
yeah.
certain way, right? And then they stay. Why wouldn't they stay? But the you know the vanilla experience of a player with the $45 package is
Yeah.
very, it's much worse than when I started playing, and that's what fucks me up. It's like
And
it's
if
not
this
that it's
came
bad, it's worse than it was, much worse than it was.
yes, oh, that's it too. Like if the starter experience if the USPU team or the mission team or whoever's kind of responsible for kind of managing this stuff came back and spent like a patch cycle just basically working to create simple temporary fixes to the new player experience,
Mm.
we wouldn't be you wouldn't have as close to as bad of an experience in your little starter kind of ships
It's a
if
shame. It's just
they
a shame. I don't know. It makes
yeah
me sad.
it really kind of is because I mean obviously Star Citizen's making money. We crossed 400 million. Oh, that's something we didn't
Yeah, I know. I
cover
was
in the
just thinking
news, but
about that.
like whatever.
Kotaku.
Yeah. Oh, cue all the 400 million,
Yep.
you know, uh, Star Citizen journalist pieces out there. So clearly like they're still making money, but it's like how much more money could they be making if they devoted some resources to kind of like improving the game experience and having people stick around, Like
I
yeah.
just, for the first time, I really feel like they don't even need, like, they need 1 day of work for that.
I don't I mean it's tough
I
to
don't know
that's very
either.
armchair Debbie, right? Like we don't
I
know.
know,
We
but
don't
that's what
know.
I'm saying.
But
Like, we really don't do this.
that's why I
But
said like maybe a
but
patch
man,
cycle worth, but
man, how much work is it to just give everyone a loanership?
yeah. Well, clearly
Okay,
not much because you remember when they had that bed logging buff and everybody
yeah.
got a freelancer?
But not only that, that every ship that comes into game, almost every ship, regardless of if it's straight to flyable or not, I got myself a Raft and I got F7A. It's
Right.
like
Yeah.
something they do on daily basis. It's a
Yeah.
normal
Yeah.
thing for them. So that's what I'm saying, and that's already, even if you don't roll back missions, like that might take some time. I agree. Maybe, I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know.
I
I
don't know.
mean,
But
it's
then
possible. I
how
guess it's
difficult is it to just give everyone a loaner fucking ship that just works? It's not an upgrade.
right.
It really, Pice is not an upgrade from Aurora. It's the
No,
same
it's not.
shit, right? So
Yeah.
whatever.
Arguably worse in certain
For
situations,
some
but
things, yeah, whatever. But
yeah.
it's not like, and then they can't upgrade. They want to upgrade. They have to upgrade their Aurora. They cannot upgrade the loaner ship, right? So,
I think another thing that's like kind of like a frustration to me, and I was mentioning this when we were off stream, is like Luke Presley is like the head of the USPU team, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't seen that guy on an SCL in a
mm,
long time. The
mm,
only time I hear about fixes that they're trying to do for the law and and prison systems and stuff like that is when it comes through another streamer like Mike
Yep.
who sees Luke Presley in his stream frequently. Like that right there is a bit of a problem, right? Like there are clearly people out here who have questions, and the person who apparently has the answers is only telling streamers in their favorite streamers stream, and like that that's a burn, man. Like come on.
I I admire Mike, and this is not against his show or Burks or whoever gets devs in there. This is not against the streamer,
Totally.
but
No, not at all. I
it
think
is
that's
a little bit.
cool
I think it's
personally, but
cool, but right now when we talk about this, I think it's also very not cool because if you do have time to sit there and watch sound, then you do have time, half an hour for SEL, and actually, instead of Gavin Rothery, who was just a filler, or I don't know,
yeah,
Jeremiah Lee drawing another armor that we might or might not see, which by the way, I love Jeremiah Lee, as people probably know, he's super funny.
yeah.
But we could sometimes get a very useful information, and not
I,
like, I don't know.
as far as I understand, going on to SCL is definitely like a um optional thing, right?
I
So
don't
like I
care.
get it if
Is
I get it
Mike's
if
stream an optional thing? That's what I'm saying. Like in this specific, like from this point of view, where
yeah, let me finish that thought
okay,
then
sorry.
basically. But the information should still be disseminated. So if you don't want to go on SCL, then get somebody on there
Oh,
who does, or write
oh
an
yeah,
email to Jared and let him
yeah.
read it.
Jared can tell us. I don't care.
Yes, I literally
Message
don't
from
care who's telling me. I don't care if Luke Presley's
yeah,
on camera or not.
message from
I
Luke
just wanna
Presley.
hear what they're yeah, like,
Yeah. Oh, that's
what are they
okay.
working on, you
I'm
know?
sure
Like,
Jared knows these things as well, like these major things. They just need to tell them, okay, it's okay to say this. Probably,
yeah,
or whatever. Like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Like, that's again. It's such a painful topic because I am so, for me, new player experience is like the most important thing for, especially for a growing game, and it just feels like they just, for 2 years or so, they just shoved it behind their backs, and maybe even longer. Like for as long as I'm here, new player experience is going down instead of up, not even in the same place, and it kind of breaks my heart because we as content creators should inspire people to play the game, but it's difficult, man, because then you have to babysit people because you're afraid that they're not going to like it, and for valid reasons, and then you're gonna some of us will feel some kind of empathy, or I don't know, but instead with like couple of little changes you can be like, yeah, go and figure it out, motherfucker. But
yeah,
how do I tell someone how to figure it out when they can't pack 3 boxes in Aurora and that's the only
yeah.
mission they can do?
Well, yeah, and, they don't have any knowledge of how to navigate anywhere in the system, and you're asking them to go to 3 different places, then,
Yeah.
like and not to mention, like, how I don't know. Yeah, and then fly to another place, and there's no lower difficulty single box. Go here, pick up box, put in ship,
Yeah,
deliver before trying to do anything more complicated. Yeah, I don't know. Again, like I'm not really sure where to go with this topic. I feel like I'm just
that's it.
bitching, but it's yeah. Yeah.
You know
I
what?
would really like
We
to
usually
see.
have really cool conversations in which still like warms my heart. People, even though we're doing it like less often now because reasons, but people still get there and like talk to. And even I get people coming to my stream, whatever I'm streaming. Like the last time I was like streaming Forza, and someone showed up and was like, "Hey, we talked about this or what, and here's one thing, like I came up with this like on a whim, like okay, give a loaner and roll back the delivery missions. I'm sure people can come up with more very very simple changes, or that can just improve new player experience. It's not like CAG is going to come and read our comments or even listen to our podcast, but But I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you never know. Maybe someone's gonna read it and like bring it up. I don't know.
I hate this kind of logic, but for me, I've I'm kind of like, why hasn't this been a priority yet?
Mm. I had someone.
Like, because I know that they have the data. I know that they have the ability to literally just like watch somebody, you know,
Yeah.
watch
Especially
somebody
now
play.
when
Like,
everything is reset, right? So many people are doing zero to hero, and you can see the frustration all over the place.
yeah. And I'm not even
And,
talking about watching streamers. I'm talking about like they have the tools
oh
to
yeah, yeah,
literally
yeah,
watch you in
yeah,
game,
yeah, yeah.
you know? And like I don't understand how the thought hasn't been like, oh, let's follow around a brand new person and see what problems they're running into, you know?
Or they need a tool that whenever someone Alt F4s, they need to like roll back and see what happened.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, it's something that's like this is technically in my opinion the USPU's wheelhouse, and I get that they're working on big features right now, but like man, like if they're finding that they don't have the resources to go back and improve the playing playability of the PU, then they need more resources, and that should be a priority.
But you remember when
But
we
yeah.
were guests in Paul's show, and
Yeah.
I brought this up? I was almost attacked with like
Wait.
I don't even remember how the conversation went, but
N
both of them were like,
no, I think
"It's
we
not
were
that."
talking about, wait, which one? Which topic was this? 'Cause the one
Somehow
that I
I brought
remembered
the new player experience, and they were like, "Ah, they can just buy the next ship." Or no, they said, "Well, CIG just wants them to buy a bigger ship," and I really don't think that's the idea. And then I said it. I don't think that's the idea. I really
I
don't
don't
think
remember this
so.
part.
Well,
It was
good.
yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gave up. I didn't want to fight over it, but for me, I think a lot of us, I'm gonna say experienced, even though I'm not that experienced in this game. But now I kind of am,
No, you definitely are. You've
and
been streaming it, like, full time for
yeah,
how many
for a
years now?
year
3
and
years?
a half.
Mm.
um, and I think we like shrug it off too easy. This I bring this up very often. Like Eve Online had this situation where the game was very unfriendly towards a new player,
Yeah.
and then experienced players came to a point where they can, like wolves, like, oh, there's a new player, let's fuck him up.
Oh,
Pardon
yeah.
my French,
Yeah.
right? And then even less players would play Eve or just quit. And then this
Yeah.
somehow created, because I'll say it takes a little bit of brains to play Eve Online and stay there because you need to
Yeah.
think about it and invest yourself. Then these people realized we need, and this was like very long time I don't know how is it anymore, but very long time logic behind an experienced TV player. If they realize that you're new, if they're a pirate and they see that you're brand new, that you don't understand what's happening, they stop and help you. And then you would see, like, this happened to me many times. They'll be like, why are you helping me? You just wanted to like kill me. And they say, it's okay, I'll kill you in a year. And Eve players started investing themselves into the future by cultivating new players to stay in the game because the game is
Right.
good.
Right.
And I
And
kind of
and
wish this happened here as well, because I mean this is
you
an
do
alpha, right?
you
It's different, but
Yeah, and you do see that, to be honest.
oh yeah,
It
yeah.
it's there's a ton of new players in the chat all the time
Oh,
when we're
for
playing in the
sure.
free
Yeah, yeah,
fight
yeah.
here, and I'm constantly seeing like the questions
I'm the first
and
one to answer if I'm not streaming. Like I will
exactly.
stop
Yeah.
and write down
Yeah.
everything.
So like, but the weird thing to me, like, oh man, that almost brings up an entirely other like topic is do you remember what do they call it? The CIG started basically trying to,
It's still
instead of
there.
devoting resources to fixing the new player
Yeah.
experience, they tried to like just make the players, try to help new players limp through the new player experience. And it's like,
It's so scuffed though. It still exists. So you have to go to
did
Spectrum
anybody
that
ever
is
use it? I actually don't know.
I've heard people like I've heard bigger YouTube content creators mentioning it. Like, there is
Yeah.
this system. I think that system is very scuffed. It's called guide system, yes. And
Yeah.
the problem
I
with that is like you have
honestly,
to go to Spectrum, then there's a
yeah,
special channel, then you ask there, hey,
yeah.
is anyone there who's going to help me? Then chances are someone's going to help you. Then you have to go, get into group, get in the game. And if I'm not wrong, the person who is dedicated their time to help you gets maybe a badge on Spectrum or something. Or it works like something like that. Like there's no incentive for people, get the skin for your ship or something, hey, I
Yeah.
helped this person, a jacket, or I don't even know, it's silly. But it's very scuffed because who goes to Spectrum to find help, man? Like
Well,
it's
that's
so
exactly it,
backwards.
right? I honestly, like, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, I don't even know where to go to find that. And when that came out, I was like, oh, like that's basically what I'm doing when I'm
You
streaming anyway. It's just like new players welcome kind of a thing.
I think now
But
when you're creating your account, it does like show itself somewhere, but it doesn't really push you towards it.
yeah, but that's the thing. Like if people are if new players are being pushed towards this guide system, but the
Uh-huh.
veteran
I see
players
what you're
that are going to
saying.
be the
Yeah,
guides aren't
yeah,
there,
yeah, yeah,
then
yeah.
you
Yeah, I
know
don't know. I think some veteran planes go there because you can find a gunner for your turret or whatever. Share the
Yeah, but
mission,
you could
let them
also,
earn some
like,
money or
honestly, at that
whatever.
point, you can also just ask in global chat.
Yeah,
Like,
you can,
honestly,
you
like,
can.
you'll have more
No, no,
success
you.
with
Yeah, true,
with
true, true.
asking in global chat than you will trying to go through the mess of the Spectrum system that they found out or that they put out there to try to like, m- you know,
If there's
make
no
it so that they
incentive
didn't have
there,
to
people are not going to
spend
do it.
development resources on it. And I think this is the other this like the one thing that we also constantly hear from them is that they don't want to redo work. So they're
Can I tell you a
specifically
solution for this?
okay.
It's brilliant. I know I'm a narcissist sometimes, but this is just brilliant. I just figured it out. So people who use referral codes, they have a ref to ask, right? So if I gave you a code and you're confused, you're gonna come to me and be like, "Hey, can you
Yeah.
tell me this is not working?"
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
who's gonna ask for help? People who don't have referral. So if you go to Spectrum and this person helps you and it's logged somewhere, if they ever upgrade their package for any amount of money,
Oh, they get a referral
they
point.
get the referral. And this will also make people who are helping you be like, by the way, if you upgrade for $5 and get Pisces, or if you get the Titan, they might
Yeah, you
softly
get extra money and
nod
I get
people
yeah.
towards actually getting stuff.
Yeah. Even if it was like, like you had
I
to
solved
do
that.
like multiple guide systems or multiple guide scenarios before like you'd get a referral point or something.
Uh,
Or,
well, no, but I mean, come
multiple
on, wait, listen. If because if you group up with them and you were in that channel, because now Spectrum is implemented, kind of, right? I can see when you are like
yeah.
browsing. So if we end up in a group, you did not have a referral, and I was in that channel, and then you buy a bigger ship, I get credit. That's it.
Sure. Do you think that that could like snowball a little bit too
Yes.
easily if people were trying to game it?
So what?
Like, well, I mean, do you want javelins being easy?
Ah, no, I don't think you can get like. How many people do you have to help?
I don't know. I don't know. That's all I'm saying. Like
Wait,
I don't
how
know
many
how.
referrals do you need for Javelin?
I don't know, like 1,000 or
So you're
something. I
saying
don't
like
know.
1,000 people, you help 1,000 people to upgrade their packages, and you get the Javelin, then get a Javelin. Fucking champ, go for it. Or you scam 1,000 people to get a Javelin, then fucking
Yeah.
2,042.
Just
So
but okay. Just to like preface what I just said, like that was like a spitball thing. I don't really know how the referral thing works that
for
much or
sure
how
it
fast it
can
would
be
be, but like
misused or whatever, but you
yeah,
you get the idea. And then hey,
because
if you scam 1,042 people, then you are a pirate worthy of a Javelin. I'm sorry, but
but even like the first real tier of that in my opinion is the where you get the
Gladius,
Gladius
of
referral. That's
course,
$90,
bro.
you know?
People, I'm telling you, a lot of people will like stop bothering after they get the Gladius.
Probably, yeah.
And who are they getting this from? Those who don't have a referral already. Now, I'll tell you another thing. It can be misused. You'll see people in Twitch being like, if you only have Aurora, talk to me. I can help you and give you 1,000,000 credits in game.
Right, yeah.
You know, sure, it can be misused. But in the end, you know what happens? CIG gets money. People get some referral. And
Yeah, and ultimately, it doesn't cost them anything if
yeah,
they give like a Gladius away. Technically, somebody would probably just use it as an LTI's token anyways
of
and spend more
course.
money.
What do you think? They're stupid? What did I do? The first thing, I got Gladius, flew it for 1 day, turned it into a Hawk. And I still have my Hawk LTI. Oh.
Yeah.
There's no
Yeah.
downside to these things, man.
What was I saying before um we went down the referrals thing?
That you don't feel like you have anything to
Uh,
add? Oh,
n-
no, I interrupted you.
yeah, and now I lost my train of thought. Oh well.
Sorry. But you gotta admit, the
Oh
logic
right,
is
yeah.
there.
It was that that they always say that um they don't like redoing work, and that's one
Oh,
of the
yeah,
reasons
yeah.
that they don't, go back and kind of tweak
That's a
things. But
tutorial. Like, why we don't have tutorial is that.
yeah, but it's like that logic only goes so far in the case of like, new
Dude, we
player
talked about
experience and
this.
like USP.
Like,
Yeah.
there's so many simple ways. Like, okay, make a
Just
YouTube
spreadsheet
video.
fixes, really.
Take Burke's YouTube video, pay him in ships, giveaways, whatever. Put his name on the website, embed him into Star Citizen, because guess what? If you embed someone in Star Citizen webpage, everyone's playing the game on the website anyway, so there's a profit, right? Whatever. And then use his video or whatever content creator, if you don't have time to do it yourself, right? Who's Paul can do one or whatever. It doesn't really matter. And then put a link in Mobiglass or pop out in starting screen and say, watch this video before you start playing. There's a new player experience, how
Yeah.
to get to your ship, call ATC, get out of the hangar. If you start doing a delivery mission, pop up link, this is how the delivery mission is done. They don't have to do anything in game. Hell, I would do it for free. I don't care to help all the people. If they're going to implement it, obviously there will be like more like bigger influencers who would do it as
Yeah, but
well. You know what I
I
mean?
think I like okay, tutorial aside though, like okay, yes, there are some solutions to the tutorial
It's
thing, but
something
I'm thinking
because then they help you figure
specifically
it out.
I'm thinking specifically with respect to like, like, oh, we don't want to fix delivery missions because it's all going to change when the cargo refactor comes out. Well, the cargo refactor is 6 months away, and you know what? Like, I'd sure like to play your game in the meantime,
Yeah.
right? So, like I'm finding I'm having less and less patience for that logic when it's clear that when the drive is there, they can put in a hack fix like they did with the 30K fix, kind of
Mm.
a thing, to improve the game. And like
Or change the numbers in the sheet.
Well, yeah,
Or
yeah, with
trading,
respect to,
right?
like, the trading stuff,
Yeah.
right? Like, those were just spreadsheets, you know? Um, so, yeah, I guess it's just, like, I don't really like that logic anymore when it's with respect to
It feels lazy,
whether or
man. It
not
feels like they
it
don't give a
does
shit about a new player. And I'm
well,
sure
or, like
they're not. I'm sure that's not how it is,
yeah,
but that's how it feels from the outside. Like they just don't
yeah,
care. And I know at least the community team cares. There's no one who could tell me you could look Xylo or Discolando in the eyes and tell them you don't give a shit about new player. They will get
yeah.
furious. They do care.
Oh, totally. Yeah,
But the image that they're sending is not that. Now we know they're like that because we watch them all the time and follow their Twitters and we know all that stuff. But the new player doesn't do that.
yeah.
It's just unfortunate. I don't know. Fix it, please.
Ways. Um,
All right.
we're going on what, like 4 hours here? So
Or 4 hours,
I
yeah.
think you're right. let's skip Imagination Station.
Yeah.
This one might be quick.
I'll let you do that. I need to wee. Okay.
Okay, sure. It's okay, so we're gonna skip Imagination Station this time around because we're getting a little long like we expected, but I'll do a quick zero effort, absolute zero effort science section because and this is kind of appropriate too now that we've got the Odyssey out there, which is kind of like a mining focused thing. And one of the things I kind of wanted to talk about is how mining in Star Citizen, shocker, is not particularly realistic. And I'm not necessarily talking about just using a laser to crack rocks. I'm talking about how we constantly hear in the lore that, oh, this planetary system is totally mined out. It's stripped right down, and there's very few metal and minerals kind of left here. Um and it's just kind of interesting because I mean, I get that it's good from like a gameplay, potentially good from like a gameplay perspective, but it's very far from the truth, man. Like if you have a system with terrestrial planets in it, it is basically swimming in metal. And yeah, okay, you may have stripped mined the surface off, but that is just like a tiny fraction of the metal that's available. I've been listening to a bunch of kind of things where they talk about like futurism from like a far future perspective, and not only is like completely dismantling planets to get to their kind of metallic cores and stuff on the table, but there's actually also something out there called stellar lifting or stellar mining, star mining, and that's a really interesting kind of a concept. Something that I wish they explored a little bit more in Star Citizen because it doesn't even really involve particularly high levels of technology. Um, Basically, the theory goes that all you'd really have to do to strip metals out of a star, and just to be clear, I think the actual percentages are in the like high 90% of all metals in a solar system are actually in the star. Um, and The reason I kind of brought this up is because there's a star that astronomers have been kind of like baffled by for I don't know, a few years now, and it's I can't remember the actual stellar name, but it's commonly known as Tabby's star. And what's happening with Tabby's star right now is they're seeing these really weird and unexplained dips in luminosity. And so far as they've been able to tell, it doesn't look like it's a planet that's going in front of it. It doesn't look like it's a debris cloud because it keeps kind of coming back um and it has been kind of repeating for I think decades now actually with no sign of clearing or shifting, which tends to indicate typically that like a debris field is kind of either dispersing or starting to like conglomerate or be kind of like jostled out of the solar system, etc., impacting on different planets and stuff like that. um but what they have recently put forward as something that it could be is an extraterrestrial civilization that is stellar mining. And like, okay, before anybody jumps into the comments and stuff like that here, the people who are talking this are fully aware that it's probably not aliens, but using high powered lasers to fire at the star and strip kind of metals away from the surface of the star and spray in like a mist onto the other side of the star there would actually kind of match what they're seeing right now within the light curves. So with respect to Star Citizen and whether or not a star system can be completely mined out of metals, the answer is no, it doesn't really work like that. First of all, you dismantle the planets, and second of all, there are methods that we can even conceive of right now with our current levels of physics to think about literally pulling the metals off of the star itself, which is cool.
I've heard the end of it, so I have an idea.
Just basically that one of the things Star Citizen doesn't really do well is
Oh
mining
no,
and mineral wealth in star systems because there's a lot of metal
I did not
outside of
switch.
what's just available on the oh oh well, whatever.
We're a bit
Nobody
trusty.
actually watches this anyways. I'm
I
pretty
do
sure
when
people
I'm
just listen
setting
to it.
the notes, like
Oh shit.
the
Okay.
section. It's fine. It's fine.
Right.
You roll
Yeah.
back. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, that's the story. Every star system that's out there, especially ones with terrestrial planets, is incredibly mineral rich, and the amount of metals that you could pull from dismantled planets and then eventually dismantling the stars would allow you to build. Oh my God, you'd crash metal markets the galaxy over. But yeah,
Is that what Odyssey might do?
well, I just thought it was kind of appropriate because the Odyssey is mining focused ship.
Planet mining. I mean, like quite literally.
Mining actual planets? Yeah,
Yeah.
dismantling planets? Absolutely. I mean, they have the giant terraforming lasers. I mean, you've played Broken Moon. You
Oh
wanna
yeah,
get your
that's true.
hands on like, metric fuck ton of metal? Just laser a planet open.
I guess. I mean, Broken Moon is in the game. I don't know the lore behind it. Is there a lore behind it? There must be, right?
I don't remember. I know that in Odin, there's a fractured moon that, Shubin Mining Company is, like,
Oh, okay.
working on
Okay.
stripping the core out of, but, yeah.
Interesting.
I should have pulled up some actual numbers for this, but I was not prepared, hence the 0 effort. But, like,
Living up to
how
the
much
name.
how much
Okay.
metal is in the planet's core? Oh god. Oh, this is a breakdown. I wanted actual, like, tonnage. Lots! Anyways,
That's like
you
real life or in game? Real life
no, in
is
real
what you're
life.
looking at. Yeah.
Yep. You'd be able to build so many 890 jumps. So many. So many. Everybody can have an 890 jump just from one star
You're
system.
right, because not one person would actually benefit from all that. I mean, whatever. Everyone gets the wealth is spread around everyone, I'm sure.
Yep, definitely.
That's how it works.
That's definitely how it works. Okay, yeah, that's
All
about
right.
it.
So there's a question from Rev. Did not use the points, but is obviously we're bought at it. What sort of what sort of capabilities will this ship have for refueling, repairing, and rearming the ships and vehicles it carries? I believe there were fuel tanks shown in the concept art. The Liberator will only support basic levels of refueling, repairing, and rearming, which will be done manually by players on board using supplies stored in cargo bay. It does not have dedicated facilities or separate stores.
Yeah. Well,
Wait, was that
that's
about?
basically
Oh, it's
that
Liberator. It
was when
was
we were
mentioning for
talking.
Liberator, and Dev said that the plan for all those
Well,
ships. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Okay, I
oh
see what it is. Because Liberator came right, so Liberator can dock two size one ships and then vehicles, whatever, like
yeah,
ground vehicles. So if the Liberator can refuel right smaller ships, then it would make sense that any other, I'm assuming, yeah, thank you, Rev, that any other ship with a hangar bay, like dedicated ship hangar bay, would probably be able to do the same, right? It would make sense. So it's not like external refueling, but like once
yeah,
you're inside, you should be able to do
exactly.
refuel and
Like the
repair.
way I see it is like like you just grab a hose from the wall, like a
I
fuel hose, and
guess,
go and
yeah.
plug it into the front of the ship, right? Like you don't need any. I just that's just something I expected from hangars. I thought they mentioned somewhere that basically all parent ships would be able to at least refuel their snubs or
Snubs, right?
their
I mean, it would make sense. It really would make sense. But yeah,
because like
especially
otherwise,
for Liberator. And then the one, whatever ship has repairing, dock, they of course they need to be able to fill with fuel as well, right? Because
yeah,
you might
I
have
don't
to
think.
empty it, you might need to like fuel it. I don't know.
For example, though, like I don't think that there'll be any advanced repair facilities in the hangar or anything like that. I think it'll pretty much be limited to hand repair, like was
But
mentioned.
wait, you're talking about Odyssey or Liberator?
Both,
Both, yeah. Well,
not that's maybe less so the Liberator. Like Liberator might have some form of basic repair in it because that's kind of its job, right?
is
But
it
like
though?
for
No, its
the
job is to
Carrack or the
transport.
yeah,
Liberator
well, but it
transports,
carry
right?
yeah, but it carries them in a launchable state.
Sure,
Like
but I feel like if Liberator has it, and I think it would, like just the basic stuff, right? Then why would Odysseus not have? And you need it. What are you going to do with a broken, snub craft?
well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think you'd just basically be limited to hand repairs. Like, I don't think it would be
Mm.
like a gantry repair facility like the
Mm-hmm.
Crucible or even what could be provided necessarily by a Vulcan. But like,
I
um,
wonder if you're gonna get like a ground vehicle with some like tool set. Like those that you can see, the ones that are like carrying cargo around. Um, what's the Crusader city? My brain is a little bit fried now. It's 2 a.m. But the Orison. I don't know if you walked around enough, but there's like NPCs in a loop. Like it's almost like a forklift or something. I don't know. But I wonder if you're gonna be able to have like a small repair vehicle like that can potentially like lift certain part of the ship, and if the
mm,
hangar is big enough, like you can store it in the corner and then use it for whatever, or maybe even like hand like push. Because we played so much with the medical facility, whatever pushables. So the wheelchair, the bed, the
yeah,
walkers. You can use a walker. It's silly. It makes it more difficult to walk than without it, but like maybe they might have something like that that you can like use for repairs on the spot. I don't know,
yeah.
because it's a big hangar. I would think.
I just looked up the Polaris, and the Polaris specifically says that the Polaris includes facilities to repair, rearm, and refuel a single fighter, light bomber, or support ship. So I'm not sure if that means that if it doesn't say that that's possible in the other hangars, that you
Yeah,
just can't. But
yeah, maybe. I think
like,
it's one of those things that not even they
I just
know.
think like it absolutely should be refuel at the very
Mm,
least.
I agree.
But yeah,
I agree.
that'll be interesting to see if the QA finishes up, but because like that you said that was a question. Hey, I haven't looked at any of the questions.
Yeah, it's one of the questions. There's a
Okay.
there's a lot of good. Well, we don't know what they're gonna choose to answer though, as
Yeah.
as always. But we'll check it. We'll check it out. But yeah, all right. Yeah, I don't think we have any more questions. Do you have anything? Maybe I missed
No.
something.
I don't know. I've been doing my best not to pay attention to chat like I'm supposed
Yeah,
to.
yeah. No, I don't think there
um
was anything else.
but yeah, no, I guess that about wraps it up. Anything else to add before I do outro?
Mm, well, not really. I've just went like and also like washed my face and figured out that like I have some blood in my eye and whatnot. I think I have a problem with like pressure or something. I don't know. But I'm okay though. But I am getting a little bit tired. It's been 4.5 hours. Not really 5, but we're close. And it's
Rev
2 a.m. So, but man,
Rev just said in chat for anybody on YouTube that he's asking if we're sure that we don't want to argue about the raft for another hour.
I
And I
think
don't
some
know.
people left because of that. But listen,
Yeah.
dude. When I say dude, I mean you, Maso,
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
Rev. I think that's we don't just agree on things because one of us thinks or whatever. We
Yeah.
argue a lot, but because we have really different views about ships and other systems in game. And I like that. I really think it's much better because you can hear two perspectives and maybe even disagree with both or side with one. And it's perfectly okay because it's a game in development, and most of the time we're just imagining things because we don't know how the gameplay loops are going to pan out in the end.
Yeah.
Uh, and hopefully that's valuable. I honestly, you know what? For the first time, I think I'm gonna tweet and at Xylo for the first time ever. You know, if I see so many people atting them for whatever things. It's so silly. Like going live now at Star Citizen, at
Oh
Disco
yeah.
Lando, at everyone and their mother, and ask them. I'm gonna explain it and ask them to click on the timestamp where we talk about the new player experience, because and if they can like answer why are these things not doable, and if you do so and you make it all the way to the end, thank you up front if it happens for maybe cleaning it up, because very often
Yeah.
it happens that you think something just makes sense, and then someone who is actually invested with like couple of words can explain to you that that's really not how it works. And that's fair, because we are not developers. We're just like very passionate backers of Star Citizen, capable of printing out some long ass podcasts. Like that's basically what it is.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with a
Really
no
long.
answer, obviously, if there's a reason behind it. But I would like to know the reason. That's all, because it would make, I feel like it would make so much better experience for a new player. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm done. Sorry.
Wow. What is our total time now?
4:30.
4 minutes is okay, so it's not even our longest episode.
No.
That's actually shorter than I thought. I thought we'd hit 5 hours for sure.
Well, we didn't
Um,
have imagination. We kind of
oh, that's
skipped
true.
through a
Yeah,
lot.
we could have
So
had 5. We could have had
we had
5.
like
That's fine.
three
I don't
plus
actually want
hours
5 hours.
3+ hours of news and the intro. So, and we could have talked more for sure, but yeah, it's
Totally.
okay.
At any rate, if you're still here watching this, thank you. We appreciate it.
You're
And
also
if you
crazy.
wouldn't mind throwing us a like, yes, you're definitely crazy. That would be cool if you're watching this on YouTube. We just kind of do this for fun, and I guess we're down to kind of more of a like once a month sort of schedule. But it still feels kind of good to kind of see that number go up. If you want to see more of this stuff, subscribe. Like I said, we kind of are going down to probably more of like a once a month sort of schedule right now, but that's all up in the air. We might,
Yeah,
we reserve the right to do more episodes if something cool happens.
it'd be nice if we can do it like twice a month. But everything's in the
Yeah,
air now, especially with my new situation, until that kind of settles out down.
totally. So for updates on schedule, if we're gonna do this again, you can follow me or Chegg on Twitter, and we'll kind of give a heads up when we decide when we're gonna do our next episode. But yeah, and then if you want to talk about any of the crazy things that we have talked about so far, feel free to throw it in the comments. We have a pretty cool comment section where we have some kind of fun carry-on conversations, and I do my best to kind of like check those for a few weeks afterwards, just before I go to work and stuff like that. But yeah,
You can
other than
also
that,
watch this live on twitch.tv/masocast. Uh, I can't tell you the right time when it starts, but if you
yeah,
do so, it's Sunday. That's why you follow the Twitter, and then if you are in the chat, you can redeem questions for free, which we answer at the end in our Q&A section.
oh yeah, and thanks to everybody who's been here live, Jad, Rev. Uh, we had somebody else
You
too.
gotta be
I have
careful
to
with the
scroll
names,
way
because then
back.
you have to like to
Now I
say
have to name everybody.
everyone.
Yes, Panther's here too. That's who I was looking for.
True.
Yeah. So thanks,
uh,
guys.
Thank
And
you. Have
yeah.
a great playtime in the worst with the new ships. There's so many. Oh my god.
Oh my
And
God.
hopefully there's gonna be some more news. Although we don't know, it's the end of the year, so you're approaching that like slow period
I
now.
don't think they're gonna. I'm just gonna go right. I'm gonna go out right now. I don't think there's gonna be another ship. We're almost at
You think so?
316, anyways.
Yeah, might be. All right. Have fun and take care. Bye bye.
Bye.